Welcome to Classic Detective Mysteries. In today's thrilling tale, we enter the dazzling world of high society and international espionage with E. Phillips Oppenheim's gripping novel, Mr. Grex of Monte Carlo. Amidst the glamour of the Riviera, secrets are currency and identities are never quite what they seem. As mysterious figures gather under the glittering facade of Monte Carlo, an English diplomat becomes entangled in a web of intrigue that may threaten more than just his career. Prepare for a masterfully woven plot of deception, danger, and diplomacy in one of Oppenheim's most compelling adventures. Chapter 1. An Unexpected Meeting. The eyes of the man who had looked in upon a scene inordinately, fantastically brilliant underwent, after those first few moments of comparative indifference, a curious transformation. He was contemplating one of the sights of the world. Crowded around the two roulette tables, promenading or lounging on the heavily cushioned divans against the wall, he took note of a conglomeration of people representing perhaps every grade of society, every nationality of importance, yet with a curious common likeness by reason of their tribute paid to fashion. He glanced unmoved at a beautiful Englishwoman who was a duchess but looked otherwise, at an equally beautiful Frenchwoman who looked like a duchess but was otherwise. On every side of him were women gowned by the great artists of the day, women like flowers, all perfume and softness and colour. His eyes passed them over almost carelessly. A little tired with many weeks' travel in countries where the luxuries of life were few, his senses were dulled to the magnificence of the scene, his pulses as yet had not responded to its charm and wonder. And then the change came. He saw a woman standing almost exactly opposite to him at the nearest roulette table, and he gave a noticeable start. For a moment his pale, expressionless face was transformed. His secret was at anyone's mercy. That, however, was the affair of an instant only. He was used to shocks, and he survived this one. He moved a little on one side from his prominent place in the center of the wide-flung doorway. He stood by one of the divans and watched. She was tall and fair and slight. She wore a high-necked gown of shimmering gray, a black hat, under which her many coils of hair shone like gold, and a necklace of pearls around her throat. Pearls on which his eyes had rested with a curious expression. She played, unlike many of her neighbors, with restraint, yet with interest, almost enthusiasm. There was none of the strain of the gambler about her smooth, beautiful face. Her delicately curved lips were free from the grim lines of concentrated acquisitiveness. She was 32 years old, but she looked much younger as she stood there, her lips a little parted in a pleased smile of anticipation. She was leaning a little over the table, and her eyes were fixed with humorous intentness upon the spinning wheel. Even amongst that crowd of beautiful women she possessed a certain individual distinction. She not only looked what she was, an Englishwoman of good birth, but there was a certain delicate aloofness about her expression and bearing which gave an added charm to a personality which seemed to combine the two extremes of provocativeness and reserve. One would have hesitated to address to her even the chance remarks which pass so easily between strangers around the tables. "Violet here," the man murmured under his breath. "Violet!" There was tragedy in the whisper, a gleam of something like tragedy, too, in the look which passed between the man and the woman a few moments later. With her hands full of plaques which she had just won, she raised her eyes at last from the board. The smile upon her lips was the delighted smile of a girl. And then, as she was in the act of sweeping her winnings into her gold bag, she saw the man opposite. The smile seemed to die from her lips. It appeared indeed to pass with all else of expression from her face. The plaques dropped one by one through her fingers, into the satchel. Her eyes remained fixed upon him, as though she were looking upon a ghost. The seconds seemed drawn out into a grim hiatus of time. The croupier's voice, the muttered imprecation of a loser by her side, the necessity of making some slight movement in order to allow the passage of an arm from someone in search of change. Some such trifle at last brought her back from the shadows. Her expression became at once more normal. She did not remove her eyes, but she very slightly inclined her head towards the man. He, in return, bowed very gravely and without a smile. The table in front of her was cleared now. People were beginning to consider their next coup. The voice of the croupier, with his parrot-like cry, travelled down the board. "En faites vos jeux, mesdames et messieurs." The woman made no effort to stake. After a moment's hesitation, she yielded up her place, and moving backwards, seated herself upon an empty divan. Rapidly the thoughts began to form themselves in her mind. Her delicate eyebrows drew closer together in a distinct frown. After that first shock, that queer turmoil of feeling beyond analysis, yet having within it some entirely unexpected constituent, she found herself disposed to be angry. The sensation had not subsided when a moment or two later she was conscious that the man whose coming had proved so disturbing was standing before her. "Good afternoon," he said, a little stiffly. She raised her eyes. The frown was still upon her forehead, although to a certain extent it was contradicted by a slight tremulousness of the lips. "Good afternoon, Henry." For some reason or other, further speech seemed to him a difficult matter. He moved towards the vacant place. "If you have no objection," he observed, as he seated himself. She unfurled her fan, an ancient but wonderful weapon of defence. It gave her a brief respite. Then she looked at him calmly. "Of all places in the world," she murmured, "to meet you here. Is it so extraordinary?" "I find it so," she admitted. "You don't at all fit in, you know. A scene like this," she added, glancing around, "would scarcely ever be likely to attract you for its own sake, would it?" "It doesn't particularly," he admitted. "Then why have you come?" He remained silent. The frown upon her forehead deepened. "Perhaps," she went on coldly, "I can help you with your reply. You have come because you are not satisfied with the reports of the private detective whom you have engaged to watch me. You have come to supplement them by your own investigation." His frown matched hers. The coldness of his tone was rendered even more bitter by its note of anger. "I am surprised that you should have thought me capable of such an action," he declared. "All I can say is that it is thoroughly in keeping with your other suspicions of me, and that I find it absolutely unworthy." She laughed a little incredulously, not altogether naturally. "My dear Henry," she protested, "I cannot flatter myself that there is any other person in the world sufficiently interested in my movements to have me watched." "Are you really under the impression that that is the case?" he inquired grimly. "It isn't a matter of impression at all," she retorted. "It is the truth. I was followed from London. I was watched at Cannes. I am watched here day by day, by a little man in a brown suit and a Homburg hat, and with a habit of lounging. He lounges under my windows. He is probably lounging across the way now. He has lounged within 50 yards of me for the last 3 weeks, and to tell you the truth, I am tired of him. Couldn't I have a week's holiday? I'll keep a diary and tell you all that you want to know." "Is it sufficient," he asked, "for me to assure you, upon my word of honour, that I know nothing of this?" She was somewhat startled. She turned and looked at him. His tone was convincing. He had not the face of a man whose word of honour was a negligible thing. "But Henry," she protested, "I tell you that there is no doubt about the matter. I am watched day and night, I, an insignificant person whose doings can be of no possible interest save to you and you only." The man did not at once reply. His thoughts seemed to have wandered off for a moment. When he spoke again, his tone had lost its note of resentment. "I do not blame you for your suspicion," he said calmly, "although I can assure you that I have never had any idea of having you watched. It is not a course which could possibly have suggested itself to me even in my most unhappy moments." She was puzzled, at once puzzled and interested. "I am so glad to hear this," she said, "and of course I believe you, but there the fact is. I think that you will agree with me that it is curious. Isn't it possible," he ventured to suggest, "that it is your companions who are the object of this man's vigilance? You are not, I presume, alone here?" She eyed him a little defiantly. "I am here," she announced, "with Mr. and Mrs. Drachenmeier." He heard her without any change of expression, but somehow or other it was easy to see that her news, although more than half expected, had stung him. "Mr. and Mrs. Drachenmeier," he repeated, with slight emphasis on the latter portion of the sentence. "Certainly. I am sorry," she went on a moment late, "that my companions do not meet with your approval. That, however, I could scarcely expect, considering—" "Considering what?" he insisted, watching her steadfastly. "Considering all things," she replied after a moment's pause. "Mrs. Drachenmeier is still an invalid? She is still an invalid?" The slightly satirical note in his question seemed to provoke a certain defiance in her manner as she turned a little sideways towards him. She moved her fan slowly backwards and forwards. Her head was thrown back. Her manner was almost belligerent. He took up the challenge. He asked her in plain words the question which his eyes had already demanded. "I find myself constrained to ask you," he said in a studiously measured tone, "by what means you became possessed of the pearls you are wearing. I do not seem to remember them as your property." Her eyes flashed. "Don't you think," she returned, "that you are a little outstepping your privileges?" "Not in the least," he declared. "You are my wife, and although you have defied me in a certain matter, you are still subject to my authority. I see you wearing jewels in public of which you were certainly not possessed a few months ago, and which neither your fortune nor mine—" "Let me set your mind at rest," she interrupted icily. "The pearls are not mine. They belong to Mrs. Drachenmeier." "Mrs. Drachenmeier, I am wearing them," she continued, "at Linda's special request. She is too unwell to appear in public, and she is very seldom able to wear any of her wonderful jewelry. It gives her pleasure to see them sometimes upon other people." He remained quite silent for several moments. He was, in reality, passionately angry. Self-restraint, however, had become such a habit of his that there were no indications of his condition save in the slight twitchings of his long fingers and a tightening at the corners of his lips. She, however, recognized the symptoms without difficulty. "Since you defy my authority," he said, "may I ask whether my wishes have any weight with you?" "That depends," she replied. "It is my earnest wish," he went on, "that you do not wear another woman's jewelry, either in public or privately." She appeared to reflect for a moment. In effect, she was struggling against a conviction that his request was reasonable. "I am sorry," she said at last. "I see no harm whatever in my doing so in this particular instance. It gives great pleasure to poor Mrs. Drachenmeier to see her jewels and admire them, even if she is unable to wear them herself. It gives me an intense joy which even a normal man could scarcely be expected to understand, certainly not you. I am sorry that I cannot humor you." He leaned towards her. "Not if I beg you." She looked at him fixedly, looked at him as though she searched for something in his face, or was pondering over something in his tone. It was a moment which might have meant much. If she could have seen into his heart and understood the fierce jealousy which prompted his words, it might have meant a very great deal. As it was, her contemplation appeared to be unsatisfactory. "I am sorry that you should lay so much stress upon so small a thing," she said. "You were always unreasonable. Your present request is another instance of it. I was enjoying myself very much indeed until you came, and now you wish to deprive me of one of my chief pleasures. I cannot humor you." He turned away. Even then chance might have intervened. The moment her words had been spoken, she realized a certain injustice in them, realized a little, perhaps, the point of view of this man who was still her husband. She watched him almost eagerly, hoping to find some sign in his face that it was not only his stubborn pride which spoke. She failed, however. He was one of those men who know too well how to wear the mask. "May I ask where you are staying here?" he inquired presently. "At the Hôtel de Paris. It is unfortunate," he observed. "I will move my quarters tomorrow." She shrugged her shoulders. "Monte Carlo is full of hotels," she remarked, "but it seems a pity that you should move. The place is large enough for both of us." "It is not long," he retorted. "Since you found London itself too small, I should be very sorry to spoil your holiday." Her eyes seemed to dwell for a moment upon the Spanish dancer who sat at the table opposite them, a woman whose name had once been a household word. Dethroned now, yet still insistent for notice and homage, commanding them even, with the wreck of her beauty and the splendor of her clothes. "It seems a queer place, this," she observed, "for domestic disagreements. Let us try to avoid disputable subjects. Shall I be too inquisitive if I ask you once more what in the name of all that is unsuitable brought you to such a place as Monte Carlo?" He fenced with her question. Perhaps he resented the slightly ironical note in her tone. Perhaps there were other reasons. "Why should I not come to Monte Carlo?" he inquired. "Parliament is not particularly amusing when one is in opposition, and I do not hunt. The whole world amuses itself here." "But not you," she replied quickly. "I know you better than that, my dear Henry. There is nothing here or in this atmosphere which could possibly attract you for long. There is no work for you to do. Work, the very breath of your body, work, the one thing you live for and were made for. Work, you man of sawdust and red tape. Am I as bad as all that?" he asked quietly. She fingered her pearls for a moment. "Perhaps I haven't the right to complain," she acknowledged. "I have gone my own way always. But if one is permitted to look for a moment into the past, can you tell me a single hour when work was not the prominent thought in your brain, the idol before which you worshipped? Why, even our honeymoon was spent canvassing." "The election was an unexpected one," he reminded her. "It would have been the same thing," she declared. "The only literature which you really understand is a blue book, and the only music you hear is the chiming of Big Ben." "You speak," he remarked, "as though you resented these things. Yet you knew before you married me that I had ambitions, that I did not propose to lead an idle life." "Oh, yes, I knew," she assented dryly. "But we are wandering from the point. I am still wondering what has brought you here. Have you come direct from England?" He shook his head. "I came today from Bordighera." "More and more mysterious," she murmured. "Bordighera, indeed. I thought you once told me that you hated the Riviera." "So I do," he agreed. "And yet you are here." "Yet I am here." "And you have not come to look after me," she went on. "And the mystery of the little brown man who watches me is still unexplained." "I know nothing about that person," he asserted, "and I had no idea that you were here. Or you would not have come?" She challenged him. "Your presence," he retorted, nettled into forgetting himself for a moment, "would not have altered my plans in the slightest." "Then you have a reason for coming," she exclaimed quickly. He gave no sign of annoyance, but his lips were firmly closed. She watched him steadfastly. "I wonder at myself no longer," she continued. "I do not think that any woman in the world could ever live with a man to whom secrecy is as great a necessity as the very air he breathes. No wonder, my dear Henry, the politicians speak so well of you, and so confidently of your brilliant future." "I am not aware," he observed calmly, "that I have ever been unduly secretive so far as you are concerned. During the last few months, however, of our life together, you must remember that you chose to receive on terms of friendship a person whom I regard—" Her eyes suddenly flashed him a warning. He dropped his voice almost to a whisper. A man was approaching them. "As an enemy," he concluded under his breath. Chapter 2. By Accident or Design. The newcomer, who had presented himself now before Hunterley's and his wife, was a man of somewhat unusual appearance. He was tall, thickly built. His black beard and closely cropped hair were streaked with grey. He wore gold-rimmed spectacles, and he carried his head a little thrust forward, as though, even with the aid of his glasses, he was still short-sighted. He had the air of a foreigner, although his tone, when he spoke, was without accent. He held out his hand a little tentatively, an action, however, which Hunterley's appeared to ignore. "My dear Sir Henry," he exclaimed, "this is a surprise indeed. Monte Carlo is absolutely the last place in the world in which I should have expected to come across you. The sporting club, too. Well, well, well." Hunterley's, standing easily with his hands behind his back, raised his eyebrows. The two men were of curiously contrasting types. Hunterley's, slim and distinguished, had still the frame of an athlete, notwithstanding his colourless cheeks and the worn lines about his eyes. He was dressed with extreme simplicity. His deep-set eyes and sensitive mouth were in marked contrast to the other's coarser mould of features and rather full lips. Yet there was about both men an air of strength developed perhaps in a different manner, but still an appreciable quality. "They say that the whole world is here," Hunterley's remarked. "Why may not I form a harmless unit of it?" "Why not, indeed?" Drachenmeier assented heartily. "The most serious of us must have our frivolous moments. I hope that you will dine with us tonight. We shall be quite alone." Hunterly shook his head. "Thank you," he said. "I have another engagement pending." Mr. Drachenmeier was filled with polite regrets, but he did not renew the invitation. "When did you arrive?" he asked. "A few hours ago," Hunterly's replied. "By the Lux? How strange. I went down to meet it. I came from the other side." "Ah." Mr. Drachenmeier's ejaculation was interrogative. Hunterly's hesitated for a moment, then he continued with a little shrug of the shoulders. "I have been staying at San Remo and Bordighera." Mr. Drachenmeier was much interested. "So that is where you have been burying yourself," he remarked. "I saw from the papers that you had accepted a 6 months pair. Surely, though, you don't find the Italian Riviera very amusing?" "I am abroad for a rest," Hunterly's replied. Mr. Drachenmeier smiled curiously. "A rest?" he repeated. "That rather belies your reputation, you know. They say that you are tireless, even when you are out of office." Hunterly's turned from the speaker towards his wife. "I have not tempted fortune myself yet," he observed. "I think that I shall have a look into the baccarat room. Do you care to stroll that way?" Lady Hunterly's rose at once to her feet. Mr. Drachenmeier, however, intervened. He laid his fingers upon Hunterly's arm. "Sir Henry," he begged, "our meeting has been quite unexpected, but in a sense it is opportune. Will you be good enough to give me 5 minutes' conversation?" "With pleasure," Hunterly's replied. "My time is quite at your disposal if you have anything to say." Drachenmeier led the way out of the crowded room, along the passage and into the little bar. They found a quiet corner and 2 easy chairs. Drachenmeier gave an order to a waiter. For a few moments their conversation was conventional. "I trust that you think your wife looking better for the change?" Drachenmeier began. "Her companionship is a source of great pleasure and relief to my poor wife." "Does the conversation you wish to have with me refer to Lady Hunterly's?" her husband asked quietly. "If so, I should like to say a few preliminary words which would, I hope, place the matter at once beyond the possibility of any misunderstanding." Drachenmeier moved a little uneasily in his place. "I have other things to say," he declared, "yet I would gladly hear what is in your mind at the present moment. You do not, I fear, approve of this friendship between my wife and Lady Hunterly's." Hunterly's was uncompromising, almost curt. "I do not," he agreed. "It is probably no secret to you that my wife and I are temporarily estranged," he continued. "The chief reason for that estrangement is that I forbade her your house or your acquaintance." Drachenmeier was a little taken back. Such extreme directness of speech was difficult to deal with. "My dear Sir Henry," he protested, "you distress me. I do not understand your attitude in this matter at all." "There is no necessity for you to understand it," Hunterly's retorted coolly. "I claim the right to regulate my wife's visiting list. She denies that right. Apart from the question of marital control," Mr. Drachenmeier persisted, "will you tell me why you consider my wife and myself unfit persons to find a place amongst Lady Hunterly's acquaintances?" "No man is bound to give the reason for his dislikes," Hunterly's replied. "Of your wife I know nothing. Nobody does. I have every sympathy with her unfortunate condition, and that is all. You personally I dislike. I dislike my wife to be seen with you. I dislike having her name associated with yours in any manner whatsoever. I dislike sitting with you here myself. I only hope that the 5 minutes conversation which you have asked for will not be exceeded." Mr. Drachenmeier had the air of a benevolent person who was deeply pained. "Sir Henry," he sighed, "it is not possible for me to disregard such plain speaking. Forgive me if I am a little taken aback by it. You are known to be a very skillful diplomatist, and you have many weapons in your armory. One scarcely expected, however. One's breath is a little taken away by such candor." "I am not aware," Hunterly said calmly, "that the question of diplomacy need come in when one's only idea is to regulate the personal acquaintances of oneself and one's wife." Mr. Drachenmeier sat quite still for a moment, stroking his black beard. His eyes were fixed upon the carpet. He seemed to be struggling with a problem. "You have taken the ground from beneath my feet," he declared. "Your opinion of me is such that I hesitate to proceed at all in the matter which I desired to discuss with you." "That," Hunterly replied, "is entirely for you to decide. I am perfectly willing to listen to anything you have to say. All the more ready because now there can be no possibility of any misunderstanding between us. Very well, Mr. Drachenmeier assented. I will proceed. After all, I am not sure that the personal element enters into what I was about to say. I was going to propose not exactly an alliance. That, of course, would not be possible. But I was certainly going to suggest that you and I might be of some service to one another. In what way? I call myself an Englishman, Mr. Drachenmeier went on. I have made large sums of money in England. I have grown to love England and English ways. Yet I came, as you know, from Berlin. The position which I hold in your city is still the position of president of the greatest German bank in the world. It is German finance which I have directed, and with German money I have made my fortune. To be frank with you, however, after these many years in London, I have grown to feel myself very much of an Englishman. Hunterlees was sitting perfectly still. His face was rigid but expressionless. He was listening intently. On the other hand, Mr. Drachenmeier proceeded slowly. I wish to be wholly frank with you. At heart I must remain always a German. The interests of my country must always be paramount. But listen, in Germany there are, as you know, two parties, and year by year they are drawing further apart. I will not allude to factions, I will speak broadly. There is the war party and there is the peace party. I belong to the peace party. I belong to it as a German, and I belong to it as a devoted friend of England, and if the threatened conflict between the two should come, I should take my stand as a peace-loving German-come-Englishman against the war party even of my own country. Hunterlees still made no sign, yet for one who knew him, it was easy to realize that he was listening and thinking with absorbed interest. So far, Drachenmeier pointed out, I have laid my cards on the table. I have told you the solemn truth. I regret that it did not occur to me to do so many months ago in London. Now to proceed. I ask you to emulate my frankness, and in return I will give you information which should enable us to work hand in hand for the peace which we both desire. You ask me, Hunterlees said thoughtfully, to be perfectly frank with you. In what respect? What is it that you wish from me? Not political information, Mr. Drachenmeier declared, his eyes blinking behind his glasses. For that I certainly should not come to you. I only wish to ask you a question, and I must ask it so that we may meet on a common ground of confidence. Are you here in Monte Carlo to look after your wife, or in search of change of air and scene? Is that your honest motive for being here? Or is there any other reason in the world which has prompted you to come to Monte Carlo during this particular month? I might almost say this particular week. Hunterlees' attitude was that of a man who holds in his hand a puzzle and is doubtful where to commence in his efforts to solve it. Are you not a little mysterious this afternoon, Mr. Drachenmeier? He asked coldly. Or are you trying to incite a supposititious curiosity? I really cannot see the drift of your question. Answer it, Mr. Drachenmeier insisted. Hunterlees took a cigarette from his case, tapped it upon the table, and lit it in leisurely fashion. If you have any idea, he said, that I came here to confront my wife, or to interfere in any way with her movements, let me assure you that you are mistaken. I had no idea that Lady Hunterlees was in Monte Carlo. I am here because I have a 6 months holiday, and a holiday for the average Englishman between January and April generally means, as you must be aware, the Riviera. I have tried Bordighera and San Remo. I have found them, as I no doubt shall find this place wearisome. In the end, I suppose I shall drift back to London. Mr. Drachenmeier frowned. Oh, left London, he remarked tersely. On December 1st. It is today, February 20th. Do you wish me to understand that you have been at Bordighera and San Remo all that time? How did you know when I left London? Hunterlees demanded. Mr. Drachenmeier pursed his lips. And I heard of your departure from London entirely by accident, he said. Your wife, for some reason or other, declined to discuss your movements. I imagined that she was acting in accordance with your wishes. I see, Hunterlees observed coolly, and your present anxiety is to know where I spent the intervening time, and why I am here in Monte Carlo. Frankly, Mr. Drachenmeier, I look upon this close interest in my movements as an impertinence. My travels have been of no importance, but they concern myself only. I have no confidence to offer respecting them. If I had, it would not be to you that I should unburden myself. So suspect me, then? You doubt my integrity? Not at all, Hunterlees assured his questioner. When for anything I know to the contrary, you are, outside the world of finance, one of the dullest and most harmless men existing. My own position is simply as I explained it during the first few sentences we exchanged. I do not like you. I detest my wife's name being associated with yours, and for that reason the less I see of you, the better I am pleased. Mr. Drachenmeier nodded thoughtfully. He was, to all appearance, studying the pattern of the carpet. For once in his life he was genuinely puzzled. Was this man by his side merely a jealous husband, or had he any idea of the greater game which was being played around them? Had he by any chance arrived to take part in it? Was it wise in any case to pursue the subject further? Yet if he abandoned it at this juncture, it must be with a sense of failure, and failure was a thing to which he was not accustomed. Your frankness, he admitted grimly, is almost exhilarating. Our personal relations being so clearly defined, I am inclined to go further even than I had intended. We cannot now possibly misunderstand one another. Supposing I were to tell you that your arrival in Monte Carlo, accidental though it may be, is in a sense opportune, that you may, in a short time, meet here one or two politicians, friends of mine, with whom an interchange of views might be agreeable. Supposing I were to offer my services as an intermediary, you would like to bring about better relations with my country, would you not, Sir Henry? You are admittedly a statesman and an influential man in your party. I am only a banker, it is true, but I have been taken into the confidence of those who direct the destinies of my country. Hunterley's face reflected none of the other's earnestness. He seemed indeed a little bored, and he answered almost irritably. I am much obliged to you, he said, but Monte Carlo seems scarcely the place to me for political discussions, added to which I have no official position. I could not receive or exchange confidences. While my party is out of power, there is nothing left for us but to mark time. I dare say you mean well, Mr. Drachenmeier, he added, rising to his feet, but I am here to forget politics altogether if I can. If you will excuse me, I think I will look in at the baccarat rooms. He was on the point of departure when, through the open doorway which communicated with the baccarat rooms beyond, came a man of sufficiently arresting personality, a man remarkably fat, with close, cropped grey hair which stuck up like bristles all over his head, a huge, clean-shaven face which seemed concentrated at that moment in one tremendous smile of overwhelming good humour. He held by the hand a little French girl, dark, small, looking almost like a marionette in her slim tailor-made costume. He recognized Drachenmeier with enthusiasm. "My friend Drachenmeier," he exclaimed in stentorian tones, "baccarat is the greatest game in the world. I have won. I, who know nothing about it, have won 100 louis. It is amazing. There is no place like this in the world. We are here to drink a bottle of wine together, Mademoiselle and I. Mademoiselle, who was at once my instructress and my mascot. Afterwards we go to the jeweller's. Why not? A fair division of the spoils. 50 louis for myself, 50 louis for a bracelet for Mademoiselle. And then," he broke off suddenly. His gesture was almost dramatic. "I am forgotten," he cried, holding out his hand to Hunterley's. "Forgotten already. Sir Henry, there are many who forget me as a humble minister of my master, but there are few who forget me physically. I am Seligman. We met in Berlin 6 years ago. You came with your great foreign secretary. I remember you perfectly," Hunterley assured him, as he submitted to the newcomer's vigorous handshake. "We shall meet again, I trust." Seligman thrust his arm through Hunterley's, as though to prevent his departure. "You shall not run away," he declared. "I introduce both of you, Mr. Drachenmeier, the great Anglo-German banker, Sir Henry Hunterley, the English politician, to Mademoiselle Estelle Nippon, of the Opera House. Now we all know one another. We shall be good friends. We will share that bottle of champagne. 1 bottle between 4, Mademoiselle laughed poutingly. "And I am parched. I have taught Monsieur Baccarat. I am exhausted. A magnum," Seligman ordered in a voice of thunder, shaking his fist at the startled waiter. "We seat ourselves here at the round table. Mademoiselle, we will drink champagne together until the eyes of all of us sparkle as yours do. We will drink champagne until we do not believe that there is such a thing as losing at games or in life. We will drink champagne until we all four believe that we have been brought up together, that we are bosom friends of a lifetime. See, this is how we will place ourselves. Mademoiselle, if the others make love to you, take no notice. It is I who have put 50 louis in one pocket for that bracelet. Do not trust Sir Henry there, he has a reputation." As usual, the overpowering Seligman had his way. Neither Drachenmeier nor Hunterlys attempted to escape. They took their places at the table. They drank champagne and they listened to Seligman. All the time he talked, save when Mademoiselle interrupted him. Seated upon a chair which seemed absurdly inadequate, his great stomach with its vast expanse of white waistcoat in full view, his short legs doubled up beneath him, he beamed upon them all with a smile which never failed. "It is a wonderful place," he declared, as he lifted his glass for the 5th time. "We will drink to it. This Monte Carlo. It is here that they come from all quarters of the world. The ladies who charm away our hearts," he added, bowing to Mademoiselle, "the financiers whose word can shake the money markets of the world, and the politicians who unbend, perhaps, just a little in the sunshine here, however cold and inflexible they may be under their own austere skies. For the last time, then, to Monte Carlo. To Monte Carlo, dear Mademoiselle, Monsieur." They drank the toast, and a few minutes later Hunterlys slipped away. The two men looked after him. The smile seemed gradually to leave Seligman's lips. His face was large and impressive. "Run and fetch your cloak, dear," he said to the girl. She obeyed at once. Seligman leaned across the table towards his companion. "What does Hunterlys do here?" he asked. Drachenmeier shook his head. "Who knows?" he answered. "Perhaps he has come to look after his wife. He has been to Bordighera and San Remo." "Is that all he told you of his movements?" "That is all," Drachenmeier admitted. "He was suspicious. I made no progress." "Bordighera and San Remo," Seligman muttered under his breath. "For a day, perhaps, or two." "What do you know about him?" Drachenmeier asked, his eyes suddenly bright beneath his spectacles. "I have been suspicious ever since I met him an hour ago. He left England on December 1st. "It is true," Seligman assented. "He crossed to Paris and, mark the cunning of it, he returned to England. That same night he travelled to Germany. We lost him in Vienna, and found him again in Sofia. What does it mean, I wonder? What does it mean?" "I have been talking to him for 20 minutes in here before you came," Drachenmeier said. "I tried to gain his confidence. He told me nothing. He never even mentioned that journey of his." Seligman was sitting drumming upon the table with his broad fingertips. "Sophia," he murmured. "And now, here. Drachenmeier, there is work before us. I know men, I tell you. I know Hunterlys. I watched him. I listened to him in Berlin 6 years ago. He was with his master then, but he had nothing to learn from him. He is of the stuff diplomats are fashioned of. He has it in his blood. There is work before us, Drachenmeier. If Monsieur is ready," Mademoiselle interposed, a little petulantly, letting the tip of her boa play for a moment on his cheek. Seligman finished his wine and rose to his feet. Once more the smile encompassed his face. Of what account, after all, were the wanderings of this melancholy Englishman? There was Mademoiselle's bracelet to be bought, and perhaps a few flowers. Seligman pulled down his waistcoat and accepted his grey Homburg hat from the vestiaire. He held Mademoiselle's fingers as they descended the stairs. He looked like a schoolboy of enormous proportions on his way to a feast. "We drank to Monte Carlo in champagne," he declared, as they turned onto the terrace and descended the stone steps. "But dear Estelle, we drink to it from our hearts with every breath we draw of this wonderful air, every time our feet touch the buoyant ground. Believe me, little one, the other things are of no account. The true philosophy of life and living is here in Monte Carlo. You and I will solve it." Chapter 3. A warning. Hunterlys dined alone at a small round table set in a remote corner of the great restaurant attached to the Hôtel de Paris. The scene around him was full of color and interest. A scarlet-coated band made wonderful music. The toilets of the women who kept passing backwards and forwards on their way to the various tables were marvelous, in their way unique. The lights and flowers of the room, its appointments and adornments, all represented the last word in luxury. Everywhere was color, everywhere an almost strained attempt to impress upon the passer-by the fact that this was no ordinary holiday resort, but the giant pleasure ground of all in the world who had money to throw away and the capacity for enjoyment. Only once a more somber note seemed struck when Mrs. Drachenmeier, leaning on her husband's arm and accompanied by a nurse and Lady Hunterlees, passed to their table. Hunterlee's eyes followed the little party until they had reached their destination and taken their places. His wife was wearing black, and she had discarded the pearls which had hung around her neck during the afternoon. She wore only a collar of diamonds, his gift. Her hair was far less elaborately coiffured, and her toilette less magnificent than the toilettes of the women by whom she was surrounded. Yet as he looked from his corner across the room at her, Hunterlees realized, as he had realized instantly 12 years ago when he had first met her, that she was incomparable. There was no other woman in the whole of that great restaurant with her air of quiet elegance, no other woman so faultless in the smaller details of her toilette and person. Hunterlees watched with expressionless face but with anger growing in his heart, as he saw Drachenmeier bending towards her, accepting her suggestions about the dinner, laughing when she laughed, watching almost humbly for her pleasure or displeasure. It was a cursed mischance which had brought him to Monte Carlo. Hunterlees hurried over his dinner, and without even going to his room for a hat or coat, walked across the square in the soft twilight of an unusually warm February evening, and took a table outside the Café de Paris, where he ordered coffee. Around him was a far more cosmopolitan crowd, increasing every moment in volume. Every language was being spoken, mostly German. As a rule, such a gathering of people was, in its way, interesting to Hunterlees. Tonight his thoughts were truant. He forgot his strenuous life of the last 3 months, the dangers and discomforts through which he had passed, the curious sequence of events which had brought him, full of anticipation, nerved for a crisis, to Monte Carlo of all places in the world. He forgot that he was in the midst of great events, himself likely to take a hand in them. His thoughts took, rarely enough for him, a purely personal and sentimental turn. He thought of the earliest days of his marriage, when he and his wife had wandered about the gardens of his old home in Wiltshire on spring evenings such as these, and had talked sometimes lightly, sometimes seriously, of the future. Almost as he sat there in the midst of that noisy crowd, he could catch the faint perfume of hyacinths from the borders along which they had passed, and the trimly cut flower-beds which fringed the deep green lawn. Almost he could hear the chiming of the old stable clock, the clear note of a thrush singing. A puff of wind brought them a waft of fainter odor from the wild violets which carpeted the woods. Then the darkness crept around them. A star came out. Hand in hand they turned towards the house and into the library, where a wood fire was burning on the grate. His thoughts travelled on. A wave of tenderness had assailed him. Then he was awakened by the waiter's voice at his elbow. "Le café, monsieur." He sat up in his chair. His dreaming moments were few, and this one had passed. He set his heel upon that tide of weakening memories, sipped his coffee, and looked out upon the crowd. 3 or 4 times he glanced at his watch impatiently. Precisely at 9 o'clock, a man moved from somewhere in the throng behind and took the vacant chair by his side. "If one could trouble monsieur for a match." Hunterlees turned towards the newcomer as he handed his matchbox. He was a young man of medium height, with sandy complexion, a little freckled, and with a straggling fair moustache. He had keen grey eyes and the faintest trace of a Scotch accent. He edged his chair a little nearer to Hunterlees. "Much obliged," he said. "Wonderful evening, isn't it?" Hunterlees nodded. "Have you anything to tell me, David?" he asked. "We are right in the thick of it," the other replied, his tone a little lowered. "There is more to tell than I like. Shall we stroll along the terrace?" Hunterlees suggested. "Don't move from your seat," the young man enjoined. "You are watched here, And so am I, in a way, although it's more my news they want to censor than anything personal. This crowd of Germans around us, without a single vacant chair, is the best barrier we can have. Listen.
Selling man is here.
I saw him this afternoon at the sporting club, Hunterley's murmured. Douay will be here the day after tomorrow, if he has not already arrived, the newcomer continued. It was given out in Paris that he was going down to Marseille, and from there to Toulon, to spend 3 days with the fleet. They sent a paragraph into our office there. As a matter of fact, he's coming straight on here. I can't learn how exactly, but I fancy by motor car. You're sure that Douay is coming himself? Hunterley asked anxiously. Absolutely. His wife and family have been bustled down to Mentone so as to afford a pretext for his presence here if the papers get hold of it. I have found out for certain that they came at a moment's notice and were not expecting to leave home at all. Douay will have full powers, and the conference will take place at the Villa Mimosa. That will be the headquarters of the whole thing. Look out, Sir Henry. They've got their eyes on us. The little fellow in brown, close behind, is hand in glove with the police. They tried to get me into a row last night. It's only my journalism they suspect, but they'd shove me over the frontier at the least excuse. They're certain to try something of the sort with you, if they get any idea that we are on the scent.
Sit tight, sir, and watch. I'm off.
You know where to find me. The young man raised his hat and left Hunterley's with the polite farewell of a stranger. His seat was almost immediately seized by a small man dressed in brown, a man with a black imperial and moustache curled upwards. As Hunterley glanced towards him, he raised his Hamburg hat politely and smiled. Monsieur's friend has departed, he inquired. This seat is disengaged. As you see, Hunterley replied. The little man smiled his thanks, seated himself with a sigh of content, and ordered coffee from a passing waiter. Monsieur is doubtless a stranger to Monte Carlo. It is my second visit only, Hunterley admitted. For myself, I am an habitué, the little man continued. I might almost say a resident. Therefore, all faces soon become familiar to me. Directly I saw Monsieur, I knew that he was not a frequenter. Hunterley turned a little in his chair and surveyed his neighbour curiously. The man was neatly dressed, and he spoke English with scarcely any accent. His shoulders and upturned moustache gave him a military appearance. There is nothing I envy anyone so much in life, he proceeded, as coming to Monte Carlo for the first or second time. There is so much to know, to see, to understand. Hunterley made no effort to discourage his companion's obvious attempts to be friendly. The latter talked with spirit for some time. If it would not be regarded as a liberty, he said at last, as Hunterley rose to move off, may I be permitted to present myself? My name is Hugot. I'm half English, half French. Years ago my health broke down and I accepted a position in a bank here. Since then I have come into money. If I have a hobby in life, it is to show my beloved Monte Carlo to strangers. If Monsieur would do me the honor to spare me a few hours tonight later on, I would endeavor to see that he was amused. Hunterley shook his head. He remained, however, perfectly courteous. He had a conviction that this was the man who had been watching his wife. You are very kind, sir, he replied. I am here only for a few days and for the benefit of my health. I dare not risk late hours. We shall meet again, I trust. He strolled off, and as he hesitated upon the steps of the casino, he glanced across towards the Hôtel de Paris. At that moment a woman came out, a light cloak over her evening gown. She was followed by an attendant. Hunterley recognized his wife and watched them with a curious little thrill. They turned towards the terrace. Very slowly he, too, moved in the same direction. They passed through the gardens of the Hôtel de Paris, and Hunterley, keeping to the left, met them upon the terrace as they emerged. As they came near, he accosted them. Violet, he began. She started. I beg your pardon, she said. I did not recognize you. Haven't you been told, he asked stiffly, that the terrace is unsafe for women after twilight? Very often, she assented, with that little smile at the corners of her lips which once he had found so charming and which now half maddened him. Unfortunately, I have a propensity for doing things which are dangerous. Besides, I have my maid. Another woman is no protection, he declared. Suzanne can shriek, Lady Hunterley assured him. She has wonderful lungs and she loves to use them. She would shriek at the least provocation. And meanwhile, Hunterliz observed dryly, while she is indulging in her vocal exercises, things happen. If you wish to promenade here, permit me to be your escort. She hesitated for a moment, frowning. Then she continued her walk. You are very kind, she assented. Perhaps you are like me, though, and feel the restfulness of a quiet place after these throngs and throngs of people. They passed slowly down the broad promenade, deserted now save for one or two loungers like themselves, and a few other furtive hurrying figures. In front of them stretched an arc of glittering lights, the wonderful Bay of Mentone, with Bordighera on the distant seaboard. Higher up, the twinkling lights from the villas built on the rocky hills, and at their feet the sea, calm, deep blue, lapping the narrow belt of hard sand, scintillating with the reflection of 1,000 lights. On the horizon a blood-red moon, only half emerged from the sea. Since we have met, Henry, Lady Hunterliz said at last, there is something which I should like to say to you. Certainly. She glanced behind. Suzanne had fallen discreetly into the rear. She was a new importation, and she had no idea as to the identity of the tall, severe-looking Englishman who walked by her mistress's side. There is something going on in Monte Carlo, Lady Hunterliz went on, which I cannot understand. Mr. Drachenmeier knows about it, I believe, although he is not personally concerned in it. But he will tell me nothing? I only know that for some reason or other your presence here seems to be an annoyance to certain people. Why it should be I don't know, but I want to ask you about it. Will you tell me the truth? Are you sure that you did not come here to spy upon me? I certainly did not, Hunterliz answered firmly. I had no idea that you were near the place. If I had— She turned her head. The smile was there once more, and a queer, soft light in her eyes. If you had, she murmured, my visit here under the present circumstances would have been more distasteful than it is, Hunterliz replied stiffly. She bit her lip and turned away. When she resumed the conversation, her tone was completely changed. I speak to you now, she said, in your own interests. Mr. Drachenmeier is, of course, not personally connected with this affair, whatever it may be, but he is a wonderful man, and he hears many things. Tonight, before dinner, he gave me a few words of warning. He did not tell me to pass them on to you, but I feel sure that he hoped I would. You would not listen to them from him because you do not like him. I am afraid that you will take very little more heed of what I say, but at least you will believe that I speak in your own interests. Mr. Drachenmeier believes that your presence here is misunderstood. A person whom he describes as being utterly without principle and of great power is incensed by it. To speak plainly, you are in danger. I am flattered, Hunterliz remarked, by this interest on my behalf. She turned her head and looked at him. His face, in this cold light before the moon came up, was almost like the face of some marble statue, lifeless, set, of almost stone-like severity. She knew the look so well, and she sighed. You need not be, she replied bitterly. Mine is merely the ordinary feeling of one human creature for another. In a sense it seems absurd, I suppose, to speak to you as I am doing. Yet I do know that this place, which looks so beautiful, has strange undercurrents. People pass away here in the most orthodox fashion in the world, outwardly, but their real ending is often never known at all. Everything is possible here, and Mr. Drachenmeier honestly believes that you are in danger. They had reached the end of the terrace and they turned back. I thank you very much, Violet, Hunterliz said earnestly. In return, may I say something to you? If there is any danger threatening me or those interests which I guard, the man whom you have chosen to make your intimate friend is more deeply concerned in it than you think. I told you once before that Drachenmeier was something more than the great banker, the king of commerce as he calls himself. He is ambitious beyond your imaginings, a schemer in ways you know nothing of, and his residence in London during the last 15 years has been the worst thing that ever happened for England. To me it is a bitter thing that you should have ignored my warning and accepted his friendship. It is not Mr. Drachenmeier who is my friend, Henry, she interrupted. You continually ignore that fact. It is Mrs. Drachenmeier whom I cannot desert. I knew her long before I did her husband. We were at school together, and there was a time before her last illness when we were inseparable. That may have been so at first, Hunterlys agreed, but how about since then? You cannot deny, Violet, that this man Drachenmeier has in some way impressed or fascinated you. You admire him. You find great pleasure in his society. Isn't that the truth now, honestly? Her face was a little troubled. I do certainly find pleasure in his society, she admitted. I cannot conceive anyone who would not. He is a brilliant, a wonderful musician, a delightful talker, a generous host and companion. He has treated me always with the most scrupulous regard, and I feel that I am entirely reasonable in resenting your mistrust of him. You do resent it still, then? I do, she asserted emphatically, and if I'd told you, Hunterlys went on, that the man was in love with you, what then? I should say that you were a fool. Hunterlys shrugged his shoulders. There is no more to be said, he declared. Only for a clever woman, Violet, you are sometimes woefully or willfully blind. I tell you that I know the type. Sooner or later, before very long I should think, you will have the usual scene. I warn you of it now. If you are wise, you will go back to England. Absurd, she scoffed. Why, we have only just come. I want to win some money. Not that your allowance isn't liberal enough, she added hastily, but there is a fascination in winning, you know, and besides I could not possibly desert Mrs. Drachenmeier. She would not have come at all if I had not joined them. You are the mistress of your own ways, Hunterlys said. According to my promise, I shall attempt to exercise no authority over you in any way, but I tell you that Drachenmeier is my enemy, and the enemy of all the things I represent, and I tell you, too, that he is in love with you. When you realize that these things are firmly established in my brain, you can perhaps understand how thoroughly distasteful I find your association with him here. It is all very well to talk about Mrs. Drachenmeier, but she goes nowhere. The consequence is that he is your escort on every occasion. I am quite aware that a great many people in society accept him. I personally am not disposed to. I look upon him as an unfit companion for my wife, and I resent your appearance with him in public. We will discuss this subject no further, she decided. From the moment of our first disagreement, it has been your object to break off my friendship with the Drachenmeiers. Until I have something more than words to go by, I shall continue to give him my confidence. They crossed the stone flags in front of the opera together, and turned up towards the rooms. I think perhaps then, he said, that we may consider the subject closed. Only, he added, you will forgive me if I still— He hesitated. She turned her head quickly. Her eyes sought his, but unfortunately he was looking straight ahead and seeing gloomy things. If he had happened to turn at that moment, he might have concluded his speech differently. If I still exhibit some interest in your doings, I shall always think it most kind of you, she replied, her face suddenly hardening. Have I not done my best to reciprocate? I have even passed on to you a word of warning, which I think you are very unwise to ignore. They were outside the hotel. Hunterlys paused. I have nothing to fear from the mysterious source you have spoken of, he assured her. The only enemy I have in Monte Carlo is Drachenmeier himself. Enemy, she repeated scornfully. Mr. Drachenmeier is much too wrapped up in his finance, and too big a man in his way to have enemies. Oh, Henry, if only you could get rid of a few of your prejudices, how much more civilized a human being you would be. He raised his hat. His expression was a little grim. The man without prejudices, my dear Violet, he retorted, is a man without instincts. I wish you luck. She ran lightly up the steps and waved her hand. He watched her pass through the doors into the hotel. Chapter 4. Enter the American. Lady Waybourne was lunching on the terrace of Ciro's restaurant with her brother. She was small, dark, vivacious. Her friends, of whom she had thousands, all called her Flossie, and she was probably the most popular American woman who had ever married into the English peerage. Her brother, Richard Lane, on the other hand, was tall, very broad-shouldered, with a strong, clean-shaven face, inclined by disposition to be taciturn. On this particular morning he had less even than usual to say, and although Lady Waybourne, who was a great chatterbox, was content as a rule to do most of the talking for herself, his inattention became at last a little too obvious. He glanced up eagerly as every newcomer appeared, and his answers to his sister's criticisms were sometimes almost at random. "Dickie, I'm not at all sure that I'm liking you this morning," she observed finally, looking across at him with a critically questioning smile. "A certain amount of non-responsiveness to my advances I can put up with, from a brother, but this morning you are positively inattentive. Tell me your troubles at once. Has Harris been bothering you, or did you lose a lot of money last night?" Considering that the young man's income was derived from an exceedingly well-invested capital of $9 million and that Harris was the all-too-perfect captain of his yacht lying then in the harbour, whose worst complaint was that he had never enough work to do, Lady Waybourne's inquiries might have been considered as merely tentative. Richard shook his head a little gloomily. "Those things aren't likely to trouble me," he remarked. "Harris is all right, and I've promised him we'll make up a little party and go over to Cannes in a day or two." "What a ripping idea," Lady Waybourne declared, breaking up her thin toast between her fingers. "I'd love it, and so would Harry. We could easily get together a delightful party. The Pelhams are here and simply dying for a change, and there's Captain Gardner and Frank Close and lots of nice girls. Couldn't we fix a date, Dick?" "Not just yet," her brother replied. "And why not?" "I am waiting," he told her, "until I can ask the girl I want to go." "And why can't you now?" she demanded, with upraised eyebrows. "I'll be hostess and chaperone all in one." "I can't ask her because I don't know her yet," the young man explained doggedly. Lady Waybourne leaned back in her chair and laughed. "So that's it," she exclaimed. "Now I know why you're sitting there like an owl this morning. In love with a fair unknown, are you, Dick? Be careful. Monte Carlo is full of young ladies whom it would be just as well to know a little about before you thought of taking them yachting." "This one isn't that sort," the young man said. "How do you know that?" she asked, leaning across the table, her head resting on her clasped hands. He looked at her almost contemptuously. "How do I know?" he repeated. "There are just one or two things that happen in this world which a man can be utterly and entirely sure of. She is one of them. Say, Flossie," he added, the enthusiasm creeping at last into his tone, "you never saw anyone quite like her in all your life." "Do I know her, I wonder?" Lady Waybourne inquired. "That's just what I've asked you here to find out," her brother replied ingenuously. "I heard her tell the man she was with this morning, her father, I believe, about an hour ago, that she would be at Ciro's at 1:30. It's 20 minutes to 2 now." Lady Waybourne laughed heartily. "So that's why you dragged me out of bed and made me come to lunch with you. Dick, what a fraud you are. I was thinking what a dear, affectionate brother you were, and all the time you were just making use of me." "Sorry," the young man said briskly, "but after all, we needn't stand on ceremony, need we? I've always been your pal, gave you a leg up with the old man, you know, when he wasn't keen on the British alliance." She nodded. "Oh, I'll do what I can for you," she promised. "If she is anyone in particular, I expect I shall know her. What's happening, Dick?" The young man's face was almost transformed. His eyes were bright and very fixed. His lips had come together in a firm, straight line, as though he were renewing some promise to himself. Lady Waybourne followed the direction of his gaze. A man and a girl had reached the entrance to the restaurant and were looking around them as though to select a table. The chief maitre d'hôtel had hastened out to receive them. They were, without doubt, people of importance. The man was of medium height, with iron-grey hair and moustache and a small imperial. He wore light clothes of perfect cut, patent shoes with white linen gaiters, a black tie fastened with a pin of opals. He carried himself with an air which was unmistakable and convincing. The girl by his side was beautiful. She was simply dressed in a tailor-made gown of white serge. Her black hat was a miracle of smartness. Her hair was of a very light shade of golden brown, her complexion wonderfully fair. Lady Waybourne glanced at her shoes and gloves, at the bag which she was carrying, and the handle of her parasol. Then she nodded approvingly. "You don't know her?" Richard asked in a disappointed whisper. She shook her head. "Sorry," she admitted, "but I don't. They've probably only just arrived." With great ceremony the newcomers were conducted to the best table upon the terrace. The man was evidently an habitué. He had scarcely taken his seat before. With a very low bow, the sommelier brought him a small wine-glass filled with what seemed to be vermouth. While he sipped it, he smoked a Russian cigarette and with a gold pencil wrote out the menu of his luncheon. In a few minutes the manager himself came hurrying out from the restaurant. His salute was almost reverential. When, after a few moments' conversation, he departed, he did so with the air of one taking leave of royalty. Lady Waybourne, who was an inquisitive little person, was puzzled. "I don't know who they are, Dick," she confessed, "but I know the ways of this place well, and I can tell you one thing, they are people of importance. You can tell that by the way they are received. These restaurant people don't make mistakes. Of course they are people of importance," the young man declared. "Anyone can see that by a glance at the girl. I am sorry you don't know them," he went on, "but you've got to find out who they are. And pretty quickly, too. Look here, Flossie, I'm a bit useful to you now and then, aren't I?" "Without you, my dear Dick," she murmured, "I should never be able to manage those awful trustees. You are invaluable, a perfect jewel of a brother. Well, I'll give you that little electric coupe you were so keen on last time we were in London, if you'll get me an introduction to that girl within 24 hours. Lady Waybourne gasped. "What a whirlwind!" she exclaimed. "Dickie, are you by any chance in earnest?" "In earnest for the first time in my life," he assured her. "Something has got hold of me which I'm not going to part with." She considered him reflectively. He was 27 years of age, and notwithstanding the boundless opportunities of his youth and great wealth, he had so far shown an almost singular indifference to the whole of the opposite sex, from the fascinating chorus girls of London and New York to the no less enterprising young women of his own order. As she sat there studying his features, she felt a sensation almost of awe. There was something entirely different, something stronger in his face. She thought for a moment of their father as she had known him in her childhood, the founder of their fortunes, a man who had risen from a moderate position to immense wealth through sheer force of will, of pertinacity. For the first time she saw the same look upon her brother's face. "Well," she sighed, "I shall do my best to earn it. I only hope, Dick, that she is—" "She is what?" he demanded, looking at her steadfastly. "Oh, not engaged or anything, I mean," Lady Waybourne explained hastily. "I must admit, Dick, although I don't suppose any sister is particularly keen upon her brother's young women, that I think you've shown excellent taste. She is absolutely the best style of anyone I've seen in Monte Carlo. How are you going to manage that introduction?" he asked bluntly. "Have you made any plans?" "I don't suppose it will be difficult," she assured him, lighting a cigarette and shaking her head at the tray of liqueurs which the sommelier was offering. "Get me some cream for my coffee, Dick. Now I'll tell you," she continued, as the waiter disappeared. "You will have to call that under maître d'hôtel. You had better give him a substantial tip and ask him quietly for their names. Then I'll see about the rest." "That seems sensible enough," he admitted. "And look here, Dick," she went on, "I know how impetuous you are. Don't do anything foolish. Remember, this isn't an ordinary adventure. If you go rushing in upon it, you'll come to grief." "I know," he answered shortly. "I was fool enough to hang about the flower shops and that milliner's this morning. I couldn't help it. I don't know whether she noticed. I believe she did. Once our eyes did meet, and although I'll swear she never changed her expression, I felt that the whole world didn't hold so small a creature as I. Here comes Charles. I'll ask him." He beckoned to the maître d'hôtel and talked for a moment about the luncheon. Then he ordered a table for the next day, and slipping a louis into the man's hand, leaned over and whispered in his ear, "I want you to tell me the name of the gentleman and young lady who are sitting over there at the corner table." The maître d'hôtel glanced covertly in the direction indicated. He did not at once reply. His face was perplexed, almost troubled. "I am very sorry, sir," he said hesitatingly, "but our orders are very strict. Monsieur Ciro does not like anything in the way of gossip about our clients, and the gentleman is a very honoured patron. The young lady is his daughter." "Quite right," the young man agreed bluntly. "This isn't an ordinary case, Charles. You go over to the desk there, write me down the name and bring it, and there's a 100-franc note waiting here for you. No need for the name to pass your lips." The man bowed and retreated. In a few minutes he came back again and laid a small card upon the table. "Monsieur will pardon my reminding him," he begged earnestly, "but if he will be so good as to never mention this little matter, Richard nodded and waved him away. "Sure," he promised. He drew the card towards him and looked at it in a puzzled manner. Then he passed it to his sister. Her expression, too, was blank. "Who in the name of mischief," he exclaimed softly, "is Mr. Grex?" Chapter 5. "Who is Mr. Grex?" Lady Waybourne insisted, after a reasonable amount of time spent over their coffee, that her brother should pay the bill and leave the restaurant. They walked slowly across the square. "What are you going to do about it?" he asked. "There is only one thing to be done," she replied. "I shall speak to everyone I meet this afternoon. I shall be, in fact, most sociable. And sooner or later in our conversation I shall ask everyone if they know Mr. Grex and his daughter. When I arrive at someone who does, that will be the first step, won't it? I wonder whether we shall see someone soon," he grumbled, looking around. "Where are all the people today?" She laughed softly. "Just a little impetuous, aren't you?" "I should say so," he admitted. "I'd like to be introduced to her before 4 o'clock, propose to her this evening, and what? Never mind," he concluded, marching on with his head turned towards the clouds. "Let's go and sit down upon the terrace and talk about her." "But my dear Dickie," his sister protested, "I don't want to sit upon the terrace. I'm going to my dressmaker's across the way there, and afterwards to Lucy's to try on some hats. Then I'm going back to the hotel for an hour's rest and to prink, and afterwards into the sporting club at 4 o'clock. That's my program. I shall be doing what I can the whole of the time. I shall make discreet inquiries of my dressmaker, who knows everybody, and I shan't let a single acquaintance go by. You will have to amuse yourself till 4 o'clock at any rate. There's Sir Henry Hunterley's over there having coffee. Go and talk to him. He may put you out of your misery. Thanks ever so much for my luncheon, and au revoir." She turned away with a little nod. Her brother, after a moment's hesitation, approached the table where Hunterley's was sitting alone. "How do you do, Sir Henry?" Hunterley's returned his greeting a little blankly at first. Then he remembered the young man and held out his hand. "Of course. You are Richard Lane, aren't you? Sit down and have some coffee. What are you doing here?" "I've got a little boat in the harbour," Richard replied as he drew up a chair. "I've been at Algiers for a time with some friends, and I've brought them on here. Just been lunching with my sister." "Are you alone?" Hunterley's hesitated. "Yes, I am alone. Wonderful place," the young man went on. "Wonderful crowd of people here, too. I suppose you know everybody?" he added, warming up as he approached his subject. "On the contrary," Hunterley's answered. "I am almost a stranger here. I have been staying further down the coast." "Happen to know anyone of the name of Grex?" Lane asked, with elaborate carelessness. Hunterley's made no immediate reply. He seemed to be considering the name. "Grex," he repeated, knocking the ash from his cigarette. "Rather an uncommon name, isn't it? Why do you ask?" "Oh, I've seen an elderly man and a young lady about once or twice," Lane explained. "Very interesting-looking people. Someone told me that their name was Grex. There is a person living under that name, I think," Hunterley said, "who has taken the Villa Mimosa for the season." "Do you know him personally?" the young man asked eagerly. "Personally? No, I can scarcely say that I do," Richard Lane sighed. It was disappointment number one. For some reason or other, too, Hunterley seemed disposed to change the conversation. "The young lady who is always with him," Richard persisted, "would that be his daughter?" Hunterley's turned a little in his seat and surveyed his questioner. He had met Lane once or twice and rather liked him. "Look here, young fellow," he said, good-humouredly. "Let me ask you a question for a change. What is the nature of these inquiries of yours?" Lane hesitated. Something in Hunterley's face and manner induced him to tell the truth. "I have fallen head over heels in love with the young lady," he confessed. "Don't think I am a confounded jackass. I am not in the habit of doing such things. I'm 27, and I have never gone out of my way to meet a girl yet. This is something different. I want to find out about them and get an introduction." Hunterley shook his head regretfully. "I am afraid," he said, "that I can be of no use to you. No practical use, that is. I can only give you one little piece of advice." "Well, what is it?" Richard asked eagerly. "If you are in earnest," Hunterley continued, "and I will do you the credit to believe that you are, you had better pack up your things, return to your yacht and take a cruise somewhere. Take a cruise somewhere. Hunterley's nodded. "Get out of Monte Carlo as quickly as you can, and above all, don't think anything more of that, young lady. Get the idea out of your head as quickly as you can." The young man was sitting upright in his chair. His manner was half minatory. "Say, what do you mean by this?" he demanded. "Exactly what I said just now," Hunterley's rejoined. "If you are in earnest, and I have no doubt that you are, I should clear out." "What is it you are trying to make me understand?" Richard asked bluntly. "That you have about as much chance with that young lady," Hunterley's assured him, "as with that very graceful statue in the square yonder." Richard sat for a moment with knitted brows. "Then you know who she is, anyway?" "Whether I do or whether I do not," the older man said gravely, "so far as I am concerned, the subject is exhausted. I have given you the best advice you ever had in your life. It's up to you to follow it." Richard looked at him blankly. "Well, you've got me puzzled," he confessed. Hunterley's rose to his feet and, summoning a waiter, paid his bill. "You'll excuse me, won't you?" he begged. "I have an appointment in a few minutes. If you are wise, young man," he added, patting him on the shoulder as he turned to go, "you will take my advice." Left to himself, Richard Lane strolled around the place towards the terrace. He had no fancy for the rooms, and he found a seat as far removed as possible from the Tir du Pigeons. He sat there with folded arms, looking out across the sun-dappled sea. His matter-of-fact brain offered him but one explanation as to the meaning of Hunterley's words, and against that explanation his whole being was in passionate revolt. He represented a type of young man who possesses morals by reason of a certain unsuspected idealism, mingled with perfect physical sanity. It seemed to him, as he sat there, that he had been waiting for this day for years. The old nights in New York and Paris and London floated before his memory. He pushed them on one side with a shiver, and yet with a curious feeling of exultation he recalled a certain sensation which had been drawn through his life like a thin golden thread, a sensation which had a habit of especially asserting itself in the midst of these youthful orgies, a curious sense of waiting for something to happen, a sensation which had been responsible very often for what his friends had looked upon as eccentricity. He knew now that this thing had arrived, and everything else in life seemed to pale by the side of it. Hunterley's words had thrown him temporarily into a strange turmoil. Solitude for a few moments he had felt to be entirely necessary, yet directly he was alone, directly he was free to listen to his convictions, he could have laughed at that first mad surging of his blood, the fierce instinctive rebellion against the conclusion to which Hunterley's words seemed to point. Now that he was alone, he was not even angry. No one else could possibly understand. Before long he was once more upon his feet, starting out upon his quest with renewed energy. He had scarcely taken a dozen steps, however, when he came face to face with Lady Hunterley and Mr. Drachenmeier. Quite oblivious of the fact that they seemed inclined to avoid him, he greeted them both with unusual warmth. "Saw your husband just now, Lady Hunterley," he remarked, a little puzzled. "I fancied he said he was alone here." She smiled. "We did not come together," she explained. "In fact, our meeting was almost accidental. Henry had been at Bordighera and San Remo, and I came out with Mr. and Mrs. Drachenmeier." The young man nodded and turned towards Drachenmeier, who was standing a little on one side as though anxious to proceed. "Mr. Drachenmeier doesn't remember me, perhaps. I met him at my sister's, Lady Waybourne's, just before Christmas." "I remember you perfectly," Mr. Drachenmeier assured him courteously. "We have all been admiring your beautiful yacht in the harbour there. I was thinking of getting up a little cruise before long," Richard continued. "If so, I hope you'll all join us. Flossie is going to be hostess and the Montressors are passengers already." They murmured something non-committal. Lady Hunterley seemed as though about to pass on, but Lane blocked the way. "I only arrived the other day from Algiers," he went on, making frantic efforts to continue the conversation. "I brought Freddie Montressor and his sister, and Fothergill. Mr. Montressor has come to the Hôtel de Paris," Lady Hunterley remarked. "What sort of weather did you have in Algiers?" "Ripping," the young man replied absently, entirely oblivious of the fact that they had been driven away by incessant rain. "This place is much more fun, though," he added with sudden inspiration. "Crowds of interesting people. I suppose you know everyone? Lady Hunterley shook her head. Indeed I do not. Mr. Drachenmeier here is my guide. He is as good as a walking directory. I wonder if either of you know some people named Grex, Richard asked, with studious indifference. Mr. Drachenmeier for the first time showed some signs of interest. He looked at their questioner steadfastly. Grex, he repeated, a very uncommon name. Very uncommon-looking people, Richard declared. The man is elderly, and looks as though he took great care of himself, awfully well turned out and all that. The daughter is good-looking. Mr. Drachenmeier took off his gold-rimmed spectacles and rubbed them with his handkerchief. Why do you ask? He inquired. Is this just curiosity? Rather more than that, Richard said boldly. It's interest. Mr. Drachenmeier readjusted his spectacles. Mr. Grex, he announced, is a gentleman of great wealth and illustrious birth, who has taken a very magnificent villa and desires for a time to lead a life of seclusion. That is as much as I or anyone else knows. What about the young lady? Richard persisted. The young lady, Mr. Drachenmeier answered, is, as you surmise, his daughter. Shall we finish our promenade, Lady Hunterley's? Richard stood grudgingly a little on one side. Mr. Drachenmeier, he said desperately, do you think there'd be any chance of my getting an introduction to the young lady? Mr. Drachenmeier at first smiled and then began to laugh, as though something in the idea tickled him. He looked at the young man and Richard hated him. Not the slightest in the world, I should think, he declared. Good afternoon. Lady Hunterley's joined in her companion's amusement as they continued their promenade. Is the young man in love, do you suppose? She inquired lightly. If so, her companion replied, he has made a somewhat unfortunate choice. However, it really doesn't matter. Love at his age is nothing more than a mood. It will pass as all moods pass. She turned and looked at him. Do you mean, she asked incredulously, that youth is incapable of love? They had paused for a moment, looking out across the bay towards the glittering white front of Bordighera. Mr. Drachenmeier took off his hat. Somehow, without it in that clear light, one realized, notwithstanding his spectacles, his grizzled black beard of unfashionable shape, his over-massive forehead and shaggy eyebrows, that his, too, was the face of one whose feet were not always upon the earth. Perhaps, he answered, it is a matter of degree, yet I am almost tempted to answer your question absolutely. I do not believe that youth can love, because from the first it misapprehends the meaning of the term. I believe that the gift of loving comes only to those who have reached the hills. She looked at him, a little surprised, always thoughtful, always sympathetic, generally stimulating. It was very seldom that she had heard him speak with so much real feeling. Suddenly he turned his head from the sea. His eyes seemed to challenge hers. Your question, he continued, touches upon one of the great tragedies of life. Upon those who are free from their youth there is a great tax levied. Nature has decreed that they should feel something which they call love. They marry, and in this small world of ours they give a hostage as heavy as a millstone of their chances of happiness. For it is only in later life, when a man has knowledge as well as passion, when unless he is fortunate it is too late, that he can know what love is. She moved a little uneasily. She felt that something was coming which she desired to avoid, some confidence, something from which she must escape. The memory of her husband's warning was vividly present with her. She felt the magnetism of her companion's words, his compelling gaze. It is so with me, he went on, leaning a little towards her. Only in my case. Providence was intervening. Never had the swish of a woman's skirt sounded so sweet to her before. Here's Dolly Montressor, she interrupted, coming up to speak to us. Chapter 6. Cakes and Counsels. The sporting club seemed to fill up that afternoon almost as soon as the doors were opened. At 4:30, people were standing 2 or 3 deep around the roulette tables. Seligman, very warm and looking somewhat annoyed, withdrew himself from the front row of the lower table, and taking Mr. Grex and Drachenmeier by the arm, led them towards the tea-room. I have lost 6 louis, he exclaimed fretfully. I have had the devil's own luck. I shall play no more for the present. We will have tea together. They appropriated a round table in a distant corner of the restaurant. History, Seligman continued, heaping his plate with rich cakes. has been made before now in strange places. Why not here? We sit here in close touch with one of the most interesting phases of modern life. We can even hear the voice of fate, the click of the little ball as it finishes its momentous journey and sinks to rest. Why should we too not speak of fateful things? Mr. Drachenmeier glanced around. For myself, he muttered, I must say that I prefer a smaller room and a locked door. Seligman demolished a chocolate eclair and shook his head vigorously. The public places for me, he declared. Now look around. There is no one, as you will admit, within earshot. Very well. What will they say, those who suspect us, if they see us drinking tea and eating many cakes together? Certainly not that we conspire, that we make mischief here. On the other hand, they will say, there are three great men at play, come to Monte Carlo to rest from their labors, to throw aside for a time the burden from their shoulders, to flirt, to play, to eat cakes. It is a good place to talk, this, and I have something in my mind which must be said. Mr. Grex sipped his pale, lemon-flavored tea and toyed with his cigarette case. He was eating nothing. Assuming you to be a man of sense, my dear Seligman, he remarked, I think that what you have to say is easily surmised. The Englishman, Seligman agreed with ponderous emphasis. We have before us, he declared, a task of unusual delicacy. Our friend from Paris may be here at any moment. How we shall fare with him heaven only knows. But there is one thing very certain. At the sight of Hunterlys he will take alarm. He will be like a frightened bird, all ruffled feathers. He will never settle down to a serious discussion. Hunterlys knows this. That is why he presents himself without reserve in public, why he is surrounded with Secret Service men of his own country, all on the qui-vive for the coming of Douai. It appears tolerably certain, Mr. Drachenmeier said calmly, that we must get rid of Hunterlys. Mr. Grex looked out of the window for a moment. To some extent, he observed, I am a stranger here. I come as a guest to this conference, as our other friend from Paris comes too. Any small task which may arise from the necessities of the situation devolves, I think I may say without unfairness, upon you, my friend. Seligman assented gloomily. That is true, he admitted, but in Hunterlys we have to do with no ordinary man. He does not gamble. To the ordinary attractions of Monte Carlo he is indifferent. He is one of these thin-blooded men with principles. Cromwell would have made a lay preacher of him. You find difficulties? Mr. Grex queried with slightly uplifted eyebrows. Not difficulties, Seligman continued quickly, or if indeed we do call them difficulties, let us say at once that they are very minor ones. Only the thing must be done neatly and without ostentation, for the sake of our friend who comes. My own position, Mr. Drachenmeier intervened, is in a way delicate. The unexplained disappearance of Sir Henry Hunterlys might, by some people, be connected with the great friendship which exists between my wife and his. Mr. Grex polished his horn-rimmed eyeglass. Seligman nodded sympathetically. Neither of them looked at Drachenmeier. Finally, Seligman heaved a sigh and brushed the crumbs from his waistcoat. If one were assured, he murmured thoughtfully, that Hunterlys' presence here had a real significance. Drachenmeier pushed his chair forward and leaned across the table. The heads of the three men were close together. His tone was stealthily lowered. Let me tell you something, my friend Seligman, which I think should strengthen any half-formed intention you may have in your brain. Hunterlys is no ordinary sojourner here. You were quite right when you told me that his stay at Bordighera and San Remo was a matter of days only. Now I will tell you something. 3 weeks ago he was at Bucharest. He spent 2 days with Novisco. From there he went to Sofia. He was heard of in Athens and Constantinople. My own agent wrote me that he was in Belgrade. Hunterlys is the bosom friend of the English Foreign Secretary. That I know for myself. You have your reports. You can read between the lines. I tell you that Hunterlys is the man who has paralyzed our action amongst the Balkan states. He has played a neat little game out there. It is he who was the inspiration of Romania. It is he who drafted the secret understanding with Turkey. The war which we hoped for will not take place. From there Hunterlys came in a gunboat and landed on the Italian coast. He lingered at Bordighera for appearances only. He is here, if he can, to break up our conference. I tell you that none of you appreciate this man. Hunterlys is the most dangerous Englishman living. One moment, Seligman interrupted. To some extent I follow you, but when you speak of Hunterlys as a power in the present tense, doesn't it occur to you that his party is not in office? He is simply a member of the opposition. If his party get in again at the next election, I grant you that he will be foreign minister, and a dangerous one. But today he is simply a private person. It is not everyone, Mr. Drachenmeier said slowly, who bows his knee to the shibboleth of party politics. Remember that I come to you from London, and I have information of which few others are possessed. Hunterlys is of the stuff of which patriots are made. Party is no concern of his. He and the present Foreign Secretary are the greatest of personal friends. I know for a fact that Hunterlys has actually been consulted and has helped in one or two recent crises. The very circumstance that he is not of the ruling party makes a free lance of him. When his people are in power, he will have to take office and wear the shackles. Today, with every quality which would make him the greatest foreign minister England has ever had since Disraeli, he is nothing more nor less than a roving diplomatist, emperor of his country's secret service, if you like to put it so. Furthermore, look a little into that future of which I have spoken. The present English government will last at the most another 2 years. I tell you that when they go out of power, whoever comes in, Hunterlys will go to the Foreign Office. We shall have to deal with a man who knows, a man. I am not wholly satisfied with these eclairs, Seligman interrupted, gazing into the dish. Maître d'hôtel, come and listen to an awful complaint, he went on, and, addressing one of the head waiters, your eclairs are too small, your cream cakes too irresistible. I eat too much here. How, I ask you, in the name of common sense, can a man dine who takes tea here? Bring the bill. The man, smiling, hastened away. Not a word had passed between the three, yet the other two understood the situation perfectly. Hunterlys and Richard Lane had entered the room together and were seated at an adjoining table. Seligman plunged into a fresh tirade, pointing to the half-demolished plateful of cakes. I will eat one more, he declared. We will bilk the management. The bill is made out. I shall not be observed. Our friend, he continued under his breath, has secured a valuable bodyguard, something very large and exceedingly powerful. Drachenmeier hesitated for a moment. Then he turned to Mr. Grex. You have perhaps observed, he said, the young man who is seated at the next table. It may amuse you to hear of a very extraordinary piece of impertinence of which, only this afternoon, he was guilty. He accosted me upon the terrace. He is a young American whom I have met in London, and asked me for information respecting a Mr. and Miss Grex. Mr. Grex looked slowly towards the speaker. There was very little change in his face, yet Drachenmeier seemed in some way confused. You will understand, I am sure, sir, he continued, a little hastily, that I was in no way to blame for the question which the young man addressed to me. He had the presumption to inquire whether I could procure for him an introduction to the young lady whom he knew as Miss Grex. Even at this moment, Drachenmeier went on, lowering his voice, he is trying to persuade Hunterlys to let him come over to us. The young man, Mr. Grex said deliberately, is ignorant. If necessary, he must be taught his lesson. Seligman intervened. He breathed a heavy sigh. Well, he observed, I perceive that the task at which we have hinted is to fall upon my shoulders. We must do what we can. I am a tender-hearted man, and if extremes can be avoided, I shall like my task better. And now I have changed my mind. The loss of that 6 louis weighs upon me. I shall endeavour to regain it. Let us go. They rose and passed out into the roulette rooms. Richard Lane, who remained in his seat with an effort, watched them pass with a frown upon his face. Say, Sir Henry, he complained, I don't quite understand this. Why, I'd only got to go over to Drachenmeier there and stand and talk for a moment, and he must have introduced me. Hunterlys shook his head. Let me assure you, he said, that Drachenmeier would have done nothing of the sort. For one thing, we don't introduce over here as a matter of course, as you do in America. And for another, well, I won't trouble you with the other reason. Look here, Lane. Take my advice, there's a sensible fellow. I am a man of the world, you know, and there are certain situations in which one can make no mistake. If you are as hard hit as you say you are, go for a cruise and get over it. Don't hang around here. No good will come of it." The young man set his teeth. He was looking very determined indeed. "There isn't anything in this world short of a bomb," he declared, "which is going to blow me out of Monte Carlo before I have made the acquaintance of Miss Grex." Chapter 7. The Effrontery of Richard. Hunterlys took leave of his companion as soon as they arrived at the roulette rooms. "Take my advice, Lane," he said seriously. "Find something to occupy your thoughts. Throw a few $100,000 of your dollars away at the tables. If you must do something foolish, you'll get into far less trouble." Richard made no direct reply. He watched Hunterlys depart and took up his place opposite the door to await his sister's arrival. It was 5:15 before she appeared, and found him waiting for her in the doorway. "Say you're late, Flossie," he grumbled. "I thought you were going to be here soon after 4. She glanced at the little watch upon her wrist. "How the time does slip away," she sighed. "But really, Dickie, I am late in your interests as much as anything. I have been paying a few calls. I went out to the Villa Rosa to see some people who almost live here, and then I met Lady Crawley, and she made me go in and have some tea." "Well?" he asked impatiently. "Well?" She laid her fingers upon his arm and drew him into a less crowded part of the room. "Dickie," she confessed, "I don't seem to have had a bit of luck. The Comtesse de Hausson, who lives at the Villa Rosa, knows them, and showed me from the window the Villa Mimosa, where they live, but she would tell me absolutely nothing about them. The villa is the finest in Monte Carlo, and has always been taken before by someone of note. She declares that they do not mix in the society of the place, but she admits that she has heard a rumor that Grex is only an assumed name. I begin to believe that myself," he said doggedly. "Hunterlys knows who they are and won't tell me. So does that fellow Drachenmeier." "Sir Henry and Mr. Drachenmeier," she repeated, raising her eyes. "My dear Dick, that doesn't sound very reasonable, does it?" "I tell you that they do," he persisted. "They as good as told me so. Hunterlys especially left me here only half an hour ago, and his last words were advising me to chuck it. He's a sensible chap enough, but he won't even tell me why. I've had enough of it. I've a good mind to take the bull by the horns myself. Mr. Grex is here now, somewhere about—" He was sitting with Mr. Drachenmeier and a fat old German a few minutes ago, at the next table to ours. If I had been alone, I should have gone up and chanced being introduced, but Hunterlys wouldn't let me. "Well, so far," Lady Waybourne admitted, "I fear that I haven't done much towards that electric coupe. But," she added, in a changed tone, looking across the tables, "there is just one thing, Dickie. Fate sometimes has a great deal to do with these little affairs. Look over there." Richard left his sister precipitately, without even a word of farewell. She watched him cross the room and smiled at the fury of a little Frenchman, whom he nearly knocked over in his hurry to get round to the other side of the table. A moment later he was standing a few feet away from the girl who had taken so strange a hold upon his affections. He himself was conscious of a curious and unfamiliar nervousness. Physically he felt as though he had been running hard. He set his teeth and tried to keep cool. He found some plaques in his pocket and began to stake. Then he became aware that the girl was holding in her hand a note, and endeavouring to attract the attention of the man who was giving change. "A petite monnaie, s'il vous plaît," he heard her say, stretching out the note. The man took no notice. Richard held out his hand. "Will you allow me to get it changed for you?" he asked. Her first impulse at the sound of his voice was evidently one of resentment. She seemed indeed in the act of returning some chilling reply. Then she glanced half carelessly towards him, and her eyes rested upon his face. Richard was good-looking enough, but the chief characteristic of his face was a certain honesty, which seemed accentuated at that moment by his undoubted earnestness. The type was perhaps strange to her. She was almost startled by what she saw. Scarcely knowing what she did, she allowed him to take the note from her fingers. "Thank you very much," she murmured. Richard procured the change. He would have lifted everyone out of the way if she had been in a hurry. Then he turned round and counted it very slowly into her hands. From the left one she had removed the glove, and he saw, to his relief, that there was no engagement ring there. He counted so slowly that towards the end she seemed to become a little impatient. "That is quite all right," she said. "It was very kind of you to trouble." She spoke very correct English with the slightest of foreign accents. He looked once more into her eyes. "It was a pleasure," he declared. She smiled faintly, an act of graciousness which absolutely turned his head. With her hand full of plaques, she moved away and found a place a little lower down the table. Richard fought with his first instinct and conquered it. He remained where he was, and when he moved it was in another direction. He went into the bar and ordered a whiskey and soda. He was as excited as he had been in the old days when he had rowed stroke in a winning race for his college boat. He felt somehow or other that the first step had been a success. She had been inclined at first to resent his offer. She had looked at him and changed her mind. Even when she had turned away, she had smiled. It was ridiculous, but he felt as though he had taken a great step. Presently Lady Waybourne, on her way to the baccarat rooms, saw him sitting there and looked in. "Well, Dickie," she exclaimed, "what luck?" "Sit down, Flossie," he begged. "I've spoken to her." "You don't mean—" she began, horrified. "Oh, no, nothing of that sort," he interrupted. "Don't think I'm such a blundering ass. She was trying to get change and couldn't reach. I took the note from her, got the change and gave it to her. She said thank you. When she went away, she smiled." Lady Waybourne flopped down upon the divan and screamed with laughter. "Dickie," she murmured, wiping her eyes, "tell me, is that why you are sitting there, looking as though you could see right into heaven? Do you know that your face was one great beam when I came in?" "Can't help it," he answered contentedly. "I've spoken to her and she smiled." Lady Waybourne opened her gold bag and produced a card. "Well," she said, "here is another chance for you. Of course, I don't know that it will come to anything, but you may as well try your luck." "What is it?" he asked. She thrust a square of gilt-edged cardboard into his hand. "It's an invitation," she told him, "from the directors, to attend a dinner at La Turby Golf Club House up in the mountains tonight. It isn't entirely a joke, I can tell you. It takes at least an hour to get there, climbing all the way, and the place is as likely as not to be wrapped in clouds, but a great many of the important people are going, and as I happened to see Mr. Grex's name amongst the list of members the other night, there is always a chance that they may be there. If not, you see, you can soon come back." "I'm on," Richard decided. "Give me the ticket." "I am awfully obliged to you, Flossie." "If she is there," Lady Waybourne declared, rising, "I shall consider that it is equivalent to one wheel of the coupe." "Have a cocktail instead," he suggested. She shook her head. "Too early. If we meet later on, I'll have one." "What are you going to do?" "Same as I've been doing ever since lunch," he answered. "Hang around and see if I can meet anyone who knows them." She laughed and hurried off into the baccarat room, and Richard presently returned to the table at which the girl was still playing. He took particular care not to approach her, but he found a place on the opposite side of the room, from which he could watch her unobserved. She was still standing, and apparently she was losing her money. Once, with a little petulant frown, she turned away and moved a few yards lower down the room. The first time she staked in her new position, she won, and a smile which it seemed to him was the most brilliant he had ever seen parted her lips. He stood there looking at her, and in the midst of a scene where money seemed god of all things, he realized all manner of strange and pleasant sensations. The fact that he had 20,000 francs in his pocket to play with scarcely occurred to him. He was watching a little wisp of golden hair by her ear, watching her slightly wrinkled forehead as she leaned over the table, her little grimace as she lost and her stake was swept away. She seemed indifferent to all bystanders. It was obvious that she had very few acquaintances. Where he stood, it was not likely that she would notice him, and he abandoned himself wholly to the luxury of gazing at her. Then some instinct caused him to turn his head. He felt that he in his turn was being watched. He glanced towards the divan set against the wall, by the side of which he was standing. Mr. Grex was seated there, only a few feet away, smoking a cigarette. Their eyes met, and Richard was conscious of a sudden embarrassment. He felt like a detected thief, and he acted at that moment as he often did, entirely on impulse. He leaned down and resolutely addressed Mr. Grex. "I should be glad, sir, if you would allow me to speak to you for a moment." Mr. Grex's expression was one of cold surprise. unmixed with any curiosity. "Do you address me?" he asked. His tone was vastly discouraging, but it was too late to draw back. "I should like to speak to you if I may," Richard continued. "I am not aware," Mr. Grex said, "that I have the privilege of your acquaintance." "You haven't," Richard admitted. "But all the same I want to speak to you, if I may." "Since you have gone so far," Mr. Grex conceded, "you had better finish. But you must allow me to tell you in advance that I look upon any address from a perfect stranger as an impertinence." "You'll think worse of me before I've finished then," Richard declared desperately. "You don't mind if I sit down?" "These seats," Mr. Grex replied coldly, "are free to all." The young man took his place upon the divan with a sinking heart. There was something in Mr. Grex's tone which seemed to destroy all his confidence, a note of something almost alien in the measured contempt of his speech. "I am sorry to give you any offense," Richard began. "I happened to notice that you were watching me. I was looking at your daughter, staring at her. I am afraid you thought me impertinent." "Your perspicuity," Mr. Grex observed, "seems to be of a higher order than your manners. You are perhaps a stranger to civilized society." "I don't know about that," Richard went on doggedly. "I have been to college and mixed with the usual sort of people. My birth isn't much to speak of, perhaps, if you count that for anything." Something which was almost like the ghost of a smile, devoid of any trace of humor, parted Mr. Grex's lips. "If I count that for anything," he repeated, half closing his eyes for a moment. "Pray proceed, young man." "I am an American," Richard continued. "My name is Richard Lane. My father was very wealthy, and I am his heir. My sister is Lady Waybourne. I was lunching with her at Ciro's today when I saw you and your daughter. I think I can say that I am a respectable person. I have a great many friends to whom I can refer you." "I am not thinking of engaging anybody that I know of," Mr. Grex murmured. "I want to marry your daughter," Richard declared desperately, feeling that any further form of explanation would only lead him into greater trouble. Mr. Grex knocked the ash from his cigarette. "Is your keeper anywhere in the vicinity?" he asked. "I am perfectly sane," Richard assured him. "I know that it sounds foolish, but it isn't really. I am 27 years old, and I have never asked a girl to marry me yet. I have been waiting until—" The words died away upon his lips. It was impossible for him to continue. The cold enmity of this man was too chilling. "I am absolutely in earnest," he insisted. "I have been endeavoring all day to find some mutual friend to introduce me to your daughter. Will you do so? Will you give me a chance?" "I will not," Mr. Grex replied firmly. "Why not? Please tell me why not," Richard begged. "I am not asking for anything more now than just an opportunity to talk with her." "It is not a matter which admits of discussion," Mr. Grex pronounced. "I have permitted you to say what you wished, notwithstanding the colossal, the unimaginable impertinence of your suggestion. I request you to leave me now, and I advise you most heartily to indulge no more in the most preposterous and idiotic idea which ever entered into the head of an apparently sane young man." Richard rose slowly to his feet. "Very well, sir," he replied. "I'll go. All the same, what you have said doesn't make any difference." "Does not make any difference," Mr. Grex repeated with arched eyebrows. "None at all," Richard declared. "I don't know what your objection to me is, but I hope you'll get over it some day. I'd like to make friends with you. Perhaps later on you may look at the matter differently." "Later on?" Mr. Grex murmured. "When I have married your daughter," Richard concluded, marching defiantly away. Mr. Grex watched the young man until he had disappeared in the crowd. Then he leaned hack amongst the cushions of the divan with folded arms. Little lines had become visible around his eyes. There was a slight twitching at the corners of his lips. He looked like a man who was inwardly enjoying some huge joke. Chapter 8. Up the mountain, Richard, passing the Hotel de Paris that evening in his wicked-looking grey racing car, saw Hunterley's standing on the steps and pulled up. "Not going up to La Turbie, by any chance?" he inquired. Hunterley's nodded. "I'm going up to the dinner," he replied. "The hotel motor is starting from here in a few minutes. Come with me," Richard invited. Hunterley's looked a little doubtfully at the long, low machine. "Are you going to shoot up?" he asked. "It's rather a dangerous road." "I'll take care of you," the young man promised. "That hotel bus will be crammed. They glided through the streets onto the broad, hard road and crept upwards with scarcely a sound through the blue-black twilight. Around and in front of them little lights shone out from the villas and small houses dotted away in the mountains. Almost imperceptibly they passed into a different atmosphere. The air became cold and exhilarating. The flavor of the mountain snows gave life to the breeze. Hunterlys buttoned up his coat but bared his head. "My young friend," he said, "this is wonderful." "It's a great climb," Richard assented. "And doesn't she just eat it up?" They paused for a moment at La Turbie. Below them was a chain of glittering lights fringing the Bay of Mentone, and at their feet the lights of the casino and Monte Carlo flared up through the scented darkness. Once more they swung upwards. The road now had become narrower, and the turnings more frequent. They were up above the region of villas and farmhouses, in a country which seemed to consist only of bleak hillside, open to the winds, wrapped in shadows. Now and then they heard the tinkling of a goat bell. Far below they saw the twin lights of other ascending cars. They reached the plateau at last and drew up before the clubhouse, ablaze with cheerful lights. "I'll just leave the car under the trees," Richard declared. "No one will be staying late." Hunterlys unwound his scarf and handed his coat and hat to a page boy. Then he stood suddenly rigid. He bit his lip. His wife had just issued from the cloakroom and was drawing on her gloves. She saw him and hesitated. She, too, turned a little paler. Slowly Hunterlys approached her. "An unexpected pleasure," he murmured. "I am here with Mr. Drachenmeier," she told him, almost bluntly. Hunterlys bowed. "And a party?" he inquired. "No," she replied. "I really did not want to come. Mr. Drachenmeier had promised Monsieur Pericot, the director here, to come and bring Mrs. Drachenmeier. At the last moment, however, she was not well enough, and he almost insisted upon my taking her place." "Is it necessary to explain?" Hunterlys asked quietly. "You know very well how I regard this friendship of yours." "I am sorry," she said. "If I had known that we were likely to meet, well, I would not have come here tonight." "You were at least considerate," he remarked bitterly. "May I be permitted to compliment you upon your toilette?" "As you pay for my frocks," she answered. "There is certainly no reason why you shouldn't admire them." He bit his lip. There was a certain challenge in her expression which made him for a moment feel weak. She was a very beautiful woman, and she was looking her best. He spoke quickly on another subject. "Are you still," he asked, "troubled by the attentions of the person you spoke to me about?" "I am still watched," she replied dryly. "I have made some inquiries," Hunterlys continued, "and I have come to the conclusion that you are right." "And you still tell me that you have nothing to do with it?" "I assure you upon my honor that I have nothing whatever to do with it." It was obvious that she was puzzled, but at that moment Mr. Drachenmeier presented himself. The newcomer simply bowed to Hunterlys and addressed some remark about the room to Violet. Then Richard came up and they all passed on into the reception room, where 2 or 3 very fussy but very suave and charming Frenchmen were receiving the guests. A few minutes afterwards dinner was announced. A black frown was upon Richard's forehead. "She isn't coming," he muttered. "I say, Sir Henry, you won't mind if we leave early." "I shall be jolly glad to get away," Hunterlys assented heartily. Then he suddenly felt a grip of iron upon his arm. "She's come," Richard murmured ecstatically. "Look at her, all in white. Just look at the color of her hair. There she is going into the reception room. Jove! I'm glad we are here after all." Hunterlys smiled a little wearily. They passed on into the salle à manger. The seats at the long dining tables were not reserved, and they found a little table for 2 in a corner, which they annexed. Hunterlys was in a grim humor, but his companion was in the wildest spirits, considering that he was placed where he could see Mr. Grex and his daughter nearly the whole of the time. He really did contrive to keep his eyes away from them to a wonderful extent. But he talked of her unceasingly. "Say I'm sorry for you, Sir Henry," he declared. "It's just your bad luck, being here with me while I've got this fit on, but I've got to talk to someone, so you may as well make up your mind to it. There never was anything like that girl upon the earth. There never was anything like the feeling you get," he went on, "when you're absolutely and entirely convinced, when you know that there's just one girl who counts for you in the whole universe. Gee whiz, it does get hold of you. I suppose you've been through it all, though. Yes, I've been through it, Hunterlys admitted with a sigh. The young man bit his lip. The story of Hunterlys's matrimonial differences was already being whispered about. Richard talked polo vigorously for the next quarter of an hour. It was not until the coffee and liqueurs arrived that they returned to the subject of Miss Grex. Then it was Hunterlys himself who introduced it. He was beginning to rather like this big, self-confident young man, so full of his simple love affair, so absolutely honest in his purpose, in his outlook upon life. "Lane," he said, "I have given you several hints during the day, haven't I?" "That's so," Richard agreed. "You've done your best to head me off. So did my future father-in-law. Sort of hopeless task, I can assure you." Hunterlys shook his head. "Honestly," he continued, "I wouldn't let myself think too much about her, Lane. I don't want to explain exactly what I mean. There's no real reason why I shouldn't tell you what I know about Mr. Grex, but for a good many people's sakes, it's just as well that those few of us who know keep quiet. I am sure you trust me, and it's just the same, therefore, if I tell you straight, as man to man, that you're only laying up for yourself a store of unhappiness by fixing your thoughts so entirely upon that young woman." Richard, for all his sublime confidence, was a little staggered by the other's earnestness. "Look here," he said, "the girl isn't married to start with." "Not that I know of," Hunterlys confessed. "And she's not engaged because I've seen her left hand," Richard proceeded. "I'm not one of those Americans who go shouting all over the world that because I've got a few $1,000,000 I am the equal of anybody, but honestly, Sir Henry, there are a good many prejudices over this side that you fellows lay too much store by. Grex may be a nobleman in disguise. I don't care. I am a man. I can give her everything she needs in life, and I am not going to admit, even if she is an aristocrat, that you croakers are right when you shake your heads and advise me to give her up. I don't care who she is, Hunterlys. I am going to marry her." Hunterlys helped himself to a liqueur. "Young man," he said, "in a sense I admire your independence. In another, I think you've got all the conceit a man needs for this world. Let us presume for a moment that she is, as you surmise, the daughter of a nobleman. When it suits her father to throw off his incognito, she is probably in touch with young men in the highest circles of many countries. Why should you suppose that you can come along and cut them all out?" "Because I love her," the young man answered simply. "They don't. You must remember," Hunterlys resumed, "that all foreign noblemen are not what they are represented to be in your comic papers. Austrian and Russian men of high rank are most of them very highly cultivated, very accomplished and very good-looking. You don't know much of the world, do you? It's a pretty formidable enterprise to come from a New York office with only Harvard behind you and a year or so's travel as a tourist and enter the list against men who have had twice your opportunities. I am talking to you like this, young fellow, for your good. I hope you realize that. You're used to getting what you want. That's because you've been brought up in a country where money can do almost anything. I am behind the scenes here, and I can assure you that your money won't count for much with Mr. Grex." "I never thought it would," Richard admitted. "I think when I talk to her she'll understand that I care more than any of the others. If you want to know the reason, that's why I'm so hopeful." Monsieur le Directeur had risen to his feet. Someone had proposed his health, and he made a graceful little speech of acknowledgement. He remained standing for a few minutes after the cheers which had greeted his neat oratorical display had died away. The conclusion of his remarks came as rather a surprise to his guests. "I have to ask you, ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "with many, many regrets, and begging you to forgive my apparent inhospitality, to make your arrangements for leaving us as speedily as may be possible. Our magnificent situation, with which I believe that most of you are familiar, has but one drawback. We are subject to very dense mountain mists, and alas, I have to tell you that one of these has come on most unexpectedly, and the descent must be made with the utmost care. Believe me, there is no risk or any danger," he went on earnestly, "so long as you instruct your chauffeurs to proceed with all possible caution. At the same time, as there is very little chance of the mist becoming absolutely dispelled before daylight, in your own interests I would suggest that a start be made as soon as possible." Everyone rose at once, Richard and Hunterlys amongst them. "This will test your skill tonight, young man," Hunterlees remarked. "How's the nerve, eh?" Richard smiled almost beatifically. For once he had allowed his eyes to wander, and he was watching the girl with golden hair, who was at that moment receiving the respectful homage of the director. "Lunatics and men who are head over heels in love," he declared, "never come to any harm. You'll be perfectly safe with me." Chapter 9. In the Mists. Their first glimpse of the night, as Hunterlees and Lane passed out through the grudgingly opened door, was sufficiently disconcerting. A little murmur of dismay broke from the assembled crowd. Nothing was to be seen but a dense bank of white mist, through which shone the brilliant lights of the automobiles waiting at the door. Monsieur le Directeur hastened about, doing his best to reassure everybody. "If I thought it was of the slightest use," he declared, "I would ask you all to stay, but when the clouds once stoop like this, there is not likely to be any change for 24 hours, and we have not, alas, sleeping accommodation. If the cars are slowly driven and kept to the inside, it is only a matter of a mile or two before you will drop below the level of the clouds." Hunterlees and Lane made their way out to the front, and with their coat collars turned up, groped their way to the turf on the other side of the avenue. From where they stood looking downwards, the whole world seemed wrapped in mysterious and sombre silence. There was nothing to be seen but the grey, driving clouds. In less than a minute their hair and eyebrows were dripping. A slight breeze had sprung up, the cold was intense. "Cheerful sort of place, this," Lane remarked gloomily. "Shall we make a start?" Hunterlees hesitated. "Not just yet. Look!" He pointed downwards. For a moment the clouds had parted. Thousands of feet below, like little pinpricks of red fire, they saw the lights of Monte Carlo. Almost as they looked, the clouds closed up again. It was as though they had peered into another world. "Jove, that was queer," Lane muttered. "Look, what's that?" A long ray of sickly yellow light shone for a moment, and was then suddenly blotted out by a rolling mass of vapour. The clouds had closed in again once more. The obscurity was denser than ever. "The lighthouse," Hunterlees replied. "Do you think it's any use waiting?" "We'll go inside and put on our coats," Lane suggested. "My car is by the side of the avenue there. I covered it over and left it." They found their coats in the hall, wrapped themselves up and lit cigarettes. Already many of the cars had started and vanished cautiously into obscurity. Every now and then one could hear the tooting of their horns from far away below. The chief steward was directing the departures and insisting upon an interval of 3 minutes between each. The two men stood on one side and watched him. He was holding open the door of a large, exceptionally handsome car. On the other side was a servant in white livery. Lane gripped his companion's arm. "There she goes!" he exclaimed. The girl, followed by Mr. Grex, stepped into the landaulet, which was brilliantly illuminated inside with electric light. Almost immediately the car glided noiselessly off. The two men watched it until it disappeared. Then they crossed the road. "Now then, Sir Henry," Richard observed grimly, as he turned the handle of the car, and they took their places in the little well-shaped space. "Better say your prayers. I'm going to drive slowly enough, but it's an awful job, this, crawling down the side of a mountain in the dark, with nothing between you and eternity but your brakes." They crept off. As far as the first turn, the lights from the clubhouse helped them. Immediately afterwards, however, the obscurity was enveloping. Their faces were wet and shiny with moisture. Even the fingers of Lane's gloves, which gripped the wheel, were sodden. He proceeded at a snail's pace, keeping always on the inside of the road and only a few inches from the wall or bank. Once he lost his way, and his front wheel struck a small stump, but they were going too slowly for disaster. Another time he failed to follow the turn of the road and found himself in a rough cart track. They backed with difficulty and got right once more. At the fourth turn they came suddenly upon a huge car which had left the road as they had done, and was standing amongst the pine trees, its lights flaring through the mist. "Hullo!" Lane called out, coming to a standstill. "You've missed the turn. My master is going to stay here all night," the chauffeur shouted back. A man put his head from the window and began to talk in rapid French. "It is inconceivable," he exclaimed, "that anyone should attempt the descent. We have rugs, my wife and I. We stay here till the clouds pass." Good night, then, Lane cried cheerfully. Not sure that you're not wise, Hunterlys added, with a shiver. Twice they stopped while Lane rubbed the moisture from his gloves and lit a fresh cigarette. This is a test for your nerve, young fellow, Hunterlys remarked. Are you feeling it? Not in the least, Lane replied. I can't make out, though, why that steward made us all start at intervals of 3 minutes. Seems to me we should have been better going together at this pace. Save anyone from getting lost, anyhow. They crawled on for another 20 minutes. The routine was always the same, 100 yards or perhaps 2, an abrupt turn, and then a similar distance the other way. They had 1 or 2 slight misadventures, but they made progress. Once, through a rift, they caught a momentary vision of a carpet of lights at a giddy distance below. We'll make it all right, Lane declared, crawling around another corner. Gee, but this is the toughest thing in driving I've ever known. I can do 90 with this car easier than I can do this 3. Hullo, someone else in trouble. Before them, in the middle of the road, a light was being slowly swung backwards and forwards. Lane brought the car to a standstill. He had scarcely done so when they were conscious of the sound of footsteps all around them. The arms of both men were seized from behind. They were addressed in guttural French. Messieurs will be pleased to descend. What's wrong? Lane demanded. Descend at once, was the prompt order. By the light of the lantern which the speaker was holding, they caught a glimpse of a dozen white faces, and the dull gleam of metal from the firearms which his companions were carrying. Hunterlys stepped out. An escort of 2 men was at once formed on either side of him. Tell us what it's all about, anyhow, he asked coolly. Nothing serious, the same guttural voice answered. A little affair which will be settled in a few minutes. As for you, monsieur, the man continued, turning to Lane, you will drive your car slowly to the next turn, and leave it there. Afterwards you will return with me. Richard set his teeth and leaned over his wheel. Then it suddenly flashed into his mind that Mr. Grex and his daughter were already amongst the captured. He quickly abandoned his first instinct. With pleasure, monsieur, he assented. Tell me when to stop. He drove the car a few yards round the corner past a line of others. Their lights were all extinguished and the chauffeurs absent. This is a pleasant sort of picnic, he grumbled, as he brought his car to a standstill. Now what do I do, monsieur? You return with me, if you please, was the reply. Richard stood for a moment, irresolute. The idea of giving in without a struggle was most distasteful to this self-reliant young American. Then he realized that not only was his captor armed, but that there were men behind him and one on either side. Lead the way, he decided tersely. They marched him up the hill, a little way across some short turf, and round the back of a rock to a long building which he remembered to have noticed on his way up. His guide threw open the door, and Richard looked in upon a curious scene. Ranged up against the further wall were about a dozen of the guests who had preceded him in his departure from the clubhouse. One man only had his hands tied behind him. The others, apparently, were considered harmless. Mr. Grex was the one man, and there was a little blood dripping from his right hand. The girl stood by his side. She was no paler than usual. She showed, indeed, no signs of terror at all, but her eyes were bright with indignation. One man was busy stripping the jewels from the women and throwing them into a bag. In the far corner, the little group of chauffeurs was being watched by 2 more men, also carrying firearms. Lane looked down the line of faces. Lady Hunterlys was there, and by her side Drachenmeier. Hunterlys was a little apart from the others. Freddie Montressor, who was leaning against the wall, chuckled as Lane came in. "So they've got you too, Dickie, have they?" he remarked. "It's a hold-up, a bully one too. Makes one feel quite homesick, eh? How much have you got on you?" "Precious little, thank heavens," Richard muttered. His eyes were fixed upon the brigand who was collecting the jewels, and who was now approaching Miss Grex. He felt something tingling in his blood. One of the guests began to talk excitedly. The man who was apparently the leader, and who was standing at the door with an electric torch in one hand and a revolver in the other, stepped a little forward. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "once more I beg you not to be alarmed. So long as you part with your valuables peaceably, you will be at liberty to depart as soon as everyone has been dealt with. If there is no resistance, there will be no trouble. We do not wish to hurt anyone." The collector of jewels had arrived in front of the girl. She unfastened her necklace and handed it to him. "The little pendant around my neck," she remarked calmly, "is valueless. I desire to keep it." "Impossible," the man replied. "Off with it." "But I insist," she exclaimed. "It is an heirloom." The man laughed brutally. His filthy hand was raised to her neck, even as he touched her. Lane, with a roar of anger, sent one of his guards flying onto the floor of the barn, and snatching the gun from his hand, sprang forward. "Come on, you fellows," he shouted, bringing it down suddenly upon the hand of the robber. "These things aren't loaded. There's only one of these blackguards with a revolver, and I've got him." Hunterlys, who had been watching Lane closely, cried, suddenly swinging his arm around the man's neck and knocking his revolver up. There was a yell of pain from the man with the jewels, whose wrist Lane had broken. A howl of dismay from the others, pandemonium. "At 'em, Freddy!" Lane shouted, seizing the nearest of his assailants by the neck and throwing him out into the darkness. "To hell with you," he added, just escaping a murderous blow and driving his fist into the face of the man who had aimed it. "Good for you, Hunterlys. There isn't one of those old guns of theirs that'll go off. They aren't even loaded." The barn seemed suddenly to become half empty. Into the darkness the little band of brigands crept away like rats. In less than half a minute they had all fled, excepting the one who lay on the ground unconscious from the effects of Richard's blow, and the leader of the gang, whom Hunterlys still held by the throat. Richard, with a clasp knife which he had drawn from his pocket, cut the cord which they had tied around Mr. Grex's wrists. His action, however, was altogether mechanical. He scarcely glanced at what he was doing. Somehow or other, he found the girl's hands in his. "That brute didn't touch you, did he?" he asked. She looked at him. Whether the clouds were still outside or not, Lane felt that he had passed into heaven. "He did not, thanks to you," she murmured. "But do you mean really that those guns all the time weren't loaded?" "I don't believe they were," Richard declared stoutly. "That chap kept on playing about with the lock of his old musket, and I felt sure that it was of no use, loaded or not. Anyway, when I saw that brute try to handle you, well—" He stopped, with an awkward little laugh. Mr. Grex tapped a cigarette upon his case and lit it. "I am sure, my young friend, we are all very much indebted to you. The methods which sometimes are scarcely politic in the ordinary affairs of life," he continued dryly, "are admirable enough in a case like this. We will just help Hunterlys tie up the leader of the gang. A very plucky stroke, that of his—" He crossed the barn. One of the women had fainted, others were busy collecting their jewelry. The chauffeurs had hurried off to relight the lamps of the cars. "I must tell you this," Richard said, drawing a little nearer to the girl. "Please don't be angry with me. I went to your father this afternoon. I made an idiot of myself. I couldn't help it. I was staring at you and he noticed it. I didn't want him to think that I was such an ill-mannered brute as I seemed. I tried to make him understand, but he wouldn't listen to me. I'd like to tell you now that I have the opportunity, that I think you're just—" She smiled very faintly. "What is it that you wish to tell me?" she asked patiently. "That I love you," he wound up abruptly. There was a moment's silence, a silence with a background of strange noises. People were talking, almost shouting to one another with excitement. Newcomers were being told the news. The man whom Hunterlys had captured was shrieking and cursing. From beyond came the tooting of motor horns as the cars returned. Lane heard nothing. He saw nothing but the white face of the girl as she stood in the shadows of the barn, with its walls of roughly threaded pine trunks. "But I have scarcely ever spoken to you in my life," she protested, looking at him in astonishment. "It doesn't make any difference," he replied. "You know I am speaking the truth. I think in your heart that you too know that these things don't matter now and then. Of course you don't. You couldn't feel anything of what I feel, but with me it's there now and for always, and I want to have a chance, just a chance to make you understand. I'm not really mad. I'm just in love with you." She smiled at him, still in a friendly manner, but her face had clouded. There was a look in her eyes almost of trouble, perhaps of regret. "I am so sorry," she murmured. "It is only a sudden feeling on your part, isn't it? You have been so splendid tonight that I can do no more than thank you very, very much. And as for what you have told me, I think it is an honor, but I wish you to forget it. It is not wise for you to think of me in that way. I fear that I cannot even offer you my friendship." Again there was a brief silence. The clamor of exclamations from the little groups of people still filled the air outside. They could hear cars coming and going. The man whom Hunterlees and Mr. Grex were tying up was still groaning and cursing. "Are you married?" Richard asked abruptly. She shook her head. "Engaged? No. Do you care very much for anyone else?" "No," she told him softly. He drew her away. "Come outside for one moment," he begged. "I hate to see you in the place where that beast tried to lay hands upon you. Here is your necklace." He picked it up from her feet and she followed him obediently outside. People were standing about, shadowy figures in little groups. Some of the cars had already left. Others were being prepared for a start. Below, once more the clouds had parted and the lights twinkled like fireflies through the trees. This time they could even see the lights from the village of La Turbie, less brilliant but almost at their feet. Richard glanced upwards. There was a star clearly visible. "The clouds are lifting," he said. "Listen, if there is no one else, tell me why there shouldn't be the slightest chance for me. I am not clever, I am nobody of any account, but I care for you so wonderfully. I love you, I always shall love you, more than anyone else could. I never understood before, but I understand now. Just this caring means so much." She stood close to his side. Her manner at the same time seemed to depress him, and yet to fill him with hope. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Richard Lane," he told her. "I am an American." "Then, Mr. Richard Lane," she continued softly, "I shall always think of you, and think of tonight, and think of what you have said, and perhaps I shall be a little sorry that what you have asked me cannot be." "Cannot?" he muttered. She shook her head almost sadly. "Some day," she went on, "as soon as our stay in Monte Carlo is finished, if you like, I will write and tell you the real reason, in case you do not find it out before." He was silent, looking downwards to where the gathering wind was driving the clouds before it, to where the lights grew clearer and clearer at every moment. "Does it matter," he asked abruptly, "that I am rich, very rich?" "It does not matter at all," she answered. "Doesn't it matter," he demanded, turning suddenly upon her, and speaking with a new passion, almost a passion of resentment. "Doesn't it matter that without you life doesn't exist for me any longer? Doesn't it matter that a man has given you his whole heart, however slight a thing it may seem to you? What am I to do if you send me away? There isn't anything left in life." "There is what you have always found in it," she reminded him. "There isn't," he replied fiercely. "That's just what there isn't. I should go back to a world that was like a dead city." He suddenly felt her hand upon his. "Dear Mr. Lane," she begged, "wait for a little time before you nurse these sad thoughts, and when you know how impossible what you ask is, it will seem easier. But if you really care to hear something, if it would really please you sometimes to think of it when you are alone, and you remember this little foolishness of yours, let me tell you, if I may, that I am sorry. I am very sorry." His hand was suddenly pressed, and then, before he could stop her, she had glided away. He moved a step to follow her, and almost at once he was surrounded. Lady Hunterlees patted him on the shoulder. "Really," she exclaimed, "you and Henry were our salvation. I haven't felt so thrilled for ages. I only wish," she added, dropping her voice a little, "that it might bring you the luck you deserve." He answered vaguely. She turned back to Hunterlees. She was busy tearing up her handkerchief. "I am going to tie up your head," she said. "Please stoop down." He obeyed at once. The side of his forehead was bleeding where a bullet from the revolver of the man he had captured had grazed his temple. "Too bad to trouble you," he muttered. "It's the least we can do," she declared, laughing nervously. "Forgive me if my fingers tremble. It is the excitement of the last few minutes." Hunterlees stood quite still. Words seemed difficult to him just then. "You were very brave, Henry," she said quietly. Whom are you going down with?" "I am with Richard Lane," he answered, in his two-seated racer. She bit her lip. "I did not mean to come alone with Mr. Drachenmeier, really," she explained. "He thought up to the last moment that his wife would be well enough to come. Did he really believe so, do you think?" Hunterlees asked. A voice intervened. Mr. Drachenmeier was standing by their side. "Well," he said, "we might as well resume our journey. We all look and feel, I think, as though we'd been taking part in a scene from some opera bouffe." Lady Hunterley shivered. She had drawn a little closer to her husband. Her coat was unfastened. Hunterley's leaned towards her and buttoned it with strong fingers up to her throat. "Thank you," she whispered. You couldn't drive down with us, could you?" "Have you plenty of room?" he inquired. "Plenty," she declared eagerly. "Mr. Drachenmeier and I are alone." For a moment Hunterley's hesitated. Then he caught the smile upon the face of the man he detested. "Thank you," he said. "I don't think I can desert Lane." She stiffened at once. Her good night was almost formal. Hunterley stepped into the car which Richard had brought up. There was just a slight mist around them, but the whole country below, though chaotic, was visible, and the lights on the hillside, from La Turbie down to the seaboard, were in plain sight. "Our troubles," Hunterley's remarked as they glided off, "seem to be over." "Maybe," Lane replied grimly. "Mine seem to be only just beginning." Chapter 10. Signs of Trouble. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Hunterley's crossed the sunlit gardens towards the English Bank, to receive what was, perhaps, the greatest shock of his life. A few minutes later he stood before the mahogany counter, his eyes fixed upon the half-sheet of notepaper which the manager had laid before him. The words were few enough and simple enough, yet they constituted for him a message written in the very ink of tragedy. The notepaper was the notepaper of the Hôtel de Paris, the date the night before, the words few and unmistakable, to the manager of the English Bank. "Please hand my letters to bearer. Henry Hunterley's." He read it over, letter by letter, word by word. Then at last he looked up. His voice sounded, even to himself, unnatural. "You were quite right," he said. "This order is a forgery." The manager was greatly disturbed. He threw open the door of his private office. "Come and sit down for a moment, will you, Sir Henry?" he invited. "This is a very serious matter, and I should like to discuss it with you." They passed behind into the comfortable little sitting room, smelling of Morocco leather and roses, with its single high window, its broad writing table, its carefully placed easy-chairs. Men had pleaded in here with all the eloquence at their command, men of every rank and walk in life, thieves, nobles, ruined men, and pseudo-millionaires, always with the same cry: money, money for the great pleasure mill which day and night drew in its own. Hunterley sank heavily into a chair. The manager seated himself in an official attitude before his desk. "I am sorry to have distressed you with this letter, Sir Henry," he said. "However, you must admit that things might have been worse. It is fortunately our invariable custom, when letters are addressed to one of our clients in our care, to deliver them to no one else under any circumstances. If you had been ill, for instance, I should have brought you your correspondence across to the hotel, but I should not have delivered it to your own secretary. That, as I say, is our invariable rule, and we find that it has saved many of our clients from inconvenience. In your case," the manager concluded impressively, "your communications being, in a sense, official, any such attempt as has been made would not stand the slightest chance of success. We should be even more particular than in any ordinary case to see that by no possible chance could any correspondence addressed to you fall into other hands." Hunterley began to recover himself a little. He drew towards himself the heap of letters which the manager had laid by his side. "Please make yourself quite comfortable here," the latter begged. "Read your letters and answer them, if you like, before you go out. I always call this," he added with a smile, "the one inviolable sanctuary of Monte Carlo." "You are very kind," Hunterley replied. "Are you sure that I am not detaining you?" "Not in the least. Personally, I am not at all busy. 3/4 of our business, you see, is merely a matter of routine. I was just going to shut myself up here and read the Times. Have a cigarette? Here's an envelope opener and a wastepaper basket. Make yourself comfortable." Hunterley glanced through his correspondence, rapidly reading and destroying the greater portion of it. He came at last to 2 parchment envelopes marked on His Majesty's service. These he opened and read their contents slowly and with great care. When he had finished, he produced a pair of scissors from his waistcoat pocket and cut the letters into minute fragments. He drew a little sigh of relief when at last their final destruction was assured, and rose shortly afterwards to his feet. "I shall have to go on to the telegraph office," he said, "to send these few messages. Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison, for your kindness. If you do not mind, I should like to take this forged order away with me." The manager hesitated. "I am not sure that I ought to part with it," he observed doubtfully. "Could you recognize the person who presented it, you or your clerk?" The manager shook his head. "Not a chance," he replied. "It was brought in, unfortunately, before I arrived. Young Parsons, who was the only one in the bank, explained that letters were never delivered to an order, and turned away to attend to someone else who was in a hurry. He simply remembers that it was a man, and that is all." "Then the document is useless to you," Hunterlees pointed out. "You could never do anything in the matter without evidence of identification, and that being so, if you don't mind, I should like to have it." Mr. Harrison yielded it up. "As you wish," he agreed. "It is interesting, if only as a curiosity. The imitation of your signature is almost perfect." Hunterlees took up his hat. Then for a moment, with his hand upon the door, he hesitated. "Mr. Harrison," he said, "I am engaged just now, as you have doubtless surmised, in certain investigations on behalf of the usual third party, whom we need not name. Those investigations have reached a pitch which might possibly lead me into a position of some, well, I might almost say danger. You and I both know that there are weapons in this place which can be made use of by persons wholly without scruples, which are scarcely available at home. I want you to keep your eyes open. I have very few friends here whom I can wholly trust. It is my purpose to call in here every morning at 10 o'clock for my letters, and if I fail to arrive within half an hour of that time without having given you verbal notice, something will have happened to me. You understand what I mean?" "You mean that you are threatened with assassination?" the manager asked gravely. "Practically it amounts to that," Hunterlees admitted. "I received a warning letter this morning. There is a very important matter on foot here, Mr. Harrison, a matter so important that to bring it to a successful conclusion, I fancy that those who are engaged in it would not hesitate to face any risk. I have wired to England for help. If anything happens that it comes too late, I want you, when you find that I have disappeared, even if my disappearance is only a temporary matter, to let them know in London, you know how, at once." The manager nodded. "I will do so," he promised. "I trust, however," he went on, "that you are exaggerating the danger. Mr. Bilson lived here for many years without any trouble." Hunterlees smiled slightly. "I am not a Secret Service man," he explained. "Bilson's successor lives here now, of course, and is working with me, under the usual guise of newspaper correspondent. I don't think that he will come to any harm, but I am here in a somewhat different position, and my negotiations in the East during the last few weeks have made me exceedingly unpopular with some very powerful people. However, it is only an outside chance, of course, that I wish to guard against. I rely upon you, if I should fail to come to the bank any one morning without giving you notice, to do as I have asked." Hunterlees left the bank and walked out once more into the sunlight. He first of all made his way down to the post office, where he rapidly dispatched several cablegrams which he had coded and written out in Mr. Harrison's private office. Afterwards he went on to the terrace, and finding a retired seat at the further end, sat down. Then he drew the forged order once more from his pocket. Word by word, line by line, he studied it, and the more he studied it, the more hopeless the whole thing seemed. The handwriting, with the exception of the signature, which was a wonderful imitation of his own, was the handwriting of his wife. She had done this thing at Drachenmeyer's instigation, done this thing against her husband, taken sides absolutely with the man whom he had come to look upon as his enemy. What inference was he to draw? He sat there, looking out over the Mediterranean, soft and blue, glittering with sunlight, breaking upon the yellow stretch of sand in little foam-flecked waves no higher than his hand. He watched the sunlight glitter on the white houses which fringed the bay. He looked idly up at the trim little vineyards on the brown hillside. It was the beauty spot of the world. There was no object upon which his eyes could rest which was not beautiful. The whole place was like a feast of color and form and sunshine. Yet for him the light seemed suddenly to have faded from life. Danger had only stimulated him, had helped him to cope with the dull pain which he had carried about with him during the last few months. He was face to face now with something else. It was worse, this, than anything he had dreamed. Somehow or other, notwithstanding the growing estrangement with his wife which had ended in their virtual separation, he had still believed in her, still had faith in her, still had hope of an ultimate reconciliation. And behind it all, he had loved her. It seemed at that moment that a nightmare was being formed around him. A new horror was creeping into his thoughts. He had felt from the first a bitter dislike of Drachenmeier. Now, however, he realized that this feeling had developed into an actual and harrowing jealousy. He realized that the man was no passive agent. It was Drachenmeier who, with subtle purpose, was drawing his wife away. Hunterley sprang to his feet and walked angrily backwards and forwards along the few yards of terrace, which happened at that moment to be almost deserted. Vague plans of instant revenge upon Drachenmeier floated into his mind. It was simple enough to take the law into his own hands, to thrash him publicly, to make Monte Carlo impossible for him. And then, suddenly, he remembered his duty. They were trusting him in Downing Street. Chance had put into his hands so many threads of this diabolical plot. It was for him to checkmate it. He was the only person who could checkmate it. This was no time for him to think of personal revenge, no time for him to brood over his own broken life. There was work still to be done, his country's work. He felt the need of change of scene. The sight of the place with its placid, enervating beauty, its constant appeal to the senses, was beginning to have a curious effect upon his nerves. He turned back upon the terrace, and by means of the least frequented streets he passed through the town and up towards the hills. He walked steadily, reckless of time or direction. He had lunch at a small inn high above the road from Cannes, and it was past 3 o'clock when he turned homewards. He had found his way into the main road now, and he trudged along heedless of the dust with which the constant procession of automobiles covered him all the while. The exercise had done him good. He was able to keep his thoughts focused upon his mission. So far, at any rate, he had held his own. His dispatches to London had been clear and vivid. He had told them exactly what he had feared. He had shown them the inside of this scheme as instinct had revealed it to him. And he had begged for aid, one man alone, surrounded by enemies, and in a country where all things were possible, was in a powerless position, if once the extent of his knowledge were surmised. So far the plot had not yet matured. So far, though the clouds had gathered and the thunder was muttering, the storm had not broken. The reason for that he knew. The one person needed, the one person for whose coming all these plans had been made, had not yet arrived. There was no telling, however, how long the respite might last. At any moment might commence this conference, whose avowed purpose was to break at a single blow, a single treacherous but deadly blow. The empire whose downfall Seligman had once publicly declared was the one great necessity involved by his country's expansion. Hunterley's quenched his thirst at a roadside cafe, sitting out upon the pavement and drinking coarse red wine and soda water. Then he bought a packet of black cigarettes and continued his journey. He was within sight of Monte Carlo when, for the 20th time, he had to step to the far side of the pathway to avoid being smothered in dust by an advancing automobile. This time, by some chance, he glanced around, attracted by the piercing character of its long-distance whistle. A high-powered grey touring car came by, travelling at a great pace. Hunterley stood perfectly rigid, one hand grasping the wall by the side of which he stood. Notwithstanding his spectacles and the thick coating of dust upon his clothes, the solitary passenger of the car was familiar enough to him. It was the man for whom this plot had been prepared. It was Paul Douai, the great foreign minister into whose hands even the most cautious of premiers had declared himself willing to place the destinies of his country. Hunterley pursued the road no longer. He took a ticket at the next station and hurried back to Monte Carlo. He went first to his room, bathed and changed, and, passing along the private passage, made his way into the sporting club, The first person whom he saw, seated in her accustomed place at her favorite table, was his wife. She beckoned him to come over to her. There was a vacant chair by her side to which she pointed. "Thank you," he said. "I won't sit down. I don't think that I care to play just now. You are fortunate this afternoon, I trust." Something in his face and tone checked that rush of altered feeling of which she had been more than once passionately conscious since the night before. "I am hideously out of luck," she confessed slowly. "I have been losing all day. I think that I shall give it up." She rose wearily to her feet, and he felt a sudden compassion for her. She was certainly looking tired. Her eyes were weary. She had the air of an unhappy woman. After all, perhaps she too sometimes knew what loneliness was. "I should like some tea so much," she added, a little piteously. He opened his lips to invite her to pass through into the restaurant with him. Then the memory of that forged order still in his pocket flashed into his mind. He hesitated. A cold, familiar voice at his elbow intervened. "Are you quite ready for tea, Lady Hunterlys? I have been in and taken a table near the window." Hunterlys moved at once on one side. Drachenmeier bowed pleasantly. "Cheerful time we had last night, hadn't we?" he remarked. "Glad to see your knock didn't lay you up." Hunterlys disregarded his wife's glance. He was suddenly furious. "All Monte Carlo seems to be gossiping about that little contretemps," Drachenmeier continued. "It was a crude sort of hold-up for a neighborhood of criminals, but it very nearly came off. Will you have some tea with us?" "Do, Henry," his wife begged. Once again he hesitated. Somehow or other he felt that the moment was critical. Then a hand was laid quietly upon his arm. A man's voice whispered in his ear, "Monsieur will be so kind as to step this way for a moment, a little matter of business." "Who are you?" Hunterlys demanded. "The Commissioner of Police at Monsieur's service." Chapter 11. Hints to Hunterlys. Hunterlys, in accordance with his request, followed the Commissioner downstairs into one of the small private rooms on the ground floor. The latter was very polite but very official. "Now what is it that you want?" Hunterlys asked, a little brusquely, as soon as they were alone. The representative of the law was distinctly mysterious. He had a brown moustache which he continually twirled, and he was all the time dropping his voice to a whisper. "My first introduction to you should explain my mission, Sir Henry," he said. "I hold a high position in the police here. My business with you, however, is on behalf of a person whom I will not name, but whose identity you will doubtless guess." "Very well," Hunterlys replied. "Now what is the nature of this mission, please?" "In plain words, what do you want with me?" "I am here with reference to the affair of last night," the other declared. "The affair of last night?" Hunterlys repeated, frowning. "Well, we all have to appear or be represented before the magistrates tomorrow morning. I shall send a lawyer." "Quite so. Quite so. But in the meantime something has transpired. You and the young American, Mr. Richard Lane, were the only two who offered any resistance. It was owing to you two, in fact, that the plot was frustrated. I am quite sure, Sir Henry, that everyone agrees with me in appreciating your courage and presence of mind." "Thank you," Hunterlys replied. "Is that what you came to say?" The other shook his head. "Unfortunately, no, monsieur. I am here to bring you certain information. The chief of the gang, Armand Martin, the man whom you attacked, became suddenly worse a few hours ago. The doctors suspect internal injuries inflicted during his struggle with you." "I am very sorry to hear it," Hunterlys said coolly. "On the other hand, he asked for anything he got." "Unfortunately," the Commissioner continued, "the law of the state is curiously framed in such matters. If the man should die, as seems more than likely, your legal position, Sir Henry, would be most uncomfortable. Your arrest would be a necessity, and there is no law granting what I believe you call bail to a person directly or indirectly responsible for the death of another. I am here, therefore, to give you what I may term an official warning. Your absence as a witness tomorrow morning will not be commented upon. Events of importance have called you back to England. You will thereby be saved a very large amount of annoyance, and the authorities here will be spared the most regrettable necessity of having to deal with you in a manner unbefitting your rank." Hunterlys became at once thoughtful. The whole matter was becoming clear to him. I see, he observed. This is a warning to me to take my departure. Is that so? The commissioner beamed and nodded many times. You have a quick understanding, Sir Henry, he declared. Your departure tonight or early tomorrow morning would save a good deal of unpleasantness. I have fulfilled my mission, and I trust that you will reflect seriously upon the matter. It is the wish of the high personage whom I represent, that no inconvenience whatever should befall so distinguished a visitor to the principality. Good day, monsieur. The official took his leave with a sweep of the hat and many bows. Hunterlys, after a brief hesitation, walked out into the sun-dappled street. It was the most fashionable hour of the afternoon. Up in the square a band was playing. Outside, 2 or 3 smart automobiles were discharging their freight of wonderfully dressed women and debonair men from the villas outside. Suddenly a hand fell upon his arm. It was Richard Lane who greeted him. "Say, where are you off to, Sir Henry?" he inquired. Hunterlys laughed a little shortly. "Really, I scarcely know," he replied. "Back to London, if I am wise, I suppose." "Come into the club," Richard begged. "I have just left," Hunterlys told him. "Besides, I hate the place." "Did you happen to notice whether Mr. Grex was in there?" Richard inquired. "I didn't see him," Hunterlys answered. "Neither," he added significantly, "did I see Miss Grex." "Well, I am going in to have a look round anyway," Richard decided. "You might come along. There's nothing else to do in this place until dinner time." Hunterlys suffered himself to be persuaded and remounted the steps. "Tell me, Lane," he asked curiously, "have you heard anything about any of the victims of our little struggle last night? I mean the 2 men we tackled?" Richard shook his head. "I hear that mine has a broken wrist," he said. "Can't say I am feeling very badly about that. I've just been told that mine is going to die," Hunterlys continued. The young man laughed incredulously. "Why, I went over the prison this morning," he declared. "I never saw such a healthy lot of ruffians in my life. That chap whom you tackled, the one with the revolver, was smoking cigarettes and using language. Well, I couldn't understand it all, but what I did understand was enough to melt the bars of his prison." "That's odd," Hunterlys remarked dryly. "According to the police commissioner who has just left me, the man is on his deathbed, and my only chance of escaping serious trouble is to get out of Monte Carlo tonight. Are you going?" Hunterlys shook his head. "It would take a great deal more than that to move me just now," he said, "even if I had not suspected from the first that the man was lying." Richard glanced at his companion a little curiously. "I shouldn't have said that you were having such a good time, Sir Henry," he observed. "In fact, I should have thought you would have been rather glad of an opportunity to slip away." Hunterlys looked around them. They had reached the top of the staircase and were in sight of the dense crowd in the rooms. "Come and have a drink," he suggested. "A great many of these people will have cleared off presently." "I'll have a drink, with pleasure," Richard answered. "But I still can't see why you're stuck on this place." They strolled into the bar and found 2 vacant places. "My dear young friend," Hunterlys said as he ordered their drinks, "if you were an Englishman instead of an American, I think that I would give you a hint as to the reason why I do not wish to leave Monte Carlo just at present." "Can't see what difference that makes," Richard declared. "You know I'm all for the old country." "I wonder whether you are," Hunterlys remarked thoughtfully. "I tell you frankly that if I thought you meant it, I should probably come to you before long for a little help. If ever you do, I'm your man," Richard assured him heartily. "Any more scraps going?" Hunterlys sipped his whiskey and soda thoughtfully. There had been an exodus from the room to watch some heavy gambling at Entrante Quarante, and for a moment they were almost alone. "Lane," he said, "I am going to take you a little into my confidence. In a way I suppose it is foolish, but to tell you the truth, I am almost driven to it. You know that I am a member of Parliament, and you may have heard that if our party hadn't gone out a few years ago, I was to have been Foreign Minister." "I've heard that often enough," Lane assented. "I've heard you quoted too as an example of the curse of party politics. Just because you are forced to call yourself a member of one party, you are debarred from serving your country in any capacity until that party is in power. That's quite true, Hunterlys admitted, and to tell you the truth, ridiculous though it seems, I don't see how you're to get away from it in a practical manner. Anyhow, when my people came out, I made up my mind that I wasn't going to just sit still in opposition and find fault all the time, especially as we've a real good man at the Foreign Office. I was quite content to leave things in his hands, but then, you see, politically that meant that there was nothing for me to do. I thought matters over, and eventually I paired for 6 months and was supposed to go off for the benefit of my health. As a matter of fact, I've been in the Balkan states since Christmas, he added, dropping his voice a little. What the dickens have you been doing there? I can't tell you that exactly, Hunterlys replied. Unfortunately, my enemies are suspicious, and they have taken to watching me closely. They pretty well know what I am going to tell you, that I have been out there at the urgent request of the Secret Service Department of the present government. I have been in Greece and Serbia and Romania, and although I don't think there's a soul in the world knows, I have also been in St. Petersburg. But what's it all about? Richard persisted. What have you been doing in all these places? I can only answer you broadly, Hunterlys went on. There is a perfectly devilish scheme afloat, directed against the old country. I have been doing what I can to counteract it. At the last moment, just as I was leaving Sofia for London, by the merest chance I discovered that the scene for the culmination of this little plot was to be Monte Carlo, so I made my way round by Trieste, stayed at Bordighera and San Remo for a few days to put people off, and finally turned up here. Well, I'm jiggered, Lane muttered. And I thought you were just hanging about for your health or because your wife was here, and were bored to death for want of something to do. On the contrary, Hunterlys assured him, I was up all night sending reports home. Very interesting reports, too. I got them away all right, but there's no denying the fact that there are certain people in Monte Carlo at the present moment who suspect my presence here, and who would go to any lengths whatever to get rid of me. It isn't the actual harm I might do, but they have to deal with a very delicate problem and to make a bargain with a very sensitive person, and they are terribly afraid that my presence here and a meeting between me and that person might render all their schemes abortive. Richard's face was a study in astonishment. Well, he exclaimed, this beats everything. I've read of such things, of course, but one only half believes them. Right under our very noses, too. Say, what are you going to do about it, Sir Henry? There is only one thing I can do, Hunterlys replied grimly. I am bound to keep my place here. They'll drive me out if they can. I am convinced that the polite warning I have received to leave Monaco this afternoon because of last night's affair is part of the conspiracy. In plain words, I've got to stick it out. But what good are you doing here anyway? Hunterlys smiled and glanced carefully around the room. They were still free from any risk of being overheard. Well, he said, perhaps you will understand my meaning more clearly if I tell you that I am the brains of a counterplot. The English Secret Service has a permanent agent here under the guise of a newspaper correspondent, who is in daily touch with me, and he in his turn has several spies at work. I am, however, the dangerous person. The others are only servants. They make their reports, but they don't understand their true significance. If these people could remove me before anyone else could arrive to take my place, their chances of bringing off their coup here would be immensely improved. I suppose it's useless for me to ask if there's anything I can do to help, Richard inquired. You've helped already, Hunterlys replied. I have been nearly 3 months without being able to open my lips to a soul. People call me secretive, but I feel very human sometimes. I know that not a word of what I have said will pass your lips. Not a chance of it, Richard promised earnestly. But look here, can't I do something? If I am not an Englishman, I'm all for the Anglo-Saxons. I hate these foreigners, that is to say the men, he corrected himself hastily. Hunterlys smiled. Well, I was coming to that, he said. I do feel hideously alone here, and what I would like you to do is just this. I would like you to call at my room at the Hôtel de Paris, number 189, every morning at a certain fixed hour, say 10:30. Just shake hands with me, that's all. Nothing shall prevent my being visible to you at that hour. Under no consideration whatever will I leave any message that I am engaged or have gone out. If I am not to be seen when you make your call, something has happened to me. And what am I to do then? That is the point, Hunterlees continued. I don't want to bring you too deeply into this matter. All that you need do is to make your way to the English bank, see Mr. Harrison, the manager, and tell him of your fruitless visit to me. He will give you a letter to my wife and will know what other steps to take. Is that all? Richard asked, a little disappointed. You don't anticipate any scrapping or anything of that sort? I don't know what to anticipate, Hunterlees confessed a little wearily. Things are moving fast now towards the climax. I promise I'll come to you for help if I need it. You can but refuse. No fear of my refusing, Richard declared heartily. Not on your life, sir. Hunterlees rose to his feet with an appreciative little nod. It was astonishing how cordially he had come to feel towards this young man during the last few hours. I'll let you off now, he said. I know you want to look around the tables and see if any of our friends of last night are to be found. I too have a little affair which I ought to have treated differently a few minutes ago. We'll meet later. Hunterlees strolled back into the rooms. He came almost at once face to face with Drachenmeier, whom he was passing with unseeing eyes. Drachenmeier, however, detained him. I was looking for you, Sir Henry, he exclaimed. Can you spare me one moment? They stood a little on one side, out of the way of the moving throng of people. Drachenmeier was fingering nervously his tie of somewhat vivid purple. His manner was important. Do you happen, Sir Henry, he asked, to have had any word from the prison authorities today? Hunterlees nodded. I have just received a message, he replied. I understand that the man with whom I had a struggle last night has received some internal injuries and is likely to die. Drachenmeier's manner became more mysterious. He glanced around the room as though to be sure that they were not overheard. I trust, Sir Henry, he said, that you will not think me in any way presumptuous if I speak to you intimately. I have never had the privilege of your friendship, and in this unfortunate disagreement between your wife and yourself, I have been compelled to accept your wife's point of view, owing to the friendship between Mrs. Drachenmeier and herself. I trust you will believe, however, that I have no feelings of hostility towards you. You are very kind, Hunterlees murmured. His face seemed set in graven lines. For all the effect the other's words had upon him, he might have been wearing a mask. The law here in some respects is very curious, Drachenmeier continued. Some of the statutes have been unaltered for 1,000 years. I have been given to understand by a person who knows that if this man should die, notwithstanding the circumstances of the case, you might find yourself in an exceedingly awkward position. If I might venture, therefore, to give you a word of disinterested advice, I would suggest that you return to England at once, if only for a week or so. His eyes had narrowed. Through his spectacles he was watching intently for the effect of his words. Hunterlees, however, only nodded thoughtfully, as though to some extent impressed by the advice he had received. Very likely you are right, he admitted. I will discuss the matter with my wife. She is playing over there, Drachenmeier pointed out, and while we are talking in a more or less friendly fashion, he went on earnestly, might I give you just one more word of counsel? For the sake of the friendship which exists between our wives, I feel sure you will believe that I am disinterested. He paused. Hunterlees's expression was now one of polite interest. He waited, however, for the other to continue. I wish that you could persuade Lady Hunterlees to play for somewhat lower stakes. Hunterlees was genuinely startled for a moment. Do you mean that my wife is gambling beyond her means? He asked. Drachenmeier shrugged his shoulders. How can I tell that? I don't know what her means are, or yours. I only know that she changes Mille notes more often than I change Louis, and it seems to me that her luck is invariably bad. I think perhaps just a word or two from you, who have the right to speak, might be of service. I am very much obliged to you for the hint, Hunterlees said smoothly. I will certainly mention the matter to her, and if I don't see you again, Drachenmeier concluded, watching him closely. Goodbye. Hunterlees did not appear to notice the tentative movement of the other's hand. He was already on his way to the spot where his wife was sitting. Drachenmeier watched his progress with inscrutable face. Seligman, who had been sitting near, rose and joined him. Will he go? He whispered. Will our friend take this very reasonable hint and depart? Drachenmeier's eyes were still fixed upon Hunterlees' slim, self-possessed figure. His forehead was contorted into a frown. Somehow or other he felt that during their brief interview he had failed to score. He had felt a subtle, underlying note of contempt in Hunterliz's manner, in his whole attitude. "I do not know," he replied grimly. "I only hope that if he stays, we shall find the means to make him regret it." Chapter 12. I cannot go. Hunterliz stood for several minutes, watching his wife's play from a new point of view. She was certainly playing high and with continued ill fortune. For the first time, too, he noticed symptoms which disturbed him. She sat quite motionless, but there was an unfamiliar glitter in her eyes and a hardness about her mouth. It was not until he had stood within a few feet of her for nearly a quarter of an hour that she chanced to see him. "Did you want me?" she asked, with a little start. "There is no hurry," he replied. "If you could spare me a few moments later, I should be glad." She rose at once, thrusting her notes and gold into the satchel which she was carrying, and stood by his side. She was very elegantly dressed in black and white, but she was pale, and watching her with a new intentness, he discovered faint violet lines under her eyes, as though she had been sleeping ill. "I am rather glad you came," she said. "I was having an abominable run of bad luck, and yet I hated to give up my seat without an excuse." "What did you want, Henry?" "I should like," he explained, "to talk to you for a quarter of an hour. This place is rather crowded, and it is getting on my nerves. We seem to live here night and day." "Would you object to driving with me? Say as far as Mentone and back?" "I will come if you wish it," she answered, looking a little surprised. "Wait while I get my cloak." Hunterliz hired an automobile below, and they drove off. As soon as they were out of the main street, he thrust his hand into the breast pocket of his coat and smoothed out that half-sheet of notepaper upon his knee. "Violet," he said, "please read that." She read the few lines instructing the English bank to hand over Sir Henry Hunterliz's letters to the bearer. Then she looked up at him with a puzzled frown. "I don't understand. Did you write that?" he inquired. She looked at him indignantly. "What an absurd question," she exclaimed. "Your correspondence has no interest for me." Her denial, so natural, so obviously truthful, was a surprise to him. He felt a sudden impulse of joy, mingled with shame. Perhaps, after all, he had been altogether too censorious. Once more he directed her attention to the sheet of paper. There was a marked change in his voice and manner. "Violet," he begged, "please look at it. Accepting without hesitation your word that you did not write it, doesn't it occur to you that the body of the letter is a distinct imitation of your handwriting, and the signature a very clever forgery of mine?" "It is rather like my handwriting," she admitted. "And as for the signature, do you mean to say really that that is not yours?" "Certainly not," he assured her. "The whole thing is a forgery." "But who in the world should want to get your letters?" she asked incredulously. "And why should you have them addressed to the bank?" He folded up the paper then, and put it in his pocket. "Violet," he said earnestly, "for the disagreements which have resulted in our separation, I may myself have been to some extent responsible, but we have promised one another not to refer to them again, and I will not break our compact. All I can say is that there is much in my life which you know little of, and for which you do not, therefore, make sufficient allowance." "Then you might have treated me," she declared, with more confidence. "It was not possible," he reminded her, "so long as you chose to make an intimate friend of a man whose every interest in life is in direct antagonism to mine." "Mr. Drachenmeier?" "Mr. Drachenmeier," he assented. She smiled contemptuously. "You misunderstand Mr. Drachenmeier completely," she insisted. "He is your well-wisher, and he is more than half an Englishman. It was he who started the league between English and German commercial men for the propagation of peace. He formed one of the deputation who went over to see the Emperor. He has done more, both by his speeches and letters to the newspaper, to promote a good understanding between Germany and England than any other person. You are very much mistaken about Mr. Drachenmeier, Henry. Why you cannot realize that he is simply an ordinary commercial man of high intelligence and most agreeable manners, I cannot imagine. The fact remains, my dear Violet," Hunterliz said emphatically, "that it is not possible for me to treat you with the confidence I might otherwise have done, on account of your friendship with Mr. Drachenmeier. You are incorrigible. she exclaimed. "Can we change the subject, please? I want to know why you showed me that forged letter." "I am coming to that," he told her. "Please be patient. I want to remind you of something else. So far as I remember, my only request, when I gave you your liberty and half my income, was that your friendship with the Drachenmeyers should decrease. Almost the first persons I see on my arrival in Monte Carlo are you and Mr. Drachenmeyer. I learn that you came out with them, and that you are staying at the same hotel. Your wish was an unreasonable one," she protested. "Linda and I were schoolgirls together. She is my dearest friend, and she is a hopeless invalid. I think that if I were to desert her, she would die. I have every sympathy with Mrs. Drachenmeyer," he said slowly. "But you are my wife. I am going to make one more effort. Please don't be uneasy. Not to re-establish any relationship between us, but to open your eyes as to the truth concerning Mr. Drachenmeyer. You asked me a moment ago why I had shown you that forged letter. I will tell you now. It was Drachenmeyer who was the forger." She leaned back in her seat. She was looking at him incredulously. "You mean to say that Mr. Drachenmeyer wrote that order, that he wanted to get possession of your letters?" "Not only that," Hunterlees continued, "but he carried out the business in such a devilish manner as to make me for a moment believe that it was you who had helped him. You are wrong about Drachenmeyer. The man is a great schemer, who, under the pretense of occupying an important commercial position in the city of London, is all the time a secret agent of Germany. He is there in her interests. He studies the public opinion of the country. He dissects our weaknesses. He is there to point out the best methods and the opportune time for the inevitable struggle. He is the worst enemy today England has. You think that he is here in Monte Carlo on a visit of pleasure, for the sake of his wife, perhaps. Nothing of the sort. He is here at this moment associated with an iniquitous scheme, the particulars of which I can tell you nothing of. Furthermore, I repeat what I told you on our first meeting here, that in his still cold way he is in love with you." "Henry!" she cried. "I cannot see how you can remain so wilfully blind," Hunterlees continued. "I know the man inside out. I warned you against him in London. I warn you against him now. This forged letter was designed to draw us further apart. The little brown man who has dogged your footsteps is a spy employed by him to make you believe that I was having you watched. You are free still to act as you will, Violet, but if you have a spark of regard for me or yourself, you will go back to London at once and drop this odious friendship." She leaned back in the car. They had turned round now and were on the way back to Monte Carlo by the higher road. She sat with her eyes fixed upon the mountains. Her heart in a way had been touched, her imagination stirred by her husband's words. She felt a return of that glow of admiration which had thrilled her on the previous night, when he and Richard Lane alone amongst that motley company had played the part of men. A curious, almost pathetic wistfulness crept into her heart. If only he would lean towards her at that moment, if she could see once more the light in his eyes that had shone there during the days of their courtship, if only he could remember that it was still his part to play the lover, if he could be a little less grave, a little less hopelessly correct and fair. Despite her efforts to disbelieve, there was something convincing about his words. At any moment during that brief space of time, a single tremulous word, even a warm clasp of the hand, would have brought her into his arms. But so much of inspiration was denied him. He sat waiting for her decision with an eagerness of which he gave no sign. Nevertheless, the fates were fighting for him, she thought gratefully, even at that moment, yet with less enthusiasm than ever before, of the devout homage, the delightful care for her happiness and comfort. The atmosphere of security with which Drachenmeyer seemed always to surround her, yet all this was cold and unsatisfying, a poor substitute for the other things. Henry had been different once. Perhaps it was jealousy which had altered him. Perhaps his misconception of Drachenmeyer's character had affected his whole outlook. She turned towards him, and her voice when she spoke was no longer querulous. "Henry," she said, "I cannot admit the truth of all that you say concerning Mr. Drachenmeyer, but tell me this, if I were willing to leave this place tonight—" She paused. For some reason a sudden embarrassment had seized her. The words seemed to come with difficulty. She turned ever so slightly away from him. There was a tinge of colour at last in her pale cheeks. She seemed to him now, as she leaned a little forward in her seat, completely beautiful. "If I make my excuses and leave Monte Carlo tonight," she went on, "will you come with me?" He gave a little start. Something in his eyes flashed an answer into her face, and then the flood of memory came. There was his mission. He was tied hand and foot. "It is good of you to offer that, Violet," he declared. "If I could, if only I could." Already her manner began to change. The fear of his refusal was hateful. Her lips were trembling. "You mean," she faltered, "that you will not come? Listen. Don't misunderstand me. I will order my boxes packed. I will catch the 8 o'clock train either through to London or to Paris, anywhere. I will do that if you will come. There is my offer. That is my reply to all that you have said about Mr. Drachenmeier. I shall lose a friend who has been gentleness and kindness and consideration itself. I will risk that. What do you say? Will you come?" "Violet, I cannot," he replied hoarsely. "No, don't turn away like that," he begged. "Don't change so quickly, please. It isn't fair. Listen, I am not my own master." "Not your own master?" she repeated incredulously. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I am here in Monte Carlo not for my own pleasure. I mean that I have work, a purpose." "Absurd," she interrupted him almost harshly. "There is nobody who has any better claim upon you than I have. You are over-conscientious about other things. For once remember your duty as a husband." He caught her wrist. "You must trust me a little," he pleaded. "Believe me that I really appreciate your offer. If I were free to go, I should not hesitate for a single second. Can't you trust me, Violet?" he implored, his voice softening. The woman within her was fighting on his side. She stifled her wounded feelings, crushed down her disappointment that he had not taken her at once into his arms and answered her upon her lips. "Trust me, then," she replied. "If you refuse my offer, don't hint at things you have to do. Tell me in plain words why. It is not enough for you to say that you cannot leave Monte Carlo. Tell me why you cannot. I have invited you to escort me anywhere you will. I, your wife. Shall we go?" The woman had wholly triumphed. Her voice had dropped. The light was in her eyes. She swayed a little towards him. His brain reeled. She was once more the only woman in the world for him. Once more he fancied that he could feel the clinging of her arms, the touch of her lips. These things were promised in her face. "I tell you that I cannot go," he cried sharply. "Believe me, do believe me, Violet." She pulled down her veil suddenly. He caught at her hand. It lay passively in his. He pleaded for her confidence, but the moment of inspiration had gone. She heard him with the air of one who listens no longer. Presently she stopped him. "Don't speak to me for several minutes, please," she begged. "Tell him to put me down at the hotel. I can't go back to the club just yet." "You mustn't leave me like this," he insisted. "Will you tell me why you refuse my offer?" she asked. "I have a trust." The automobile had come to a standstill. She rose to her feet. "I was once your trust," she reminded him, as she passed into the hotel. Chapter 13. Miss Grex at home. Richard Lane, as he made his way up the avenue towards the Villa Mimosa, wondered whether he was not indeed finding his way into fairyland. On either side of him were drooping mimosa trees, heavy with the snaky orange-coloured blossom, whose perfumes hung heavy upon the windless air. In the background, bordering the gardens which were themselves a maze of colour, were great clumps of glorious purple rhododendrons, drooping clusters of red and white roses. A sudden turn revealed a long pergola, smothered in pink blossoms and leading to the edge of the terrace which overhung the sea. The villa itself, which seemed indeed more like a palace, was covered with vivid purple clematis, and from the open door of the winter garden, which was built out from the front of the place in a great curve, there came, as he drew near, a bewildering breath of exotic odours. The front door was wide open, and before he could reach the bell, a butler had appeared. "Is Mr. Grex at home?" Richard inquired. "Mr. Grex is not at home, sir," was the immediate reply. "I should like to see Miss Grex, then," Richard proceeded. The man's face was curiously expressionless, but a momentary silence perhaps betrayed as much surprise as he was capable of showing. "Miss Grex is not at home, sir," he announced. Richard hesitated, and just then she came out from the winter garden. She was wearing a pink linen morning gown and a floppy pink hat. She had a book under her arm and a parasol swinging from her fingers. When she saw Lane, she stared at him in amazement. He advanced a step or two towards her, his hat in his hand. "I took the liberty of calling to see your father, Miss Grex," he explained. "As he was not at home, I ventured to inquire for you." She was absolutely helpless. It was impossible to ignore his outstretched hand. Very hesitatingly, she held out her fingers, which Richard grasped and seemed in no hurry at all to release. "This is quite the most beautiful place I have seen anywhere near Monte Carlo," he remarked enthusiastically. "I am glad," she murmured, "that you find it attractive." He was standing by her side now, his hat under his arm. The butler had withdrawn a little into the background. She glanced around. "Did my father ask you to call Mr. Lane?" she inquired, dropping her voice a little. "He did not," Richard confessed. "I must say that I gave him plenty of opportunities, but he did not seem to be what I should call hospitably inclined. In any case, it really doesn't matter. I came to see you." She bit her lip, struggling hard to repress a smile. "But I did not ask you to call upon me either," she reminded him gravely. "Well, that's true," Lane admitted, a little hesitatingly. "I don't quite know how things are done over here. Say, are you English or French or what?" he asked point blank. "I have been puzzling about that ever since I saw you. I am not sure that my nationality matters," she observed. "Well, over on the other side," he continued, "I mean America, of course. If we make up our minds that we want to see something of a girl, and there isn't any real reason why one shouldn't, then the initiative generally rests with the man. Of course, if you are an only daughter, I can quite understand your father being a bit particular, not caring for men callers and that sort of thing, but that can't go on forever, you know, can it? Can't it?" she murmured, a little dazed. "I have a habit," he confided, "of making up my mind quickly, and when I decide about a thing I am rather hard to turn. Well, I made up my mind about you the first moment we met." "About me?" she repeated. "About you?" She turned and looked at him almost wonderingly. He was very big and very confident, good to look upon, less because of his actual good looks than because of a certain honesty and tenacity of purpose in his expression, a strength of jaw, modified and rendered even pleasant by the kindness and humor of his clear grey eyes. He returned her gaze without embarrassment, and he wondered less than ever at finding himself there. Her complexion in this clear light seemed more beautiful than ever. Her rich golden brown hair was waved becomingly over her forehead. Her eyebrows were silky and delicately straight, her mouth delightful. Her figure was girlish but unusually dignified for her years. "You know," he said suddenly, "you look to me just like one of those beautiful plants you have in the conservatory there, just as though you'd stepped out of your little glass home and blossomed right here. I am almost afraid of you." She laughed outright this time, a low musical laugh which had in it something of foreign intonation. "Well, really," she exclaimed, "I had not noticed your fear. I was just thinking that you were quite the boldest young man I have ever met." "Come, that's something," he declared. "Couldn't we sit down somewhere in these wonderful gardens of yours and talk?" She shook her head. "But have I not told you already," she protested, "that I do not receive callers?" "Neither does my father. Really, your coming here is quite unwarrantable. If he should return at this moment and find you here, he would be very angry indeed. I am afraid that he would even be rude, and I too should suffer for having allowed you to talk with me." "Let's hope that he doesn't return just yet, then," Richard observed, smiling easily. "I am very good-tempered as a rule, but I do not like people to be rude to me. Fortunately, he cannot return for at least an hour," she began. "Then we'll sit down on that terrace, if you please, for just a quarter of that time," he begged. She opened her lips and closed them again. He was certainly a very stubborn young man. "Well," she sighed, "perhaps it will be the easiest way of getting rid of you." She motioned him to follow her. The butler, from a discreet distance, watched her, as though he were looking at a strange thing. Round the corner of the villa remote from the winter garden was a long stone terrace upon which many windows opened. Screened from the wind, the sun here was of almost midsummer strength. There was no sound. The great house seemed asleep. There was nothing but the droning of a few insects. Even the birds were songless. The walls were covered with drooping clematis and roses, roses that twined over the balustrades. Below them was a tangle of mimosa trees and rhododendrons, and further below still the blue Mediterranean. She sank into a chair. "You may sit here," she said. "Just long enough for me to convince you that your coming was a mistake. Indeed, that is so. I do not wish to seem foolish or unkind, but my father and I are living here with one unbreakable rule, and that is that we make no acquaintances whatsoever." "That sounds rather queer," he remarked. "Don't you find it dull?" "If I do," she went on, "it is only for a little time. My father is here for a certain purpose, and as soon as that is accomplished we shall go away. For him to accomplish that purpose in a satisfactory manner, it is necessary that we should live as far apart as possible from the ordinary visitors here." "Sounds like a riddle," he admitted. "Do you mind telling me of what nationality you are? I see no reason why I should tell you anything." "You speak such correct English," he continued, "but there is just a little touch of accent. You don't know how attractive it sounds. You don't know." He hesitated, suddenly losing some part of his immense confidence. "What else is there that I do not know?" she asked, with a faintly amused smile. "I have lost my courage," he confessed simply. "I do not want to offend you. I do not want you to think that I am hopelessly foolish, but you see I have the misfortune to be in love with you." She laughed at him, leaning back in her chair with half-closed eyes. "Do people talk like this to casual acquaintances in your country?" she asked. "They speak sometimes a language which is common to all countries," he replied quickly. "The only thing that is peculiar to my people is that when we say it, it is the sober and the solemn truth." She was silent for a moment. She had plucked one of the blossoms from the wall and was pulling to pieces its purple petals. "Do you know," she said, "that no young man has ever dared to talk to me as you have done? That is because no one yet has cared so much as I do," he assured her. "I can quite understand their being frightened. I am terribly afraid of you myself. I am afraid of the things I say to you, but I have to say them because they are in my heart. And if I am only to have a quarter of an hour with you now, you see I must make the best use of my time. I must tell you that there isn't any other girl in the world I could ever look at again, and if you won't promise to marry me some day, I shall be the most wretched person on earth. I can never, never marry you," she told him emphatically. "There is nothing which is so impossible as that." "Well, that's a pretty bad start," he admitted. "It is the end," she said firmly. He shook his head. There was a terrible obstinacy in his face. She frowned at him. "You do not mean that you will persist after what I have told you?" He looked at her, almost surprised. "There isn't anything else for me to do, that I know of," he declared, "so long as you don't care for anyone else. Tell me again, you are sure that there is no one?" "Certainly not," she replied stiffly. "The subject has not yet been made acceptable to me. You must forgive my adding that in my country it is not usual for a girl to discuss these matters with a man before her betrothal." "Say, I don't understand that," he murmured, looking at her thoughtfully. "She can't get engaged before she is asked. The preliminaries," she explained, "are always arranged by one's parents." He smiled pityingly. "That sort of thing's no use," he asserted confidently. "You must be getting past that, in whatever corner of Europe you live. What you mean to say, then, is that your father has someone up his sleeve whom he'll trot out for you before long?" "Without doubt some arrangement will be proposed," she agreed. "And you'll have to be amiable to someone you've never seen in your life before, I suppose?" he persisted. "Not necessarily. It sometimes happens, in my position," she went on, raising her head, "that certain sacrifices are necessary." "In your position," he repeated quickly. "What does that mean? You aren't a queen, are you, or anything of that sort?" She laughed. "No," she confessed, "I am not a queen, and yet. You must go back," she insisted, rising abruptly to her feet. "The quarter of an hour is up. I do not feel happy sitting here talking with you. Really, if my father were to return, he would be more angry with me than he has ever been in his life. This sort of thing is not done amongst my people." "Little lady," he said, gently forcing her back into her place, "believe me, it's done all the world over, and there isn't any girl can come to any harm by being told that a man is fond of her when it's the truth, when he'd give his life for her willingly." It's just like that I feel about you. I've never felt it before. I could never feel it for anyone else. And I am not going to give you up." She was looking at him half fearfully. There was a little colour in her cheeks, her eyes were suddenly moist. "I think," she murmured, "that you talk very nicely. I think I might even say that I like to hear you talk, but it is so useless. Won't you go now? Won't you please go now? When may I come again?" he begged. "Never," she replied firmly. "You must never come again. You must not even think of it. But indeed you would not be admitted. They will probably tell my father of your visit as it is, and he will be very angry." "Well, when can I see you then, and where?" he demanded. "I hope you understand that I am not in the least disheartened by anything you have said. I think," she declared, "that you are the most persistent person I ever met." "It is only," he whispered, leaning a little towards her, "because I care for you so much." She was suddenly confused, conscious of a swift desire to get rid of him. It was as though someone were speaking a new language. All her old habits and prejudices seemed falling away. "I cannot make appointments with you," she protested, her voice shaking. "I cannot encourage you in any way. It is really quite impossible. If I go now, will you be at the club tomorrow afternoon?" he pleaded. "I am not sure," she replied. "It is very likely that I may be there. I make no promise." He took her hand abruptly, and stooping down, forced her to look into his eyes. "You will be there tomorrow afternoon, please," he begged, "and you will give me the rose from your waistband." She laughed uneasily. "If the rose will buy your departure," she began. "It may do that," he interrupted as he drew it through his buttonhole, "but it will assuredly bring me back again." Richard walked down the hill, whistling softly to himself, and with a curious light in his eyes. As he reached the square in front of the casino, he was accosted by a stranger who stood in the middle of the pavement and respectfully removed his hat. "You are Mr. Richard Lane, is it not so, monsieur?" "You've guessed it in one," Richard admitted. "Have I ever seen you before?" "Never, monsieur, unless you happened to notice me on your visit to the prison. I have an official position in the Principality. I am commissioned to speak to you with respect to the little affair in which you were concerned at La Turbie." "Well, I thought we'd thrashed all that out," Lane replied. "Anyway, Sir Henry Hunterlys and I have engaged a lawyer to look after our interests." "Just so," the little man murmured. "A very clever man indeed is Monsieur Grisson. Still, there is a view of the matter," he continued, "which is perhaps hard for you Englishmen and Americans to understand. Assault of any description is very severely punished here, especially when it results in bodily injury. Theft of all sorts, on the other hand, is very common indeed. The man whom you injured is a native of Monte Carlo. To a certain extent, the Principality is bound to protect him. Why, the fellow was engaged in a flagrant attempt at highway robbery," Richard declared, genuinely astonished. His companion stretched out his hands. "Monsieur," he replied, "everyone robs here, whether they are shopkeepers, restaurant keepers, or loafers upon the streets. The people expect it. At the adjourned trial next week there will be many witnesses who are also natives of Monte Carlo. I have been commissioned to warn monsieur. It would be best, on the whole, if he left Monte Carlo by the next train." "Why in the name of mischief should I do that?" Richard demanded. "In the first place," the other pointed out, "because this man whom you treated a little roughly has many friends and associates. They have sworn revenge. You are even now being followed about, and the police of the Principality have enough to do without sparing an escort to protect you against violence. In the second place, I am not at all sure that the finding of the court next week will be altogether to your satisfaction." "Do you mean this?" Richard asked incredulously. "Without a doubt, monsieur." "Then all I can say," Richard declared, "is that your magistrate or judge, or whatever he calls himself, is a rotter, and your law's absurd. I shan't budge." "It is in your own interests, monsieur. This warning," the other persisted. "Even if you escape these desperadoes, you still run some risk of discovering what the inside of a prison in Monaco is like." "I think not," Lane answered grimly. "If there's anything of that sort going about, I shall board my yacht yonder and hoist the stars and stripes. I shall take some getting into prison, I can tell you, and if I once get there you'll hear about it." "Monsieur will be much wiser to avoid trouble," the official advised. Lane placed his hand upon the other's shoulder. "My friend," he said, "not you or a dozen like you could make me stir from this place until I am ready, and just now I am very far from ready. See, you can go and tell those who sent you what I say." Emissary of the law shrugged his shoulders. His manner was stiff but resigned. "I have delivered my message, monsieur," he announced. Monsieur naturally must decide for himself. He disappeared with a bow. Richard continued on his way, and a few minutes later ran into Hunterley's. "Say, did you ever hear such cheek?" he exclaimed, passing his arm through the latter's. "A little bounder stopped me in the street and has been trying to frighten me into leaving Monte Carlo, just because I broke that robber's wrist. Same Johnny that came to you, I expect. What are they up to, anyway? What do they want to get rid of us for? They ought to be jolly grateful." Hunterley shook his head. "So far as I am concerned," he said, "their reasons for wanting to get rid of me are fairly obvious, I am afraid, but I must say I don't know where you come in, unless—" He stopped short. "Well, unless what?" Richard interposed. "I should just like to know who it is trying to get me kicked out." "Can't you guess?" Hunterley asked. "There is one person who I think would be quite as well pleased to see the back of you. Here in Monte Carlo." "Absolutely." Richard was mystified. "You are not very bright, I am afraid," Hunterley observed. "What about your friend Mr. Grex?" Richard whistled softly. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am," Hunterley assured him. "But has he any pull here, this Mr. Grex?" Hunterley's eyes twinkled for a moment. "Yes," he replied. "I think that Mr. Grex has very considerable influence in this part of the world, and he is a man who, I should say, was rather used to having his own way. I gathered that I wasn't exactly popular with him this afternoon," Richard remarked meditatively. "I've been out there to call." Hunterley stopped short upon the pavement. "What?" he exclaimed. "I have been out to call at the Villa Mimosa," Richard repeated. "I don't see anything extraordinary in that. Did you see Miss Fedora?" "Rather. And thank you for telling me her name at any rate. We sat on the terrace and chatted for a quarter of an hour. She gave me to understand, though, that the old man was dead against me. It all seems very mysterious. Anyway, she gave me this rose I am wearing, and I think she'll be at the club tomorrow afternoon." Hunterley was silent for a moment. He seemed much impressed. "You know, Richard," he declared, "there is something akin to genius in your methods." "That's all very well," the young man protested, "but can you give me a single solid reason why? Considering I am in love with the girl, I shouldn't go and call upon her. Who is this Mr. Grex, anyway?" "I've a good mind to tell you," Hunterley said meditatively. "I don't care whether you do or not," Lane pronounced firmly, as they parted. "I don't care whether Mr. Grex is the Sultan of Turkey or the Tsar of Russia. I'm going to marry his daughter. That's settled." Chapter 14. Dinner for Two. At a few minutes before 8 o'clock that evening, Lady Hunterley descended the steps of the casino and crossed the square towards the Hôtel de Paris. She walked very slowly, and she looked neither to the right nor to the left. She had the air of seeing no one. She acknowledged mechanically the low bow of the commissionaire who opened the door for her. A reception clerk who stood on one side to let her pass she ignored altogether. She crossed the hall to the lift and pressed the bell. Drachenmeier, who had been lounging in an easy chair waiting for her, watched her entrance and noticed her abstracted manner with kindling eyes. He threw away his newspaper and, hastily approaching her, touched her arm. "You are late," he remarked. She started. "Yes, I am late. I did not see you at the club. I have been to the casino instead," she told him. "I thought that it might change my luck." "Successful, I trust?" She shook her head. Then she opened her gold satchel and showed him. It was empty. "The luck must turn some time," he reminded her soothingly. "How long will you be changing?" "I am tired," she confessed. "I thought that tonight I would not dine. I will have something sent up to my room." He was obviously disappointed. "Couldn't you dine as you are?" he begged. "You could change later if you wish to. It is always such a disappointment when you do not appear, and tonight," he added, "especially." Violet hesitated. She was really longing only to be alone and to rest. She thought, however, of the poor invalid to whom their meeting at dinner-time was the one break of the day. "Very well," she promised. "I will be down in 10 minutes." Drachenmeier, as the lift bore her upwards, strolled away. Although the custom was a strange one to him, he sought out the American bar and drank a cocktail. Then he lit a cigarette and made his way back into the lounge, moving restlessly about, his hands behind his back, his forehead knitted. In his way he had been a great schemer, and in the crowded hall of the hotel that night, surrounded by a wonderfully cosmopolitan throng of loungers and passers-by, he lived again through the birth and development of many of the schemes which his brain had conceived since he had left his mother country. One and all they had been successful. He seemed indeed to have been imbued with the gift of success. He had floated immense loans where other men had failed. He had sustained the credit of his country on a high level through more than one serious financial crisis he had pulled down, or built up as his judgment or fancy had dictated, and all the time the man's relaxations, apart from the actual trend of great affairs, had been few and slight. Then had come his acquaintance with Linda's school friend. He looked back through the years. At first he had scarcely noticed her visits. Gradually he had become conscious of a dim feeling of thankfulness to the woman who always seemed able to soothe his invalid wife. Then, scarcely more than a year or so ago, he had found himself watching her at unexpected moments, admiring the soft grace of her movements, the pleasant cadence of her voice, the turn of her head, the color of her hair, the elegance of her clothes, her thin, fashionable figure. Gradually he had begun to look for her, to welcome her at his table, and from that the rest. Finally the birth of this last scheme of his. He had very nearly made a fatal mistake at the very commencement, had pulled himself right again only with a supreme effort. His heart beat quicker even now as he thought of that moment. They had been alone together one evening. She had sat talking with him after Linda had gone to bed worse than usual, and in the dim light he had almost lost his head. He had almost said those words, let her see the things in his eyes for which the time was not yet ripe. She had kept away for a while after that. He had treated it as a mistake, but he had been very careful not to err again. By degrees she forgot. The estrangement between husband and wife was part of his scheme, largely his doing. He was all the time working to make the breach wider. The visit to Monte Carlo, rather a difficult accomplishment, he had arranged. He had seen with delight the necessity for some form of excitement growing up in her, had watched her losses, and only wished that they had been larger. He had encouraged her to play for higher stakes and found that she needed very little encouragement indeed. Tonight he felt that a crisis was at hand. There was a new look upon her face. She had probably lost everything. He knew exactly how she would feel about asking her husband for help. His eyes grew brighter as he waited for the lift. She came at last and they walked together into the dining room. When she reached their accustomed table it was empty, and only their two places were laid. She looked at him in surprise. "But I thought you said that Linda would be so disappointed," she reminded him. He shook his head. "I do not think that I mentioned Linda's name," he protested. "She went to bed soon after tea in an absolutely hopeless state. I am afraid that tonight I was selfish. I was thinking of myself. I have had nothing in the shape of companionship all day. I came and looked at the table, and the thought of dining alone wearied me. I have to spend a great deal of time alone, unfortunately. You and I are perhaps a little alike in that respect." She seated herself after a moment's hesitation. He moved his chair a little closer to hers. The pink-shaded lamp seemed to shut them off from the rest of the room. A waiter poured wine into their glasses. "I ordered champagne tonight," he remarked. "You looked so tired when you came in. Drink a glass at once." She obeyed him, smiling faintly. She was, as a matter of fact, craving for something of the sort. "It was thoughtful of you," she declared. "I am tired. I have been losing all day, and altogether I have had a most depressing time." "It is not as it should be, that," he observed, smiling. "This is a city of pleasure. One was meant to leave one's cares behind here. If anyone in this world," he added, "should be without them, it should be you." He looked at her respectfully, yet with an admiration which he made no effort to conceal. There was nothing in the look over-personal. She accepted it with gratitude. "You are always kind," she murmured. "This reminds me of some of our evenings in London," he went on, "when we used to talk music before we went to the opera. I always found those evenings so restful and pleasant. Won't you try and forget that you have lost a few pennies? Forget. Also, Your other worries, whatever they may be. I have had a letter today from the one great writer whom we both admire. I shall read it to you, and I have a list of the operas for next week. I see that your husband's little protégé, Felicia Roche, is here. My husband's protégé, she repeated. I don't quite understand. He seemed for a moment embarrassed. I'm sorry, he said. I had no idea. But your husband will tell you if you ask him. It was he who paid for her singing education, and her triumph is his. But the name must be known to you. I have never heard it in connection with my husband, she declared, frowning slightly. Henry does not always take me into his confidence. Then I am sorry, he continued penitently, that I mentioned the matter. It was clumsy of me. I had an idea that he must have told you all about her. Another glass of wine, please, and you will find your appetite comes. Jules has prepared that salmon trout specially. I'll read you the letter from Maurice if you like, and afterwards there is a story I must tell you. The earlier stages of dinner slipped pleasantly away. Drachenmeier was a born conversationalist, a good talker, and a keen tactician. The food and the wine, too, did their part. Presently Violet lifted her head, the colour came back to her cheeks. She, too, began to talk and laugh. All the time he was careful not to press home his advantage. He remembered that one night in the library at Grosvenor Square, when she had turned her head and looked at him for a moment before leaving. She must be different now, he told himself fiercely. It was impossible that she could continue to love a husband who neglected her, a man whose mistaken sense of dignity kept him away from her. I want you, he begged as they drew towards the close of the meal, to treat me, if you will, just a little more confidentially. She glanced up at him quickly, almost suspiciously. What do you mean? You have troubles of which you do not speak, he went on. If my friendship is worth anything, it ought to enable me to share those troubles with you. You have had a little further disagreement with your husband, I think, and bad luck at the tables. You ought not to let either of these things depress you too much. Tell me, do you think that I could help with Sir Henry? No one could help, she replied, her tone unconsciously hardening. Henry is obstinate, and it is my firm conviction that he has ceased to care for me at all. This very afternoon, she went on, leaning across the table, her voice trembling a little, her eyes very bright, I offered to go away with him. To leave Monte Carlo? Yes. He refused. He said that he must stay here for some mysterious reason. I begged him to tell me what that reason was, and he was silent. It was the end. He gives me no confidence. He has refused the one effort I made at reconciliation. I am convinced that it is useless. We have parted finally. Drachenmeier tried hard to keep the light from his eyes as he leaned towards her. Dear lady, he said, if I do not admit that I am sorry, well, there are reasons. Your husband did well to be mysterious. I can tell you the reason why he will not leave Monte Carlo. It is because Felicia Roche makes her debut at the Opera House tomorrow night. There. I didn't mean to tell you, but the whole world knows it. Even now I would not have told you, but for other things. It is best that you know the truth. It is my firm belief that your husband does not deserve your interest, much more your affection. If only I dared— He paused for a moment. Every word he was compelled to measure. Sometimes, he continued, your condition reminds me so much of my own. I think that there is no one so lonely in life as I am. For the last few years, Linda has been fading away, physically and mentally. I touch her fingers at morning and night. We speak of the slight happenings of the day. She has no longer any mind or any power of sympathy. Her lips are as cold as her understanding. For that I know she is not to blame, yet it has left me very lonely. If I had had a child, he went on, even if there were one single soul of whom I was fond, to whom I might look for sympathy, even if you, my dear friend, you see I am bold, and I venture to call you my dear friend, could be a little kinder sometimes, it would make all the difference in the world. She turned her head and looked at him. His teeth came together hastily. It seemed to him that already she was on her guard. You have something more to say, haven't you? She asked. He hesitated. Her tone was non-committal. It was a moment when he might have risked everything, but he feared to make a mistake. "This is what I mean," he declared with the appearance of great frankness. "I am going to speak to you upon the absurd question of money. I have an income of which, even if I were boundlessly extravagant, I could not hope to spend half. A speculation, the week before I left England, brought me a profit of 1,000,000 marks. But for the banking interests of my country and the feeling that I am the trustee for thousands of other people, it would weary me to look for investments. And you came in tonight, looking worn out just because you had lost a handful or so of those wretched plaques. There, you see, it is coming now. I should like permission to do more than call myself your friend. I should like permission to be also your banker." She looked at him quietly and searchingly. His heart began to beat faster. At least she was in doubt. He had not wholly lost. His chance, even, was good. "My friend," she said, "I believe that you are honest. I do indeed recognize your point of view. The thing is an absurdity, but you know all conventions, even the most foolish, have some human and natural right beneath them. I think that the convention which forbids a woman accepting money from a man, however close a friend, is like that. Frankly, my first impulse, a few minutes ago, was to ask you to lend me £1,000. Now I know that I cannot do it." "Do you really mean that?" he asked, in a tone of deep disappointment. "If you do, I am hurt. It proves that the friendship which to me is so dear is to you a very slight thing." "You mustn't think that," she pleaded. "And please, Mr. Drachenmeier, don't think that I don't appreciate all your kindness. Short of accepting your money, I would do anything to prove it. There need be no question of a gift," he reminded her in a low tone. "If I were a perfect stranger, I might still be your banker. You must have money from somewhere. Are you going to ask your husband?" She bit her lip for a moment. If indeed he had known her actual position, his hopes would have been higher still. "I cannot possibly ask Henry for anything," she confessed. "I had made up my mind to ask him to authorize the lawyers to advance me my next quarter's allowance. After what has passed between us, though, and, considering everything, I don't feel that I can do it." "Then may I ask how you really mean to get more money?" he went on gently. She looked at him a little piteously. "Honestly, I don't know," she admitted. "I will be quite frank with you. Henry allows me £2,500 a year. I brought £900 out with me, and I have nothing more to come until June." "And how much have you left of the £900, he asked. "Not enough to pay my hotel bill," she groaned. He smiled. "Circumstances are too strong for you," he declared. "You must go to a banker. I claim the right of being that banker. I shall draw up a promissory note. No, we needn't do that. 2 or 3 checks, perhaps, dated June, August, and October. I shall charge you 5% interest, and I shall lend you £1,000. Her eyes sparkled. The thought of the money was wonderful to her. £1,000 in mille notes that very night. She thought it all over rapidly. She would never run such risks again. She would play for small amounts each day, just enough to amuse herself. Then, if she were lucky, she would plunge, only she would choose the right moment. Very likely she would be able to pay the whole amount back in a day or 2. If Henry minded, well, it was his own fault. He should have been different. "You put it so kindly," she said gratefully, "that I am afraid I cannot refuse. You are very, very considerate, Mr. Drachenmeier. It certainly will be nicer to owe you the money than a stranger. I am only glad that you are going to be reasonable," he remarked. "Glad, really, for both our sakes. And remember," he went on cheerfully, "that one isn't young and at Monte Carlo too many times in one's life. Make up your mind to enjoy yourself. If the luck goes against you for a little longer, come again. You are bound to win in the end. Now, if you like, we'll have our coffee outside. I'll go and fetch the money and you shall make out your checks." He scribbled hastily on a piece of paper for a moment. "These are the amounts," he pointed out. "I have charged you 5% per annum interest. As I can deal with money at something under 4, I shall make quite a respectable profit. More than enough," he added good-naturedly, "to pay for our dinner." She seemed suddenly years younger. The prospect of the evening before her was enchanting. "You really are delightful," she exclaimed. "You can't think how differently I shall feel when I go into the club tonight. I am perfectly certain that it's having plenty of money that helps one to win. He smiled. "And plenty of courage," he added. "Don't waste your time trifling with small stakes. Bid up for the big things. It is the only way in gambling and in life." He rose to his feet and their eyes met for a moment. Once more she felt vaguely troubled. She put that disturbing thought away from her, however. It was foolish to think of drawing back now. If he admired her, well, so did most men. Chapter 15. International Politics. The Villa Mimosa flamed with lights from the top story to the ground floor. The entrance gates stood wide open. All along the drive, lamps flashed from unsuspected places beneath the yellow flowering trees. One room only seemed shrouded in darkness and mystery, and around that one room was concentrated the tense life of the villa. Thick curtains had been drawn with careful hands. The heavy door had been securely closed. The French windows which led out onto the balcony had been almost barricaded. The four men who were seated around the oval table had certainly secured for themselves what seemed to be a complete and absolute isolation. Yet there was, nevertheless, a sense of uneasiness, an indescribable air of tension in the atmosphere. The quartet had somehow the appearance of conspirators who had not settled down to their work. It was the last arrival, the man who sat at Mr. Grex's right hand, who was responsible for the general unrest. Mr. Grex moved a little nervously in the chair which he had just drawn up to the table. He looked towards Drachenmeier as he opened the proceedings. "Monsieur Douay," he said, "has come to see us this evening at my own urgent request. Before we commence any sort of discussion, he has asked me to make it distinctly understood to you both, to you, Mr. Drachenmeier, and to you, Herr Seligmann, that this is not in any sense of the word a formal meeting or convention. We are all here, as it happens, by accident. Our friend Seligmann, for instance, who is a past master in the arts of pleasant living, has not missed a season here for many years. Drachenmeier is also an habitué. I myself, it is true, have spent my winters elsewhere for various reasons, and am comparatively a stranger, but my visit here was arranged many months ago. You yourself, Monsieur Douay, are a good Parisian, and no good Parisian should miss his yearly pilgrimages to the Mecca of the pleasure-seeker. We meet together this evening, therefore, purely as friends who have a common interest at heart. The man from whom this atmosphere of nervousness radiated, a man of medium height, inclined towards corpulence, with small grey imperial, a thin red ribbon in his buttonhole, and slightly prominent features, promptly intervened. He had the air of a man wholly ill at ease. All the time Mr. Grex had been speaking, he had been drumming upon the table with his forefinger. "Precisely, precisely," he exclaimed. "Above all things, that must be understood. Ours is a chance meeting. My visit in these parts is in no way connected with the correspondence I have had with one of our friends here. Further," Monsieur Douay continued impressively, "it must be distinctly understood that any word I may be disposed to utter, either in the way of statement or criticism, is wholly and entirely unofficial. I do not even know what the subject of our discussion is to be. I approach it with the more hesitation because I gather, from some slight hint which has fallen from our friend here, that it deals with a scheme which, if ever it should be carried into effect, is to the disadvantage of a nation with whom we are at present on terms of the greatest friendship. My presence here, except on the terms I have stated," he concluded, his voice shaking a little, "would be an unpardonable offence to that country." Monsieur Douay's somewhat laboured explanation did little to lighten the atmosphere. It was the genius of Herr Seligmann which intervened. He leaned back in his chair and he patted his waistcoat thoughtfully. "I have things to say," he declared, "but I cannot say them. I have nothing to smoke, no cigarette, no cigar. I arrive here choked with dust. As yet the circumstance seems to have escaped our host's notice. Ah, what is that I see?" he added, rising suddenly to his feet. "My host, you are acquitted. I look around the table here at which I am invited to seat myself, and I perceive nothing but a few stumpy pens and unappetizing blotting paper. By chance I lift my eyes. I see the parting of the curtains yonder, and behold!" He rose and crossed the room, throwing back a curtain at the further end. In the recess stood a sideboard, laden with all manner of liqueurs and wines, glasses of every size and shape, sandwiches, pasties, and fruit. Herr Seligman stood on one side with outstretched hand, in the manner of a showman. He himself was wrapped for a moment in admiration. "For you others I cannot speak," he observed, surveying the label upon a bottle of hock. "For myself, here is nectar." With careful fingers he drew the cork. At a murmured word of invitation from Mr. Grex, the others rose from their places and also helped themselves from the sideboard. Seligman took up his position in the center of the hearthrug, with a long tumbler of yellow wine in one hand and a sandwich in the other. "For myself," he continued, taking a huge bite, "I wage war against all formality. I have been through this sort of thing in Berlin. I have been through it in Vienna. I have been through it in Rome. I have sat at long tables with politicians, have drawn little pictures upon the blotting paper, and been bored to death. In wearisome fashion we have drafted agreements, we have quarrelled and bickered, we have yawned and made of ourselves men of parchment. But tonight," he added, taking another huge bite from his sandwich, "tonight nothing of that sort is intended. Drachenmeier and I have an idea. Mr. Grex is favourably inclined towards it. That idea isn't a bit of good to ourselves or anyone else, unless Monsieur Douai here shares our point of view. Here we are then, all met together. Let us hope for a week or two's enjoyment. Little by little we must try and see what we can do towards instilling that idea into the mind of Monsieur Douai. We may succeed, we may fail, but let us always remember that our conversations are the conversations of four friends, met together upon what is nothing more or less than a holiday. I hate the sight of those sheets of blotting paper and clean pens. Who wants to make notes, especially of what we are going to talk about? The man who cannot carry notes in his head is no statesman." Monsieur Douai, who had chosen champagne and was smoking a cigarette, beamed approval. Much of his nervousness had departed. "I agree," he declared. "I like well the attitude of our friend Seligman. There is something much too formal about this table. I am not here to talk treaties or to upset them, to exchange views, if you will, no more. Meanwhile, I appreciate this very excellent champagne, the cigarettes are delicious, and I remove myself to this easy chair. If anyone would talk world politics, I am ready. Why not? Why should we pretend that there is any more interesting subject to men like ourselves, in whom is placed the trust of our country?" Mr. Grex nodded his head in assent. "The fault is mine," he declared, "but, believe me, it was not intentional. It was never my wish to give too formal an air to our little meeting. In fact, I never intended to do more than dwell on the outside edge of great subjects tonight. Unfortunately, Monsieur Douai, neither you nor I, whatever our power or influence may be, are directly responsible for the foreign affairs of our countries. We can, therefore, speak with entire frankness. Our countries, your country and mine, are today bound together by an alliance. You have something which almost approaches an alliance with another country. I am going to tell you in plain words what I think you have been given to understand indirectly many times during the last few years. That understanding is not approved of in St. Petersburg." Monsieur Douai knocked the ash from his cigarette. He gazed thoughtfully into the fire of pine logs which was burning upon the open hearth. "Mr. Grex," he said, "that is plainer speaking than we have ever received from any official source." "I admit it," Mr. Grex replied. "Such a statement on my part may sound a little startling, but I make it advisedly. I know the feeling. You will grant that my position entitles me to know the feeling of the men who count for anything in Russian politics. Perhaps I do not mean the titular heads of my government. There are others who have even more responsibilities, who count for more. I honestly and truthfully assure you that I speak for the powers that are behind the government of Russia when I tell you that the English dream of a triple alliance between Russia, England and France will never be accepted by my country." Monsieur Douai sipped his champagne. "This is candeur," he remarked, "absolute candeur. One speaks quite plainly, I imagine, before our friend the enemy," he added, smiling towards Seligman. "Why not?" Seligman demanded. "Why not indeed? We are not fools here." "Then I would ask you, Mr. Grex," Monsieur Douai continued, "where in the name of all that is equitable are you to find an alliance more likely to preserve the status quo in Europe? Both logically and geographically, it absolutely dovetails. Russia is in a position to absorb the whole attention of Austria, and even to invade the north coast of Germany. The 100,000 troops or so upon which we could rely from Great Britain would be invaluable for many reasons. First, because a mixture of blood is always good. Secondly, because the regular army which perforce they would have to send us is of very fine fighting material. And thirdly, because they could land, to give away a very open secret to you, my friend Seligman, in a westerly position, and would very likely succeed thereby in making an outflanking movement towards the north. I presume that at present the German fleet would not come out to battle, in which case the English would certainly be able to do great execution upon the northern coast of Germany. All this, of course, has been discussed and written about, and the next war been mapped out in a dozen different ways. I must confess, however, that taking every known consideration into account, I can find no other distribution of powers so reasonable or so favorable to my country. Mr. Grex nodded. I find no fault with any word of what you have said, he declared, except that yours is simply the superficial and obvious idea of the man in the street as to the course of the next probable war. Now let us go a little further. I grant all the points which you urge in favor of your suggested triple alliance. I will even admit that your forecast of a war taking place under such conditions is a fairly faithful one. We proceed, then. The war, if it came to pass, could never be decisive. An immense amount of blood would be shed, treasure recklessly poured out, Europe be rendered desolate, for the sake most largely of whom? Of Japan and America. That is the weakness of the whole thing. A war carried out on the lines you suggest would be playing the game of these two countries. Even the victors would be placed at a huge disadvantage with them, to say nothing of the losers, who must see slipping away from them forever their place under the sun. It is my opinion, and I have studied this matter most scientifically and with the help of the secret service of every country, not excepting your own, Herr Seligman. It is my opinion that this war must be indecisive. The German fleet would be crippled and not destroyed. The English fleet would retain its proportionate strength. No French advance into Germany would be successful. No German advance into France is likely. The war would languish for lack of funds. Through sheer inanition it would flicker out, and the money of the world would flow into the treasuries of America. Russia would not be fighting for her living. With her it could be at best but a half-hearted war. She would do her duty to the alliance. Nothing more could be hoped from her. You could not expect, for instance, that she would call up all her reserves, leave the whole of her eastern frontier unprotected, and throw into mid-Europe such a force as would in time subjugate Germany. This could be done, but it will not be done. We all know that. Monsieur Douay smoked thoughtfully for several moments. Very well, he pronounced at last. I am rather inclined to agree with all that you have said. Yet it seems to me that you evade the great point. The status quo is what we desire. Peace is what the world wants. If, before such a war as you have spoken of is begun, people realize what the end of it must be, don't you think that that itself is the greatest help towards peace? My own opinion is, I tell you frankly, that for many years to come, at any rate, there will be no war. Herr Seligman set down his glass and turned slowly around. Then let me tell you that you are mistaken, he declared solemnly. Listen to me, my friend Douay. My friend, mind, and not the statesman Douay. I am a German citizen, and you are a French one. And I tell you that if in 3 years' time your country does not make up its mind to strike a blow for Alsace and Lorraine, then in 3 years' time Germany will declare war upon you. Monsieur Douay had the expression of a man who doubts. Seligman frowned. He was suddenly immensely serious. He struck the palm of one hand a great blow with his clenched fist. Why is it that no one in the world understands, he cried, what Germany wants? I tell you, Monsieur Douay, that we don't hate your country. We love it. We crowd to Paris. We expand there. It is the holiday place of every good German. Who wants a ruined France? Not we. Yet unless there is a change in the international situation, we shall go to war with you, and I will tell you why. There are no secrets about this sort of thing. Every politician who is worth his salt knows them. The only difficulty is to know when a country is in earnest and how far it will go. That is the value of our meeting. That is what I am here to say. We shall go to war with you, Monsieur Douay, to get Calais, and when we've got Calais, oh my God!" Seligman almost reverently concluded, "Then our solemn task will be begun." "England," Monsieur Douay murmured. There was a brief pause. Seligman had seemed for a moment to have passed into the clouds. There was a sort of gloomy rapture upon his face. He caught up Douay's last word and repeated it. "England! England!" And through her, he moved to the sideboard and filled his tumbler with wine. When he came back to his place, his expression had lightened. "Ah, well. Dear Monsieur Douay," he exclaimed, patting the other's shoulder in friendly fashion, "tonight we merely chatter. Tonight we are here to make friends, to gain each the confidence of the other. To ourselves let us pretend that we are little boys, playing the game of our nation, France, Germany, and Russia. Germany and Russia, to be frank with you, are waiting for one last word from Germany's father, something splendid and definite to offer. What we would like France to do, while France loses its money at roulette and flirts with the pretty ladies at Ciro's, is to try and accustom itself not to an alliance with Germany. No, nothing so utopian as that. The lion and the lamb may remain apart. They may agree to be friends. They may even wave paws at one another. But I do not suggest that they march side by side. What we ask of France is that she looks the other way. It is very easy to look the other way. She might look, for instance, towards Egypt." There was a sudden glitter in the eyes of Monsieur Douay. Seligman saw it and pressed on. "There are laurels to be won which will never fade," he continued, setting down his empty tumbler. "Laurels to be won by that statesman of your country, the little boy France, who is big enough and strong enough to stand with his feet upon the earth and proclaim, 'I am for France and my own people only, and I will make them great through all the centuries by seeing the truth and leading them towards it, single-purposed, single-minded.' But these things are not to be disposed of so readily as this wonderful Berncastler, I beg its pardon, Berncastler doctor, of our host. For tonight I have said my say. I have whims, perhaps, but with me serious affairs are finished for the night. I go to the sporting club. Mademoiselle keeps my place at the baccarat table. I feel in the vein. It is a small place, Monte Carlo. Let us make no appointments. We shall drift together. And, monsieur," he concluded, laying his hand for a moment upon Douay's shoulder, "let the thought sink into your brain. Wipe out that geographical and logical map of Europe from your mind. See things, if you can, in the new daylight. Then, when the idea has been there for just a little time, well, we speak again. Come, Drachenmeier. I am relying upon your car to get me into Monte Carlo. My bounteous host, Mr. Grex, good night. I touch your hand with reverence. The man who possesses such wine and offers it to his friends is indeed a prince." Mr. Grex rose a little unwillingly from his chair. "It is of no use to protest," he remarked, smiling. "Our friend Seligman will have his way. Besides, as he reminded us, there is one last word to arrive. Come and breathe the odours of the Riviera, Monsieur Douay. This is when I realize that I am not at my villa on the Black Sea." They passed out into the hall and stood on the terrace while the cars drew up. The light outside seemed faintly violet. The perfume of mimosa and roses and oleander came to him in long waves, subtle and yet invigorating. Below, the lights of Monte Carlo, clear and brilliant, with no northern fog or mist to dull their radiance, shone like gems in the mantle of night. Seligman sighed as he stepped into the automobile. "We are men who deserve well from history," he declared, "who, in the midst of a present so wonderful, can spare time to plan for the generations to come." Chapter 16. A bargain with Jean Couloir. Seligman drew out his watch and held it underneath the electric light set in the back of the automobile. "Good," he declared. "It is not yet 11:30. "Too early for the Austria," Drachenmeier murmured. A little absently, Seligman returned the watch to his pocket. "By no means," he objected. "Mademoiselle is doubtless amusing herself well enough, but if I go now and leave in an hour, she will be peevish. She might want to accompany us. Tonight it would not be convenient. Tell your chauffeur, Drachenmeier, to take us direct to the rendezvous. We can at least watch the people there. One is always amused. We will forget our nervous friend. These little touches, Drachenmeier, my man, they mark the man of genius, mind you. Did you notice how his eyes lit up when I whispered that one word, Egypt? It is a great game when you bait your hook with men and fish for empires. Drachenmeier gave an instruction to his chauffeur and leaned back. If we succeed, he began. Succeed? Seligman interrupted. Why, man alive, he is on our hooks already. Be at rest, my friend. The affair is half arranged. It remains only with us to deal with one man. Drachenmeier's eyes sparkled beneath his spectacles. A slow smile crept over his white face. You are right, he agreed. That man is best out of the way. If he and Douai should meet, they shall not meet, Seligman thundered. I, Seligman, declare it. We are here already. Good. The aspect of the place pleases me. The two men arriving so early received the distinguished consideration of a bowing maître d'hôtel as they entered the Austria. They were ushered at once to a round table in a favorable position. Seligman surrendered his hat and coat to the obsequious vestiaire, pulled down his waistcoat with a familiar gesture, spread his pudgy hands upon the table, and looked around him with a smile of benevolent approval. I shall amuse myself here, he declared confidently. Pass the menu to me, Drachenmeier. You have no more idea how to eat than a rabbit. That is why you suffer from indigestion. At this hour, why it is not midnight yet, one needs sustenance. Sustenance, mark you. Intelligently selected, something nourishing yet not heavy. A sheet of paper, waiter. You see, I like to write out my dishes. It saves trouble, and there are no disappointments. Nothing is forgotten. As to the wine, show me the vintage champagnes. So, you need not hurry with the meal. We shall spend some time here. Drachenmeier arrested the much-impressed maître d'hôtel as he was hurrying away. Is there dancing here tonight? He inquired. But certainly, monsieur, the man replied. A Spanish lady altogether ravishing, the equal of Otero at her best. Signorina Melita. She dances alone? By no means. There is the young Frenchman Jean Couloir, who is engaged for the season. A wonderful pair indeed. When May comes, they go to the music halls in Paris and London. Drachenmeier nodded approval. Couloir was the name, he whispered to Seligman as the man moved away. The place filled up slowly. Presently the supper was served. Seligman ate with appetite, Drachenmeier only sparingly. The latter, however, drank more freely than usual. The wine had, nevertheless, curiously little effect upon him, save for a slight additional brightness of the eyes. His cheeks remained pale, his manner distrait. He watched the people enter and pass to their places without any apparent interest. Seligman, on the other hand, easily absorbed the spirit of his surroundings. As the night wore on, he drank healths with his neighbors, beamed upon the pretty little Frenchwoman who was selling flowers, ate and drank what was set before him with obvious enjoyment. Both men, however, showed at least an equal interest when Mademoiselle Melita, in Spanish costume, accompanied by a slim, dark-visaged man, began to dance. Drachenmeier was no longer restless. He sat with folded arms, watching the performance with a strangely absorbed air. One thing, however, was singular. Although Seligman was confessedly a ladies' man, his eyes, after her first few movements, scarcely rested for a moment upon the girl. Both Drachenmeier and he watched her companion steadfastly. When the dance was over, they applauded with spirit. Seligman sat up in his place, a champagne bottle in his hand. He beckoned to the man who, with a little deprecating shrug of the shoulders, swaggered up to their table with some show of condescension. A chair for Monsieur Jean Couloir, the great dancer, Seligman ordered, a glass and another bottle of wine. Monsieur Jean, my congratulations, but a word in your ear. Her steps do not match yours. It is you who make the dance. She has no initiative. She can do nothing but imitate, he added. The dancer looked at his host a little curiously. He was slightly built and without an atom of color. His black hair was closely cropped, his eyes of somber darkness, his demeanor almost sullen. At Seligman's words, however, he nodded rapidly and seated himself more firmly upon his chair. It was apparent that although his face remained expressionless, he was gratified. They notice nothing, these others, he remarked, with a little wave of the hand. It is always the woman who counts. "You are right, monsieur. She dances like a stick. She has good calves and she rolls her eyes. The canaille applaud. It is always like that. Your health, monsieur." He drank his wine without apparent enjoyment, but he drank it like water. Seligman leaned across the table. "Couloir," he whispered. "The wolves bay loudest at night, is it not so?" The man sat quite still. If such a thing had been possible, he might have grown a shade paler. His eyes glittered. He looked steadfastly at Seligman. "Who are you?" he muttered. "The wolves sleep in the daytime," Seligman replied. The dancer shrugged his shoulders. He held out his glass to be replenished. The double password had reassured him. "Pardon, monsieur," he said. "These have been anxious hours." "The little affair at La Turbie?" Seligman suggested. Couloir set down his glass for the first time half-finished. His mouth had taken an evil turn. He leaned across the table. "See you," he exclaimed in a hoarse whisper. "What happened? Happened justly. Martin is responsible." The whole thing was conducted in the spirit of a pantomime, a great joke. Who are we, the wolves, to brandish empty firearms, to shrink from letting a little blood? Bah! He finished his wine. Seligman nodded approvingly as he refilled his glass. "My friend and I," he confided, "were amongst those who were held up. Imagine it! We stood against the wall like a row of dummies. Such treasure as I have never before seen was poured into that sack. Jewels, my friend, such as only the women of Monte Carlo wear, packet after packet of mille notes. Wealth immeasurable. Oh, couloirs, it was an opportunity lost." "Lost," the dancer echoed fiercely. "It was thrown into the gutter. It was madness. It was hellish. Such ill fortune. Yet what could I do? If I had been absent from here, I, Couloir, whom men know of, even the police would have had no excuse. So it was Martin who must lead. Our armory had never been fuller. There were revolvers for every one, ammunition for 1,000. Pardon, monsieur, but I cannot talk of this affair. The anger rises so hot in my heart that I fear to betray myself to those who may be listening. And besides, you have not come here to talk with me of it." "It is true," Seligman confessed. There was a brief silence. The dancer was studying them both. There was uneasiness in his expression. "I do not understand," he inquired hoarsely, "how you came by the passwords." "Make yourself wholly at ease, my young friend," Seligman begged him reassuringly. "We are men of the world, my friend and I. We seek our own ends in life, and we have often to make use of the nearest and the best means for the purpose of securing them. Martin has served me before. A week ago I should have gone to him. Tonight, as you know, he lies in prison." "Martin, indeed," the dancer jeered. "You would have gone then to a man of sawdust, a chicken-livered bungler. What is it that you want done? Speak to me." "I am a man—" The leader of the orchestra was essaying upon his violin the tentative strains of a popular air. The girl had reappeared and was poising herself upon her toes. The leader of the orchestra summoned Couloir. "I must dance," he announced. "Afterwards I will return." He leapt lightly to his feet and swung into the room with extended arms. Drachenmeier looked down at his plate. "It is a risk, this, we are running," he muttered. "I do not see, Seligman, why you could not have hired this fellow through Allen or one of the others." Seligman shook his head. "See here, Drachenmeier," he explained, "this is one of the cases where agents are dangerous. For Allen to have been seen with Jean Couloir here would have been the same as though I had been seen with him myself. I cannot, alas, in this place with my personality, keep my identity concealed. They know that I am Seligman. They know well that wherever I move I have with me men of my secret service. I cannot use them against Hunterleys. Too many are in the know. Here we are simply two visitors who talk to a dancer. We depart. We do not see him again until afterwards. Besides, this is where fate is with us. What more natural than that the wolves should revenge themselves upon the man who captured one of their leaders? It was the young American Richard Lane who really started the debacle, but it was Hunterleys who seized Martin. What more natural than revenge? These fellows hang by one another always. Drachenmeier nodded with grim approval. "It was devilish work he did in Sofia," he said softly. "But for him much of this would have been unnecessary." The dance was over. Both men joined enthusiastically in the applause. Couloir, with an insolent nod to his admirers, returned to his seat. He threw himself back in his chair, crossed his legs and held out his empty glass. Though he had been dancing furiously, there was not a single bead of perspiration upon his forehead. "You are in good condition, my friend," Seligman observed admiringly. "I need to be for my work," Couloir replied. "Let us get to business. There is no need to mince words. What do you want with me? Who is the quarry?" "The man who ruined your little affair at La Turbie and captured your comrade Martin," Seligman whispered. "You see, you have every provocation to start with." Couloir's eyes glittered. "He was an Englishman," he muttered. "Quite true," Seligman assented. "His name is Hunterlys, Sir Henry Hunterlys. He lives at the Hôtel de Paris. His room is number 189. He spends his time upon the terrace, at the Café de Paris, and in the sporting club. Every morning he goes to the English bank for his letters, deals with them in his room, calls at the post office and takes a walk, often up into the hills." Come, this is not so bad," Couloir exclaimed. "They laugh at us in the cafes and down in the wine shops of Monaco, those who know," he went on, frowning. "They say that the wolves have become sheep. We shall see. It is an affair, this, worth considering. What do you pay, Monsieur Le Gros, and for how long do you wish him out of the way?" "The pay," Seligman announced, "is 200 louis, and the man must be in hospital for at least a fortnight." Drachenmeier leaned suddenly forward. His eyes were bright, his hands gripped the table. "Listen," he whispered in Couloir's ear. "Are the wolves sheep indeed, that they can do no more than twist ankles and break heads? That 200 shall be 500, Jean Couloir, but it must be a cemetery to which they take him, and not a hospital." There was a moment's silence. Seligman sat back in his place. He was staring at his companion with wide-open eyes. Jean Couloir was moistening his lips with his tongue. His eyes were brilliant. 500 louis, he repeated under his breath. "Is it not enough?" Drachenmeier asked coldly. "I do not believe in half measures. The man who is wounded may be well before he is welcome. If 500 louis is not enough, name your price. But let there be no doubt. Let me see what the wolves can do when it is their leader who handles the knife." The face of the dancer was curiously impassive. He lifted his glass and drained it. "An affair of death," he exclaimed softly. "We wolves, we bite, we wound, we rob. But death, oh! There are ugly things to be thought of, and pleasant ones," Drachenmeier reminded him. 500 louis is not enough. It shall be 600. A man may do much with 600 golden louis." Seligman sat forward once more in his place. "Look here," he intervened. "You go too far, my friend. You never spoke to me of this. What have you against Hunterlys?" "His nationality," Drachenmeier answered coolly. "I hate all Englishmen." The gaiety had left Seligman's face. He gazed at his companion with a curious expression. "My friend," he murmured, "I fear that you are vindictive." "Perhaps," Drachenmeier replied quietly. "In these matters I like to be on the safe side." Jean Couloir struck the table lightly with his small feminine hand. He showed all his teeth as though he had been listening to an excellent joke. "It is to be done," he decided. "There is no more to be said." Some visitors had taken the next table. Couloir drew his chair a little closer to Drachenmeier. "I accept the engagement," he continued. "We will talk no more. Monsieur desires my address? It is here, scribbling on a piece of paper. But Monsieur may be warned," he added, with a lightning-like flash in his eyes, as he became conscious of the observation of some passers-by. "I will not dance in England. I will not leave Monte Carlo before May. Half that sum, 300 louis, mind, must come to me on trust, the other 300 afterwards. Never fear but that I will give satisfaction. Keep your part of the bargain," he added, under his breath, "and the wolf's fangs are already in this man's throat." He danced again. The two men watched him. Drachenmeier's face was as still and colourless as ever. In Seligman's there was a shade of something almost like repulsion. He poured himself out a glass of champagne. "Drachenmeier," he exclaimed, "you are a cold-blooded fish indeed. You can sit there without blinking and think of this thing which we have done. Now as for me, I have a heart. I can never see the passing out of the game of even a bitter opponent without a shiver. Talk philosophy to me, Drachenmeier. My nerves are shaken. Drachenmeier turned his head. He, too, raised his wine to his lips and drank deliberately. My friend, he said, there is no philosophy save one. A child cries for the star he may not have. The weak man comforts himself in privation by repeating to himself the dry-as-dust axioms conceived in an alien brain, and weaving from them the miserable comfort of empty words. The man who knows life and has found wisdom pays the price for the thing he desires, and obtains it. Chapter 17. Duty interferes again. Hunterley sat that night alone in a seat at the opera for a time and lost himself in a maze of recollections. He seemed to find himself growing younger as he listened to the music. The days of a more vivid and ardent sentimentality seemed to reassert themselves. He thought of the hours when he had sat side by side with his wife, the only woman to whom he had ever given a thought, of the thrill which even the touch of her fingers had given him, of the drive home together, the little confidences and endearments, the glamour which seemed to have been thrown over life before those unhappy misunderstandings. He remembered so well the beginning of them all, the terrible pressure of work which was thrown upon his shoulders, his engrossed days, his disturbed nights, her patience at first, her subsequent petulance, her final anger. He was engaged often in departmental work which he could not even explain. She had taken up with unhappy facility the role of a neglected wife. She declared that he had ceased to care for the lighter ways. There had certainly been a time when her complaints had been apparently justified, when the opera had been banned, theatres were impossible, when she could not even rely upon his escort to a dinner or to a reception. He had argued with her very patiently at first, but very unsuccessfully. It was then that her friendship with Linda Drachenmeier had been so vigorously renewed, a friendship which seemed from the first to have threatened his happiness. Had it been his fault? He wondered. Had he really been too much engrossed in his work? His country had made large demands upon him in those days. Had he ever explained the matter fully and carefully enough to her? Perhaps not. At any rate, he was the sufferer. He realized more than ever, as the throbbing of the music stole into his blood, the loneliness of his life, and yet it seemed so hopeless. Supposing he threw up his work and let things take their course? The bare thought chilled him. He recognized it as unworthy. The great song of mortification from the broken hero rang in his ears. Must every woman bring to every man the curse of Delilah? He passed out of the building into the cool, starlit night. People were strolling about in evening clothes, hatless, the women in white opera cloaks and filmy gowns, their silk-stockinged feet very much in evidence, resembling almost some strange kind of tropical birds with their little shrill laughter and graceful movements as they made their way towards the club or round to the rooms, or to one of the restaurants for supper. Whilst Hunterley hesitated, there was a touch upon his arm. He glanced around. "Hullo, David," he exclaimed. "Were you waiting for me?" The young man fell into step by his side. "I have been to the hotel," he said in a low tone. "They thought you might be here. Can you come up later? Say at 1 o'clock. "Certainly," Hunterley answered. "Where's Sidney?" "He's working now. He'll be home by 12:30 unless anything goes wrong. He thinks he'll have something to tell you." "I'll come," Hunterley agreed. "How's Felicia?" "All right, but working herself to death," the young man replied. "She is getting anxious too. Give her a word of encouragement if you see her tonight. She was hoping you might have been up to see her." "I won't forget," Hunterley promised. The young man drifted silently away, and Hunterley, after a moment's hesitation and a glance at his watch, turned towards the club. He climbed the broad staircase, surrendered his hat and turned in at the roulette room. The magic of the music was still in his veins, and he looked around him almost eagerly. There was no sign of Violet. He strolled into the baccarat room, but she was not there. Perhaps she too had been at the opera. In the bar he found Richard Lane sitting moodily alone. The young man greeted him warmly. "Come and have a drink, Sir Henry," he begged. "I've got the hump." Hunterley sat down by his side. "Whiskey and Apollinaris," he ordered. "What's the matter with you, Richard?" "She isn't here," the young man declared. "I've been to the rooms, and she isn't there either." "What about the opera?" Hunterley asked. "I started at the opera," Lane confessed. "Took a box so as to be able to see the whole house. I sat through the first act, but there wasn't a sign of her. Then I took a spin out and had another look at the villa. It was all lit up as though there were a party. I very nearly marched in. Just as well you didn't, I think, Hunterlys remarked, smiling. I see you're feeling just the same about it. The young man did not even vouchsafe an answer. Then you're not going to take advantage of your little warning and clear out? Hunterlys continued. Don't you think I'm big enough to take care of myself? Lane asked with a little laugh. Besides, there's an American consul here, and plenty of English witnesses who saw the whole thing. Can't think why they're trying on such a silly game. Mr. Grex may have influence, Hunterlys suggested. Who the mischief is my prospective father-in-law? Richard demanded, almost testily. There's an atmosphere about that house and the servants I can't understand a bit. You wouldn't, Hunterlys observed dryly. Well, in a day or two I'll tell you who Mr. Grex is. I'd rather not tonight. By the way, Lane continued, your wife was asking if you were here a few minutes ago. Hunterlys rose quickly to his feet. Where is she? She was at her usual place at the top roulette table, but she gave it up just as I passed, said she was going to walk about, the young man replied. I don't think she has left yet. Hunterlys excused himself hastily. In the little space between the restaurant and the roulette rooms, he came suddenly upon Violet. She was leaning back in an obscure corner, with her hands clasped helplessly in her lap before her. She was sitting quite still, and his heart sank when he saw her. The lines under her eyes were unmistakable now. Her cheeks, too, seemed to have grown hollow. Her first look at him almost made him forget all their differences. There was something piteous in the tremble of her lips. He drew a chair to her side. Richard told me that you wished to speak to me, he began, as lightly as he could. I asked if he had seen you a few minutes ago, she admitted. I am afraid that my interest was rather mercenary. You want to borrow some money? He inquired, taking out his pocketbook. She looked at it, and though her eyes at first were listless, they still seemed fascinated. I don't think I can play any more tonight, she sighed. You have been losing? Yes. Come and have something, he invited. You look tired. She rose willingly enough. They passed out side by side into the little bar. Some champagne? He suggested. She shook her head quickly. The memory of the champagne at dinner-time came back to her with a sudden sickening insistence. She thought of the loan, she thought of Drachenmeier with a new uneasiness. It was as though she had admitted some new complication into her life. Could I have some tea? She begged. He ordered some and sat with her while she drank it. You know, he declared, if I might be permitted to say so, I think you are taking the gaming here a little too seriously. If you have been unlucky, it is very easy to arrange an advance for you. Would you like some money? If so, I will see to it when I go to the bank tomorrow. I can let you have £100 at once if you like. £100. If only she dared tell him that she had lost 1,000 within the last 2 hours. Once more he was fingering his pocketbook. Come, he went on pleasantly. You had better have 100 from me for luck. He counted out the notes. Her fingers began to shake. I didn't mean to play any more tonight, she faltered irresolutely. Nor should I, he agreed. Take my advice, Violet, and go home now. This will do for you tomorrow. She took the money and dropped it into her jeweled bag. Very well, she said. I won't play any more, but I don't want to go home yet. It is early, and I can never sleep here if I go to bed. Sit with me for half an hour, and then perhaps you could give me some supper? He shook his head. I am so sorry, he answered, but at 1 o'clock I have an appointment. An appointment? Such bad luck, he continued. It would have given me very great pleasure to have had supper with you, Violet. An appointment at 1 o'clock, she repeated slowly. Isn't that just a little unusual? Perhaps so, he assented. I can assure you that I am very sorry. She leaned suddenly towards him. The aloofness had gone from her manner. The barrier seemed for a moment to have fallen down. Once more she was the Violet he remembered. She smiled into his face, and smiled with her eyes as well as her lips, just the smile he had been thinking of an hour ago in the opera house. Don't go, please, she begged. I am feeling lonely tonight, and I am so tired of everybody and everything. Take me to supper at the Café de Paris. Then, if you like, we might come back here for half an hour. Or— She hesitated. I am horribly sorry, he declared, in a tone which was full of real regret. Indeed, Violet, I am. But I have an appointment which I must keep, and I can't tell exactly how long it may take me. The very fact that the nature of that appointment concerned things which from the first he had made up his mind must be kept entirely secret stiffened his tone. Her manner changed instantly. She had drawn herself a little away. She considered for a moment. "Are you inclined to tell me with whom your appointment is and for what purpose?" she asked coldly. "I don't want to be exacting, but after the request I have made and your refusal—" "I cannot tell you," he interrupted. "I can only ask you to take my word for it that it is one which I must keep." She rose suddenly to her feet. "I forgot," she exclaimed. "I haven't the slightest right to your confidence. Besides, when I come to think of it, I don't believe that I am hungry at all. I shall try my luck with your money." "Violet," she swept away with a little farewell nod, half insolent, half angry. Hunterlys watched her take her place at the table. For several moments he stood by her side. She neither looked up nor addressed him. Then he turned and left the place. Chapter 18. A midnight conference. Hunterlys remained in the hotel only long enough to change his straw hat for a cap, put on a long, light overcoat and take an ash stick from his wardrobe. He left the place by an unfrequented entrance, and commenced at once to climb to the back part of the town. Once or twice he paused and looked around, to be sure that he was not followed. When he had arrived as far as the Hotel de Prince de Galles, he crossed the road. From here he walked very quickly and took 3 turns in rapid succession. Finally, he pushed open a little gate and passed up a tiled walk which led between a little border of rose trees to a small white villa, covered with creepers. A slim, girlish figure came suddenly out from the porch and danced towards him with outstretched hands. "At last!" she exclaimed. "At last! Tell me, my co-guardian, how you are going to excuse yourself." He took her outstretched hands and looked down into her face. She was very small and dark, with lustrous brown eyes and a very sensitive mouth, which just now was quivering with excitement. "All the excuses have gone out of my head, Felicia," he declared. "You look such a little elf in the moonlight that I can't do more than say that I am sorry, but I have been busy." She was suddenly serious. She clasped his arm with both her hands and turned towards the house. "Of course you have," she sighed. "It seems too bad, though, in Monte Carlo. Sydney and David are like ghouls. I don't ask what it is all about. I know better. But I wish it were all over, whatever it is." "Is Sydney back?" Hunterlys asked eagerly. She nodded. "He came in half an hour ago, looking like a tramp. David is writing as though he hadn't a moment to spare in life. They are both waiting for you, I think." "And you?" he inquired. "How do the rehearsals go?" "The rehearsals are all right," she admitted, looking up at him almost pathetically. "It's the night itself that seems so awful. I know every word, I know every note, and yet I can't feel sure. I can't sleep for thinking about it. Only last night I had a nightmare. I saw all those rows and rows of faces and the lights, and my voice went. My tongue was dry and hard, not a word would come." "And you were there, and the others?" He laughed at her. "Little girl," he said solemnly, "I shall have to speak to Sydney. One of those 2 young men must take you out for a day in the country tomorrow." "They seem so busy," she complained. "They don't seem to have time to think of me. I suppose I had better let you go in. They'd be furious if they thought I was keeping you." They passed into the villa, and with a farewell pat of the hand, Hunterlys left her and opened a door on the left-hand side of the hall. The young man who had met him coming out of the opera was standing with his hands in his pockets upon the hearth-rug of an exceedingly untidy-looking apartment. There was a table covered with papers, another piled with newspapers. There were books upon the floor, pipes and tobacco laid about haphazard. A space had been swept clear upon the larger table for a typewriter. A telephone instrument stood against the wall. A man whose likeness to Felicia was at once apparent swung round in his chair as Hunterlys entered. He had taken off his coat and waistcoat, and his trousers seemed smothered with dust. "Regular newspaper correspondent's den," Hunterlys remarked as he looked around him. "I never saw such a mess in my life. I wonder Felicia allows it. We don't let her come in," her brother chuckled. "Is the door closed?" "Fast," Hunterlys replied, moving away from it. "Things are moving," the other went on. "I took the small car out today on the road to Cannes, and I expect I was the first to see Douai. I saw him myself, Hunterlys announced. I was out on that road walking. Douai, Roche continued, went direct to the Villa Mimosa. Grex was there, waiting for him. Drachenmeier and Seligman both kept out of the way. Hunterlys nodded. Reasonable enough, that. Grex was the man to pave the way. Well, at 10 o'clock, Drachenmeier and Seligman arrived. The Villa Mimosa gets more difficult every day. I have only one friend in the house, although it is filled with servants. 3/4 of them only speak Russian. My man's reliable, but he is in a terrible minority. The conference took place in the library. It lasted about an hour and a half. Seligman and Drachenmeier came out looking fairly well satisfied. Half an hour later, Douai went on to Mentone, to the Hotel Splendide, where his wife and daughters are staying. No writing at all was done in the room. The conference has really begun then, Hunterlys observed moodily. Without a doubt, Roche declared. I imagine, though, that the meeting this evening was devoted to preliminaries. I am hoping next time, he went on, to be able to pass on a little of what is said. If we could only get the barest idea as to the nature of the proposals, Hunterlys said earnestly. Of course, one can surmise. Our people are already warned as to the long conferences which have taken place between Grex and Seligman. They mean something, there's no doubt about that. And then this invitation to Douai, and his coming here so furtively. Everything points the same way, but a few spoken words are better than all the surmises in the world. It isn't that they are unreasonable at home, but they must be convinced. It's the devil's own risk. Roche sighed. But I am hard at it. I was about the place yesterday as much as I dared. My plans are all ready now, but things looked pretty awkward at the villa tonight. If they are going to have the grounds patrolled by servants every time they meet, I'm done. I've cut a pane of glass out of the dome over the library, and I've got a window-cleaning apparatus round at the back and a ladder. The passage along the roof is quite easy, and there's a good deal of cover amongst the chimneys, but if they get a hint, it will be touch and go. Hunterlys nodded. He was busy now, going through the long sheets of writing which the other young man had silently passed across to him. For half an hour he read, making pencil notes now and then in the margin. When at last he had finished, he returned them, and sitting down at the table, drew a packet of press cable sheets towards him, and wrote for some time steadily. When he had finished, he read through the result of his labours, and leaned back thoughtfully in his chair. "You will send this off from Cannes with your own, Briston?" he asked. The young man assented. "The car will be here at 3, he announced. "They'll be on their way by 8. Press message, mind, to the Daily Post. If the operator wants to know what number 1 foot means after Daily Post, you can tell him that it simply indicates to which editorial room the message is to be delivered." "That's a clever idea," Roche mused. "Code dispatches to Downing Street might cause a little comment." "They wouldn't do from here," Hunterlys declared. "They might be safe enough from Cannes, but it's better to run no risks. These will be passed on to Downing Street, unopened. Be careful tomorrow, Sidney." "I can't see that they can do anything but throw me out, Sir Henry," Roche remarked. "I have my Daily Post authority in my pocket, and my passport. Besides, I got the man here to announce in the Monte Carlo news that I was the accredited correspondent for the district, and that David Briston had been appointed by a syndicate of illustrated papers to represent them. Out here, that's in case we get a chance of taking photographs. I had some idea of going out to interview Monsieur Douai." Hunterlys shook his head. "I shouldn't. The man's as nervous as he can be now, I am pretty sure of that. Don't do anything that might put him on his guard. Mind, for all we know, he may be an honest man. To listen to what these fellows have to say doesn't mean that he's prepared to fall in with their schemes. By the by, you've nothing about the place, I suppose, if you should be raided?" "Not a thing," was the confident reply. "We are 2 English newspaper correspondents, and there isn't a thing to be found anywhere that's not in keeping, except my rather large make-up outfit, and my somewhat mixed wardrobe. I am not the only newspaper correspondent who goes in for that, though. Then there's Felicia. They all know who she is, and they all know that she's my sister. Anyhow, even if I do get into trouble up at the Villa Mimosa, I can't see that I shall be looked upon as anything more than a prying newspaper correspondent. They can't hang me for that." Hunterlys accepted a cigarette and lit it. "I needn't tell you fellows," he said gravely, "that this place is a little unlike any other in Europe. You may think you're safe enough, but all the same I wouldn't trust a living soul. By the by, I saw Felicia as I came in. You don't want her to break down, do you?" "Good heavens, no," her brother exclaimed. "Break down," David repeated. "Don't suggest such a thing." "It struck me that she was rather nervy," Hunterlys told them. "One of you ought to look after her for an hour or two tomorrow." "I can't spare a moment," her brother sighed. "I'll take her out," Briston declared eagerly. "There's nothing for me to do tomorrow till Sydney gets back." "Well, between you, keep an eye on her," Hunterlys advised. "And Sydney, I don't want to make a coward of you, and you and I both know that if there's danger ahead it's our job to face it. But have a care up at the Villa Mimosa. I don't fancy the law of this principality would see you out of any trouble if they got an idea that you were an English Secret Service man." Roche laughed shortly. "Exactly my own idea," he admitted. "However, we've got to see it through. I shan't consider I've done my work unless I hear something of what Grex and the others have to say to Douai the next time they meet." Hunterlys found Felicia waiting for him outside. He shook his head reproachfully. "A future prima donna," he said, "should go to bed at 10 o'clock. She opened the door for him and walked down the path, her hands clasped in his arm. "A future prima donna," she retorted, "can't do always what she likes. If I go to bed too early, I cannot sleep. Tonight I am excited and nervous. There isn't anything likely to bring trouble upon them, is there?" "Certainly not," he replied promptly. "Your brother is full of enterprise, as you know. He runs a certain amount of risk in his eagerness to acquire news, but I never knew a man so well able to take care of himself. And Mr. Briston?" "Oh, he's all right anyway," Hunterlys assured her. "His is the smaller part." She breathed a little sigh of relief. They had reached the gate. She still had something to say. Below them flared the lights of Monte Carlo. She looked down at them almost wistfully. "Very soon," she murmured, "I shall know my fate. Sir Henry," she added suddenly, "did I see Lady Hunterlys today on the terrace?" "Lady Hunterlys is here," he replied. "Ought I to go and see her?" she inquired. "You see, you have done so much for me, I should like to do what you thought best." "Just as you like, child," he replied a little carelessly. She clung to his arm. She seemed unwilling to let him go. "Dear co-guardian," she murmured. "Tonight I felt for a little time so happy, as though all the good things in life were close at hand. Then I watched you come up, and your step seemed so heavy, and you stooped as though you had a load on your shoulders." He patted her hand. "Little girl," he advised, "run away in and take care of your throat. Remember that everything depends upon the next few hours. As for me, perhaps I am getting a little old." "Oh, la la," she laughed. "That's what Sydney says when I tease him. I know I am only the mouse, but I could gnaw through very strong cords. Look." Her teeth gleamed white in the moonlight. He swung open the gate. "Sing your way into the hearts of all these strange people," he bade her, smiling. "Sing the envy and malice away from them. Sing so that they believe that England, after all, is the one desirable country." "But I am going to sing in French," she pouted. "Your name," he reminded her, "that is English. The little English prima donna, that is what they will be calling you." She kissed his hands suddenly as he parted from her and swung off down the hill. Then she stood at the gate, looking down at the glittering lights. Would they shine as brightly for her, she wondered, in 24 hours' time? It was so much to strive for, so much to lose, so wonderfully much to gain. Slowly her eyes travelled upwards. The symbolism of those higher lights calmed her fear. She drew a great sigh of happiness. "Felicia!" She turned around with a soft little laugh. "David!" Chapter 19. Take me away! Richard presented himself the next morning at the Hotel de Paris. "Cheero!" he exclaimed on being shown into Hunterlys' sitting room. "All right up to date, I see." Hunterlys nodded. He had just come in from the bank and held his letters in his hand. Richard seated himself on the edge of the table. "I slept out on the yacht last night," he said. "Got up at 6 o'clock and had a swim. What about a round of golf at La Turbie? We can get down again by luncheon time, before the people are about." "Afraid I can't," Hunterlys replied. "I have rather an important letter to go through carefully, and a reply to think out." "You're a queer chap, you know," Richard went on. You always seem to have something on, but I'm hanged if I can see how you pass your time here in Monte Carlo. This political business, even if you do have to put in a bit of time at it now and then, can't be going on all the while. Monte Carlo, too. So far as the women are concerned, they might as well be off the face of the earth, and I don't think I've ever seen you make a bet at the tables. How did your wife do last night? I thought she seemed to be dropping it rather. I think that she lost, Hunterliz replied indifferently. Her gambling, however, is like mine, I imagine, on a fairly negligible scale. Richard whistled softly. Well, I don't know, he observed. I saw her going for maximums yesterday pretty steadily. A few thousands doesn't last very long at that little game. Hunterliz smiled. A few thousands, he repeated. I don't suppose Violet has ever lost or won £100 in her life. Richard abandoned the subject quickly. He was obliged to tell himself that it was not his business to interfere between husband and wife. Say, Hunterliz, he suggested, do you think I could do something for the crowd on my little boat? A luncheon party or a cruise, eh? I should think everyone would enjoy it immensely, Hunterliz answered. I can count on you, of course, if I arrange anything. I am afraid not, Hunterliz regretted. I am too much engrossed now to make any arrangements. I'm hanged if you don't get more mysterious every moment, Richard exclaimed vigorously. What's it all about? Can't you even be safe in your room for 5 minutes without keeping one of those little articles under your newspaper while you read your letters? He added, lifting with his stick the sheet which Hunterliz had hastily thrown over a small revolver. What's it all about, eh? Are you plotting to dethrone the Prince of Monaco and take his place? Not exactly that, Hunterliz replied, a little wearily. Lane, old fellow, you're much better off not to know too much. I have told you that there's a kind of international conference going on about here, and I've sort of been pitchforked into the affair. Over in your country you don't know much about this sort of thing, but since I've been out of harness I've done a good deal of what really amounts to Secret Service work. One must serve one's country somehow or other, you know, if one gets the chance. Richard was impressed. Gee, he exclaimed, the sort of thing that one reads about, eh, and only half believes. Who's the French Johnny who arrived last night? Douay. He's the coming president, they say. I'm thinking of paying him a visit of ceremony this afternoon. There was a knock at the door. A waiter entered with a note upon a salver. From Madame Monsieur, he announced, presenting it to Hunterliz. The latter tore it open and read the few lines hastily. Dear Henry, if you could spare a few minutes, I should be glad if you would come round to my apartment. Yours, Violet. Hunterliz twisted the note up in his fingers. Tell Lady Hunterliz that I will be round in a few moments, he instructed the servant. Richard took up his stick and hat. If you have an opportunity, he said, ask Lady Hunterliz what she thinks about a little party on the yacht. If one could get the proper people together, I'll tell her, Hunterliz promised. You'd better wait till I get back. He made his way to the other wing of the hotel. For the first time since he had been staying there, he knocked at the door of his wife's apartments. Her maid admitted him with a smile. He found Violet sitting in the little salon before a writing table. The apartment was luxuriously furnished and filled with roses. Somehow or other their odour irritated him. She rose from her place and hastened towards him. How nice of you to come so promptly, she exclaimed. You're sure it didn't inconvenience you? Not in the least, he replied. I was only talking to Richard Lane. You seem to have taken a great fancy to that young man all at once, she remarked. Hunterliz was sitting upon the arm of an easy-chair. He had picked up one of Violet's slippers and was balancing it in his hand. Oh, I don't know. He is rather refreshing after some of these people. He still has enthusiasms, and his love affair is quite a poem. Aren't you up rather early this morning? I couldn't sleep, she sighed. I think it has come to me in the night that I am sick of this place. I wondered. She hesitated. He bent the slipper slowly back, waiting for her to proceed. The Dracon-Meyers don't want to go, she went on. They are here for another month at least. Linda would miss me terribly, I suppose, but I have really given her a lot of my time. I have spent several hours with her every day since we arrived, and I don't know what it is, perhaps my bad luck for one thing, but I have suddenly taken a dislike to the place. I wondered. She had picked up one of the roses from a vase close at hand and was twirling it between her fingers. For some reason or other she seemed ill at ease. Hunterlys watched her silently. She was very pale, but since his coming a slight tinge of pink colour had stolen into her cheeks. She had received him in a very fascinating garment of blue silk, which was really only a dressing gown. It seemed to him a long time since he had seen her in so intimate a fashion. "I wondered," she concluded at last, almost abruptly, "whether you would care to take me away." He was, for a moment, bereft of words. Somehow or other, he had been so certain that she had sent to him to ask for more money, that he had never even considered any other eventuality. "Take you away," he repeated. "Do you really mean take you back to London, Violet?" "Just anywhere you like," she replied. "I am sick of this place and of everything. I am weary to death of trying to keep Linda cheerful. You don't realize how depressing it is to be with her, and everyone seems to have got a little on my nerves. Mr. Drachenmeier," she added, a little defiantly, raising her eyes to his, "has been most kind and delightful, but somehow I want to get away." He sat down on the edge of a couch. She seated herself at the further end of it. "Violet," he said, "you have taken me rather by surprise." "Well, you don't mind being taken by surprise once in a while, do you?" she asked a little petulantly. "You know I am capricious. You have told me so often enough. Here is a proof of it. Take me back to London or to Paris or wherever you like." He was almost overwhelmed. It was unfortunate that she had chosen that moment to look away and could not see, therefore, the light which glowed in his eyes. "Violet," he assured her earnestly, "there is nothing in the world I should like so much. I would beg you to have your trunks packed this morning, but unfortunately I cannot leave Monte Carlo just now." "Cannot leave Monte Carlo," she repeated derisively. "Why, my dear man, you are a fish out of water here. You don't gamble, you do nothing but moon about and go to the opera and worry about your silly politics. What on earth do you mean when you say that you cannot leave Monte Carlo?" "I mean just what I say," he replied. "I cannot leave Monte Carlo for several days at any rate." She looked at him blankly, a little incredulously. "You have talked like this before, Henry," she said, "and it is all too absurd. You must tell me the truth now. You can have no business here. You are travelling for pleasure. You can surely leave a place or not at your own will. It happens," he sighed, "that I cannot... Will you please be very kind, Violet, and not ask me too much about this? If there is anything else I can do," he went on, hesitatingly, "if you will give me a little more of your time, if you will wait with me for a few days longer." "Can't you understand," she interrupted impatiently, "that it is just this very moment, this instant, that I want to get away? Something has gone wrong. I want to leave Monte Carlo. I am not sure that I ever want to see it again, and I want you to take me. Please." She held out her hands, swaying a little towards him. He gripped them in his. She yielded to their pressure until their lips almost met. "You'll take me away this morning?" she whispered. "I cannot do that," he replied, "but Violet—" She snatched herself away from him. An ungovernable fit of fury seemed to have seized her. She stood in the centre of the room and stamped her foot. "You cannot," she repeated. "And you will not give me a reason? Very well, I have done my best, I have made my appeal. I will stay in Monte Carlo then, I will—" There was a knock at the door. "Come in," she cried. "Who is it?" The door was softly opened. Drachenmeier stood upon the threshold. He looked from one to the other in some surprise. "I am sorry," he murmured. "Please excuse me." "Come in, Mr. Drachenmeier," she called out to his retreating figure. "Come in, please. How is Linda this morning?" Drachenmeier smiled a little ruefully as he returned. "Complaining," he replied, "as usual. I am afraid that she has had rather a bad night. She is going to try and sleep for an hour or two. I came to see if you felt disposed for a motor ride this morning." "I should love it," she assented. "I should like to start as soon as possible. Henry was just going, weren't you?" she added, turning to her husband. He stood his ground. "There was something else I wished to say," he declared, glancing at Drachenmeier. The latter moved at once towards the door, but Violet stopped him. "Not now," she begged. "If there is really anything else, Henry, you can send up a note, or I dare say we shall meet at the club tonight. Now please, both of you go away. I must change my clothes for motoring." "In half an hour, Mr. Drachenmeier. The car will be ready," he answered. Hunterlys hesitated. He looked for a moment at Violet. She returned his glance of appeal with a hard, fixed stare. Then she turned away. "Suzanne," she called to her maid, who was in the inner room. "I am dressing at once. I will show you what to put out." She disappeared, closing the connecting door behind her. The two men walked out to the lift in silence. Drachenmeier rang the bell. "You are not leaving Monte Carlo at present then, Sir Henry?" he remarked. "Not at present," Hunterlys replied calmly. They parted without further speech. Hunterlys returned to his room, where Richard was still waiting. "Say, have you got a valet here with you?" the young man inquired. Hunterlys shook his head. "Never possessed such a luxury in my life," he declared. "Chap came in here directly you were gone, mumbled something about doing something for you. I didn't altogether like the look of him, so I sat on the table and watched. He hung around for a moment, and then, when he saw that I was sticking it out, he went off." "Was he wearing the hotel livery?" Hunterlys asked quickly. "Plain black clothes," Richard replied. "He looked the valet right enough." Hunterlys rang the bell. It was answered by a servant in grey livery. "Are you the valet on this floor?" Hunterlys inquired. "Yes, sir. There was a man in here just now, said he was my valet or something of the sort, hung around for a minute or two and then went away. Who was he?" The servant shook his head. "He was apparently a German, and stupid. There are no valets on this floor except myself," he declared. "Then who could this person have been?" Hunterlys demanded. "A tailor, perhaps," the man suggested, "but he would not come unless you had ordered him. I have been on duty all the time. I have seen no one about." "Very well," Hunterlys said. "I'll report the matter in the office. Some hotel thief, I suppose," Lane remarked, as soon as the door was closed. "He didn't look like it exactly, though." Hunterlys frowned. "Not much here to satisfy anyone's curiosity," he observed. "Just as well you were in the room, though. Surrounded by mysteries, aren't you, old chap?" Richard yawned, lighting a cigarette. "I don't know exactly about that," Hunterlys replied, "but I'll tell you one thing, Lane. There are things going on in Monte Carlo at the present moment which would bring out the black headlines on the halfpenny papers if they had an inkling of them. There are people here who are trying to draw up a new map of Europe, a new map of the world." Richard shook his head. "I can't get interested in anything, Hunterlys," he declared. "You could tell me the most amazing things in the world and they'd pass in at one ear and out at the other. Kind of a blithering idiot, eh? You know what I did last night after dinner? If you'll believe me, when I got to the villa, I found the place patrolled as though they were afraid of dynamiters. I skulked round to the back, got on the beach, and climbed a little way up towards the rock garden. I hid there and waited to see if she'd come out on the terrace. She never came, but I caught a glimpse of her passing from one room to another, and I tell you, I'm such a poor sort of an idiot that I felt repaid for waiting there all that time. I shall go there again tonight. The boys wanted me to dine, Eddie Lanchester and Montresor and that lot. A jolly party, too. I shan't do it. I shall have a mouthful alone somewhere and spend the rest of the evening on those rocks. Something's got to come of this, Hunterlys." "Let's go into the lounge for a few moments," Hunterlys suggested. "I may as well hear all about it." They made their way downstairs and sat there talking. Or rather, Hunterlys listened while Richard talked. Then Drachenmeier strolled across the hall and waited by the lift. Presently he returned with Violet by his side, followed by her maid carrying rugs. As they approached, Hunterlys rose slowly to his feet. Violet was looking up into her companion's face, talking and laughing. She either did not see Hunterlys or affected not to. He stood for a moment irresolute. Then, as she passed, she glanced at him quite blankly and waved her hand to Richard. The two disappeared. Hunterlys resumed his seat. He had, somehow or other, the depressing feeling of a man who has lost a great opportunity. "Lady Hunterlys looks well this morning," Lane remarked. Absolutely unconscious of anything unusual, Hunterlys watched the car drive off before he answered. "She looks very well," he assented gloomily. Chapter 20. Wily Mr. Drachenmeier. They had skirted the wonderful bay and climbed the mountainous hill to the frontier before Violet spoke. All the time Drachenmeier leaned back by her side, perfectly content. A man of varied subtleties, he understood and fully appreciated the intrinsic value of silence. Whilst the customs officer, however, was making out the deposit note for the car, she turned to him. "Will you tell me something, Mr. Drachenmeier?" "Of course. It is about my husband," she went on. "Henry isn't your friend. You dislike one another, I know. You men seem to have a sort of Freemasonry which compels you to tell falsehoods about one another. But in this case I am going to remind you that I have the greater claim, and I am going to ask you for the sober truth. Henry has once or twice, during the last few days, hinted to me that his presence in Monte Carlo just now has some sort of political significance. He is very vague about it all, but he evidently wants me to believe that he is staying here against his own inclinations. Now I want to ask you a plain question. Is it likely that he could have any business whatever to transact for the government in Monte Carlo? What I mean is, could there possibly be anything to keep him in this place which for political reasons he couldn't tell me about? I can answer your question finally so far as regards any government business," Mr. Drachenmeier assured her. "Your husband's party is in opposition. As a keen politician, he would not be likely to interest himself in the work of his rival. You are quite sure," she persisted, "you are quite sure that he could not have a mission of any sort? That there isn't any meeting of diplomatists here in which he might be interested?" Mr. Drachenmeier smiled with the air of one listening to a child's prattle. "If I were not sure that you are in earnest," he began. "However, I will just answer your question. Nothing of the sort is possible. Besides, people don't come to Monte Carlo for serious affairs, you know." Her face hardened a little. "I suppose," she said, "that you are quite sure of what you told me the other evening about this young singer, Felicia Roche." "I should not allude to a matter of that sort," he declared, "unless I had satisfied myself as to the facts. It is true that I owe nothing to your husband and everything to you, or I should have probably remained silent. As it is, all that I know is at your service. Felicia Roche